mean, a lot of the Stars players were hard-pressed to even talk about many of the Sabres players beyond Dominic Hasek. But who would you say is the most dangerous player on that Sabres squad?
I got to pick Miroslav Shatan. He is the man right now. Lindy Ruff says he's well-rested, coming off an injury. He is a pure goal scorer. And if anybody's going to do anything for Lindy Ruff, it's this guy right here. On the other side of the coin, Brett Hull, his first real crack at Lord Stanley. He is a pure goal scorer. They're counting heavily on him. It's his big chance on the big stage, and I think they're going to see him crank it up, Susie.
Well, Hull would like to hear you say he's a pure goal scorer because he's felt more like a grinder this year. And we want to shed some optimism on this whole thing. We know that it's been worn out the last 4 years. But this year, if you look at the goalies, it's been 2.5 years since Ed Belfour lost 4 in a row. You have to go even farther back to find when Hasek lost 4 in a row, so this is not automatic.
Susie, I love it. Hasek never lost 4 in a row. Belfour hasn't lost 4 in a row. Yes, hockey fans, no sweep.
Well, the Stars might have an edge in experience, but not in heart. A lot of the guys from the Stars have played in the championship game. 8 have won 10 cups. As for the Sabres, 5 have been to the finals but never won. But what are they feeling right now, minutes before the puck is dropped?
Anxiety.
Let's meet them. For that, we send it to our public address announcer, Bill Ollerman.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 1999 Stanley Cup Championship between the Eastern Conference champion, Buffalo Sabres, and your Western Conference champion, Dallas Stars. Now let's meet the starting lineups for Game 1. First, for the visiting Buffalo Sabres. Starting on defense, number 42, Richard Smellick. And number 44, Alexei Zhitnik. At left wing, number 25, Vaclav Parada. And right wing, number 15, Dixon Ward. At center, number 27, Michael Becca. And in goal tonight for Buffalo, number 39, Dominic Hasek. The head coach of the Sabres is Lindy Ruff. And now, introducing this evening's starting lineup for your Dallas Stars. Starting on defense, number 2, the captain, Darian Hatcher. And number 24, Richard Medvedchuk. And left wing, number 12, Mike Keane. And right wing, number 16, Matt Verbeek. At center this evening for your Stars, number 21, Guy Carbonneau. And in goal tonight for Dallas, number 20, Eddie the Eagle Belfour. The head coach of your Stars is Ken Hitchcock.
Well, 8 months ago, almost to the day, the Stars kicked off their season right here against the Sabres. The dream remains the same. When we come back, we'll turn it back over to the men who called tonight's action.
90210's Luke Perry, 8 seconds, Fox Wednesday.
Playoff hockey's tough, but buying a vehicle can be even tougher. That's why I go to Auto Choice. Auto Choice is easy. With non-commissioned salespeople, the lowest prices in town, and the largest selection around, it's a no-hassle experience. Check out this great deal.
We think these 98 Taurus SEs are the best deal ever. They're loaded and going for $11,995. That's $3,400 under the current book price and $6,000 less than new. These great values are going fast.
So when you're looking for your next vehicle, Auto Choice is the only choice.
some things can't be explained. Only experienced. Casino Niagara. This is the one.
When friends get together and the work's all done, there's one place to go when the weekend comes.
Right now, come to Ford Country and get this incredible deal on a sporty new 99 Ranger, and then discover for yourself what it really means to play rough.
Ford Country, where the open road runs. Ford Country.
The road to Ford Country starts at your local Ford dealer, so come on in today.
70 Show is back.
I saw Mom and Dad having sex.
See new episodes starting Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
There's a moment as I bite into a Wendy's classic double with cheese when everything around me seems to come to a stop. My senses focus on that hot and juicy beef and cool, crisp toppings. For that frozen moment, all seems right in the world. Of course, nothing lasts forever. Then again, I can always come back tomorrow.
Wow, this is nutty.
Hamburger bliss. It comes with every Wendy's classic hamburger.
Select road. Validating tires.
What kind of road can you drive on with BF Goodrich tires? Any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires, take control. The new all-terrain TAKO. Go anywhere, anytime. See your BF Goodrich tire retailer today.
Out here, we all want to play like the pros. Stop pucks like the superhuman Dominic Hasek. Fly like Theo Fleury. And roof it like Mike Modano. What's weird is sometimes they wish they could play like us. Like when they're tied and the rules make them stop. We just keep playing.
Before the opening face-off, let's check in with Joe Micheletti.
Thank you very much, Doc. Two opposing viewpoints by the coaches for this series. Ken Hitchcock, the Dallas coach, feels that he's going to have to attack the resolve of the Buffalo Sabres, a team that, when their backs have been against the wall in the playoffs thus far, they've been able to come back and rebound strongly. As far as Lindy Ruff is concerned, he feels they have to play the way they did against Boston. Get the puck in, use their speed and forecheck, and play physical. Back to you, Doc.
We are underway with the 99 Stanley Cup Finals. Richard Schmeling with the first possession. Jammed it back off the wall. Václav Barada with a pass that escaped across. The follow-up comes from Alexei Zhitnik. Flew it back in deep, and the first one there is Barada. Tipped back along for a trickling backhander that Dixon Ward sent, but Verbeek got that one, turned on to Guy Carbonneau, then back to Verbeek and bumped back in.
Mike, sometimes the first game of a series, of finals even, it takes a game to develop itself. We've got 3 or 4 or 5 body checks on the first shift. I think we're going to jump into this series real quick.
The two teams played in the regular season on opening night here, and late in the season in Buffalo, the home team won both. But these teams have been far different since those games were played. Both have improved through all 3 of their prior rounds. And in Buffalo's case, they've gotten healthier. Lettman clipped one. Brett Hull couldn't collar it. Hull pivoting, swept one back. Handcuffed, but then Zubov threw one to the front that's poked away by Hasek, and it escaped behind. Flipped by Sanderson, turned back over to Mike Modano. Rich one, and it's grabbed by Hasek.
And the Modano line within Moondike. They start quickly. The game started with 2 checking lines opposite each other. Carbonneau for Dallas and Pekka for Buffalo. And then the big boys got on the ice, and the offense started to flow. Oh, boy, and I'll tell you, the game has really gotten some good stuff going here early with some good hitting. Dominic Hasek will find shots through traffic. Even in warm-up, he stopped 51 of 57. 51 of 57 in warm-up, and here he starts quickly chipping the puck away with his goal stick and then using the catching glove through traffic. And I think a big key in this series is a lot of traffic in front of both goaltenders. I think that's the only way you're going to beat them. Buffalo feels they didn't get any traffic at all. The Avalanche did not in front of Belfour. So they want traffic in front of Eddie Belfour, and you naturally need traffic on Hasek.
Jay McKee flipped it ahead, tried to follow through. Langenbrunner wanted to turn it on, but it escaped back to center ice, and Sean Chambers takes over. Dropped right back in. Cut off by Dave Reed. Pinballed on back to the point and is turned back in for a hurried toss by Rhett Warrener. Back up ice now for Joe Juneau. Juneau twisting and bounces one in on Belfour.
See Juneau get hit by Chambers. Dallas will hit the Buffalo forwards a lot, especially the smaller ones.
Langenbrunner. Checked by McKee. Down to the ice went Neuendijk. Loose puck gets grabbed and started back out. Hurrying it up the wing now is Holsinger with a big drive. Turned aside by Belfour. Flipped back along by Chambers. Picked up and carried further, and then, punished to the boards was Sador. The hit coming from Rasmussen. The trap coming from Hasek. And the first disagreement.
Oh, baby. And it happens quickly here. Grosek went to the bench of Buffalo. He's been playing with a very bad back throughout the playoffs. Here he moves in on Chambers. Moves around, and you can see after his back went into the boards and glass, he grimaced right away and then skated across. And you wonder if his back gave away. Boy, he was hurting when he got there. Rasmussen threw a body check, a big one on Sador. Rasmussen leads Buffalo all the time in hits. He loves to hit. And there's Grosek, and you're sitting at the very end of the bench and in behind like that. That means you may not see the ice for a little bit. We'll keep an eye to see if he's going to be okay.
The leading three body checkers in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year are all from Buffalo: Rasmussen, McKee, and Warrener. Played back in deep by Daryl Sador. Hasek behind, had it jammed in front by Lehtinen and unable to capitalize with Modano.
And that won't stop Hasek from traveling away from his goal net. He does it a lot. Fearless.
A buzz going through the 17,001 on that one as Hall stoked it on the backhand in, and Hasek paddled it back around. Sador with a drive, grabbed and held by Hasek.
And Dallas looks great early. Going with three lines. They started with Carbonneau, went to Modano, then went to Neuendijk, and then come back with Modano. So they're going with three lines to begin with, and Buffalo starts with all four of their lines. Hasek here, harassed by Lehtinen, puck in front, but the teammates do the job for Hasek. Here you see Hasek in behind the net. Modano tries to find the puck, but a good checking job by Holsinger on him, or Modano may have had an open net goal similar to the goal that Lehtinen had in Game 7 against Patrick Waugh and the Colorado Avalanche. Now Neuendijk back on the ice. Mike, so Buffalo, I think that right now Dallas feels go for it. They started with Carbonneau, then went to Modano, Neuendijk, Modano, and now back to Neuendijk. So they're trying to get the first goal here immediately with their big guys.
Miroslav Shatan turned it along. Jeff Sanderson lifted it further, sent back out again by Curtis Brown. Neuendijk twisting and then dropping it back in. Hasek behind, slowed it down for Schmelik. Richard Schmelik guided it the other way, and Sanderson took over. 3 minutes into the first period, Sanderson hit. Schmelik tries the other way. Shatan pivots back. Neuendijk on him. Sanderson now outlets. Brought back on by Shitnik and handed to Curtis Brown, leading goal scorer in the playoffs for Buffalo. Matvichuk dueling with Sanderson. Brown comes in. Dealing away Sanderson. Handcuffed Schmelik. Champed it behind, hoping for Brown. Unable to get there, it's fed on to Langenbrunner. Neuendijk. Ahead comes the captain, Darian Hatcher. Hatcher flipped it back in and went out to get it, and Hasek comes out too.
Now, Hasek won't stop, Mike. He's fearless with leaving the net. He just chips it away, the puck, that is.
Keane flips it to the back. Slugged along by Ludwig. Carbonneau with a centering toss, but it's Brown flipping it off the glass and into the seats. 3:53 gone first period. 2 shots apiece and no score.
The Flying Mile. Race fans gather at Daytona's Flying Mile.
Winning Daytona shows that the 300 is a spirited, full-blooded automobile with impeccable road manners.
Chrysler 300M, born like its ancestors with the most horsepower in its class.
No other car delivers this much motoring excitement.
She's a regular firecracker.
And now, Motor Trend 1999 Car of the Year.
If you looked into your local carrier's phone lines, What time period would they place your company in? Why live in the past when local's future is right through here? On Net, where local, national, and global all flow over one network owned by one company. Oh, and did I mention it'll save you money? On Net from MCI WorldCom.
If you're slimy, you'll make people very happy. Just put one cheek like this, and over the other cheek like this, and then you smile.
Hampton Inn. We learned our philosophy in preschool, not business school.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Get quality parts and brake service from just $79.99.
Pep Boys.
Cars like us.
People love us.
Early stages, first period. Michael Pekka is out, and this time opposite Guy Carbonneau. McKee. Dumped along by Dixon Ward. Pat Verbeek goes back. Rasmussen closes him off, and boy, does the glass ever shake from that.
And Rasmussen killed the icing.
It is Warrener handing it over to McKee. McKee with a shot. That booted back out.
Blocked shots. Buffalo, and you heard Joe Micheletti talk about it. This Dallas team blocks shots better than any team in the league. You've got to fake the shot, get the guy to drop down, and then go around him.
Guy Carbonneau threw it across, hacked out of the air, and then spiked to the front, but McKee is able to guide that one away. Sped back, and Zubov was unable to keep it alive. It's an offside.
Buffalo wants to find a way to get their shots on goal. They also have a system where the defenseman will pinch. That's Zhitnik. Here's the puck. Zhitnik feels the puck is going to come around the boards. Now, if Zhitnik pinches, he needs help. Stop it there, guys. Look at him pinch. But that's a forward, Sanderson, coming in to cover up in behind where Zhitnik was. Something to watch for with this Dallas team is they want to win those battles when the defenseman pinches. Here's Verbeek moving out. It looks like a goaltender catching with the right hand. Blocks the shot on McKee, and McKee got away with a trip, or Verbeek may have had a partial breakaway.
Ray Scapinello in his 19th Stanley Cup final dropped the puck for this faceoff, and it is flipped out of play. He's working tonight with Jay Shares, who is in his first Stanley Cup final as the linesman. Terry Gregson and Bill McCreary are the referees. 7th year for Gregson and the 6th year for Bill McCreary. The standbys are Dan Maruelli and Gord Brossiker. All of this is on merit. They started with 35 officials when the playoffs began, and they're down to 9 now.
19 for Scapinello, is that right?
19.
Oh, goodness.
He looks like a young man.
Yes, he does.
He?
Yes, he does. Everybody has short hair these days.
Thank you. Here's Hull trying to move in, and a shot is stopped by Hasek, and he sprawled and stacked the pads to make it. Turned back along the wall and battled for there. Kicked back over to Dixon Ward. It kicked back off of Lettinen, slugged by Chambers, blocked by Pekka, steered it ahead to Dixon Ward again. Ward wanting to work his way in, can't do it. Gary Lettinen turning with it, took some lumber from Ward. Lettinen freight trained by Pekka, and the puck could not be held in. As Schmeling passed back over to Zhitnik. Heavy hitting in this first period. 5:20 gone, and no score. Glad you're with us tonight for the first game of the Stanley Cup Finals on Fox. It is Madonna shoveling it across to Chambers again, who's been very busy tonight. Chambers stepped into by Wayne Primo. Puck run ahead for a drive that went scorching wide from Skrudland. Turned back along by Blake Sloan. Pivoting with this, but there's a lot of traffic behind the net generated by Dallas.
And Buffalo trying to reverse behind their own net to get away from this forecheck. Look at Sloan move in.
Man. Deflected out by Sanderson.
If anybody thought that Dallas may not be sharp early in the series, and I was one of them, wondering about after 7 games with Colorado, would they be sharp? They are.
Skrudland bumped by Sanderson, still has possession. Worked over by Sanderson's lacrosse checks, and Sanderson able to strip him of it and start away. Good move by Jeff Sanderson. Hands on to Wayne Primo, who dropped it in deep. Belfour to play. The team's in the midst of a change. Nice finesse move by him to give to Hatcher, and then it's lobbed back out. Stepping back in with it now, and driving one is Patrick, and Belfour was able to grab it off.
And the battle continues. James Patrick in his first Stanley Cup Finals with a good shot. Belfour looks calm. Hasek is a goaltender that the other team likes to prepare for. Here's a drill that Dallas had yesterday. Their third goaltender, Marty Turco's in the net. He's on his side. thinking that that's Hasek, who plays on the side a lot. The Stars decided to use drills where they were going to shoot the puck. Look at him. Turco there is covering his head with his glove. Here he's sticking the glove and leg up, around the defenseman and up high. He's got to feel like he's out duck hunting, and he's the decoy. So that was Dallas in practice yesterday, trying to prepare for that man, Dominic Hasek.
Are they ever deep in goal? Their backup, Turek, has not played in the playoffs at all, but is a goaltender that is probably going to be sought after in an expansion draft. Roman Turek, no playoff experience, but was the Rookie of the Month in February. Marty Turco, the IHL MVP, was the third guy that we just saw there. Manny Fernandez, another goaltender they have, just won the IHL Turner Cup Championship playing for the Houston Aeros.
And they came back to win that series over Orlando. So here we go. Joe Nieuwendyk on the ice. He was told a few moments ago by Bill McCurry, the referee, to not take dives. And McCurry went over to the bench and told him that. So at least the referees are being up front. Whoa!
Giveaway, and a shot is covered by Belfour.
There, Rasmussen in front. Buffalo wants big players in front. That means Primo or Rasmussen or Barada. And we have our first penalty. Turnover as the puck was thrown right up the middle. Holzinger was there, and Eddie Belfour makes a big, big save. Right from the draw, the puck will come back in behind the net. And watch here as Zubov fakes it, and it goes up the middle, under pressure. Juno to the front of the net. Rasmussen's there. And Belfour, well-angled play where he moved out and took away the shooting lane. Juno went in front, but then Belfour was able to find the shot. And there's Rasmussen moving in front. Zubov, the turnover. Zubov, the 2-minute penalty for roughing.
A tremendous power play for the Buffalo Sabres. 10 for 35 on the road. A 23% for the playoffs. That's just about double what their regular season was.
One of the things they're doing is Zhitnik is getting his shot through, and it's down low. Usually, if Zhitnik's not concentrating, it's up around the crossbar, and his own teammates don't want to stand in front of the net.
Well, here he is. He gives it over to Barnes. Barnes tried to work it in deep. It came back close quarters to Barnes. Down to the ice he went. Got it on back to Zhitnik. Then on a cross. Thrown by Woolley. Back over to Stu Barnes. He's had 4 power play goals for this team to lead them. Cleared back down by Keane.
Former NHL player Doug Jarvis coaches the penalty-killing unit for Dallas. He's brilliant. And this Dallas penalty-killing unit is awesome, as is the Buffalo power play. Something might give.
Woolley deflected it back in. Belfour jabbed it back off. Chambers and back out. Modano moving further. Modano's shot is blocked down by Woolley.
Modano, I'm sorry, Mike. Modano with Lettinen on the penalty kill. Up front, they each have a shorthanded goal in the playoffs.
Looking for another now. It is Mike Keane out in the shorthanded situation as it's rolled back in. Sent back around by Chambers, and stepping to it is Woolley. Modano tried to pitch it by and could not. Now he comes up with it, hands it back off of Keane, and Keane in a race with Zhitnik for it.
And Keane has the other shorthanded goal for this Dallas team in the playoffs.
An impressive one it was against Colorado.
Well, that took 3 players to get the puck away from Keane, and then in comes Carbonneau. Look at the job he's doing.
Oh.
Wow.
And he got it, and he...
Oh, baby, what a job by those 2 guys. Keane and Carbonneau.
39-year-old Guy Carbonneau. Back ahead, Lettinen, and a penalty coming up.
Shatan nailed Hatcher, and Shatan's going to go. Matvichuk skated over, wanted to get to Shatan. We've got a series right out of the box here in Dallas.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Pep Boys means quality parts and brake service from just $79.99.
Pep Boys.
Cars like us.
People love us.
Darian Hatcher on skates stands about 6'16". Watch him turn here to handle a puck, and boom! Shatan's got to hold up. Hatcher did turn his body. Shatan did not hold up, so it's a boarding call. And there was still 17 seconds to go on the Zubov penalty. When Zubov comes out of the box, he'll stay on the ice to help the power play. Boy, did Hatcher get hits. You don't see that often.
Sador to Hatcher. Flips one in front. That's shanked off the defense and paddled away by Hasek. Driven by Sador. But gathered in now by Rhett Warrener. The power play will begin for Dallas now. Zubov, who will be on it, is out of the box. Couldn't take the pass. McKee slugged it back down, and Ed Belfour blocked that one. So it's Nieuwendyk and Sador and Zubov, Jamie Langenbrunner, and Pat Verbeek on the power play for the Dallas Stars. Is bringing it ahead is Nieuwendyk. Joe Nieuwendyk dealt it to the point. Zubov there, some battling at the front of the net. Sador trickled one that's cut off by Patrick. Dumped back along by Pekka, kept alive by Sador. Deflected on by Nieuwendyk and sent by Zubov. That blocked by the defense. Joe Juneau for the shorthanded Sabres brings it on and trickles it back in.
Talked about Carbonneau and how well he kills penalties. So does Michael Pekka. Even though he didn't move the puck out of the zone on the last shift, he's a great penalty killer.
Curtis Brown is out now, shorthanded 37 in the dark uniform, and Brian Holsinger has joined him as we have an offside.
The Dallas power play did start to get better, as you see, against Colorado. Edmonton didn't do very well. The Stars won it 4 straight. St. Louis, they beat in 6 games. It climbed up a little bit. And then against Colorado, it really scored some big goals, beating the Avalanche in 7 games. And a lot of it had to do with not only Modano's line trying to score, but also Nieuwendyk and Langenbrunner. With this power play for Dallas, when they skate the puck up ice to the Buffalo zone, they've got 2 great puck transporters. One of them is Nieuwendyk, and he already did it here a few seconds ago, and the other is Modano. They can carry the puck through the neutral zone and quickly help them set themselves up in the offensive zone.
Mike Modano just turned 29 yesterday, and it's his 10th year in this organization. He was with that team that played for the Stanley Cup in '91, losing to Pittsburgh. The team was based in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis-St. Paul at that time. It's been down here 6 years. First trip to the finals for them since moving to Dallas, and the puck out of play. Well, let's go back to 1991 and see what Mike Modano looked like then as just a 21-year-old.
Oh, goodness, this is against Pittsburgh. Look at Mario Lemieux on the back check. He was off of Lemieux. Goaltender stopped, and Modano got the rebound in behind Tommy Barrasso. Another shot, another goal. So Mike Modano, they love him here in Texas, don't they? You know things are big, Mike, when you get on an airline and you travel across the country and you start reading the magazines. They got Celine Dion and where to go to dinner and what to do in Montreal. Right. Well, for Dallas, it's Mike Modano's viewpoint. What to do here in the Dallas area, what the better restaurants are.
That's why I didn't see you last night.
Well, I'd love to test food.
Yeah, well, you're going to be here for a while.
Jay McKee heading to the locker room. He blocked a shot earlier with his right skate. I think he's got a repair job. He blocked a point shot just in front of Dominic Hasek with his right skate, so he's probably having problems with that skate itself. Having it repaired now.
Half a minute to go, power play. Kept alive and shuttled over to Zubov. Big drive. Save Hasek. Rebound. Hasek did it go in and went off the post. And he's able to hang on. No goal line is on.
21 seconds to go now in the power play. It was Brett Hull. It was right there. Hasek stopped the second shot with his glove, and I think it was the third one that went off the post. Zubov has a great shot from the point. He's a great shooter, great passer. Now watch the left hand. The left hand there, oh, right there. Stops it, it goes off of Hasek and off the post. Off the glove, the helmet, the post, I believe, but not across the goal line. Look at Hull's quick stick twice. Oh my, it didn't hit the helmet, it hit his shoulder. Went back and got the goal post. Brett thought it was in, but it was not. Great positioning by the official on the play.
Richard Schmelik was 42, reaching in. Puck back to Zubov. 18 left power play. Big drive. Oh, and it ran off the post. The second post shot in about 10 seconds. Still no score.
How about the face-off win by Modano? Best team in the league behind Philly with face-off wins.
Modano sets it up for Hull. Score!
Brett Hull moves, look at him back out. He's getting ready. Now he's going to move across. Get open, get open. Now he knows. Rocket right through traffic of Michael Pekka and through the goaltender, Dominic Hasek. Here comes a shot. You see right through the legs. 2 goal posts and a goal on the power play for Dallas. Yeah, their power play looks alive and well, and it better be a warning to the Sabres. Neutral zone hit from behind, penalty to Shatan, and it cost them a goal against.
Madano and Letton assisted on Hall's 6th goal of the playoffs, his 3rd power play goal, and Dallas has struck first. Belfour pitched it off the glass. Verada kicked it further, thrown back behind, though, by Skrudland and taken by Sean Chambers. Fed ahead for Sloan. Moving after that, though, and blocking it away was Rhett Warrener. Kept alive by Sim, but given up to Jason Woolley.
Mike, it must be 6 times that Belfour's handled the puck, and he's really handled it well here in the first period. He has helped his defense.
Puck controlled along now by Verada. Got it to the back for a shot by Schmelik that was kicked aside by Sim. And then forced back down. If you don't want Belfour to handle it as much, what do you do if you're Buffalo on the attack?
Try to throw it in real hard so he can't stop the puck like there. Just like that, or softly in the cross corner. Now, Belfour has been good here in the first period. I think he's really taken away from that great Buffalo forecheck. Buffalo's game is to forecheck and hammer defensemen. They did it to Ray Bourque of Boston, but they can't here because Belfour is the first guy to the puck all the time. Now here's the other system they have. The one-man forecheck and clog up the neutral zone. Can they get through it? Nope. Offside.
Dallas struck first. The big sniper, Brett Hull, did it. What did the bench look like?
Poor Yuri.
Oh, you hate to see that happen.
Players in the NHL don't take that kind of abuse.
Someone make him stop!
So, you know, being an instructor with the Navy SEALs isn't all it's cracked up to be.
You are getting desperate.
No, I'm always like this. I really have no chance with you girls, do I? Be honest, I could take it.
Yes, but we cannot.
You all are like angels, I tell you.
This guy is making me sick.
Hey, you're not the only one.
We're here at Saskatoon's #1 cyber hockey cafe with hockey legends Gordie Howe, Stan Mikita, and internet guru Esther Dyson. We're talking hockey and technology.
Technology changes everything, even hockey.
Well, the NHL now has a website with instant scores and stats and streaming video.
I have a website.
Gordy, you have a website?
Doesn't everybody have a website?
Making friends for life, $0. Speaking your mind, $0. Believing in yourself, $0. Trying something new, $0. Being young, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Hull's strike by Dallas, and some carnage for Buffalo here early. They've lost a couple of players already.
Well, McKee is gone, I think, because of an equipment problem, and Groshek was injured on his first shift. He turned around and went backwards into the top of the boards in the glass. I think he jarred his back, and I don't know if he'll be back.
Jitnik put it in on Belfour. Hatcher took over there. Big defenseman out of Detroit, Michigan, 6th year as captain of this team. Laid it across to Richard Matvichuk, skipped one on. Nieuwendyk tried to get by and did! Blocked off by Hodjak. Bounced around behind, rushing to it, Langenbrunner. Langenbrunner fed for Hatcher, and it went back down and racing back for it. But unable to get there in time was Sanderson as Belfour dished it back off himself. Kept alive by Brown, but he couldn't force it through. Then it came to Sanderson, booted behind by Langenbrunner. Hatcher ridden off by Shatan. Hatcher able to reverse, though, and start it back. Pretty good duel with Shatan, and Langenbrunner had to help out. Guided back ahead for Joe Nieuwendyk. But Brown, 7.5 to go. The boards have been thumping. The glass has been bending. It does it here in Dallas because of the glass support system they have. It's old-fashioned, but it sure makes for fewer injuries from hits.
Penalty. Neutral zone against Buffalo again as Verbika's down. He was clipped Along the face, it's a high sticking call, and Dallas is rolling.
The biggest websites, from Amazon.com to Yahoo. And the biggest companies, from British Airways to General Motors, use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
The best way to cure athlete's foot so it won't come back is here. New Lamisil AT. So powerful, it does what no other brand can do. These take 4 weeks of treatment to kill the fungus. Lamisil AT is so powerful, with just 1 week's use, it stops the itching and burning and cures athlete's foot between the toes. So powerful, a clinical study showed 3 whole months later, users were still athlete's foot free. Now without a prescription. New Lamisil AT, the best way to cure athlete's foot fast so it won't come back.
The marvel of its aerodynamics, the sheer exhilaration of takeoff. It's enough to make an aerospace engineer jealous. Chrysler Concorde. With a 200 horsepower V6 engine that's remarkably powerful, yet fuel efficient. Now, lease a Concorde LX for $289 a month. Chrysler. Engineered to be great cars.
The internet is revolutionizing business. From egghead.com to eBay. From E-Trade to Excite. The companies that know the internet best use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
And in behind the trainer is Pat Verbeek. He took James Patrick's stick blade right to the chin, below the lower lip. He chopped at Patrick, and there's the stick going right down across the face of Verbeek. So it's a double minor penalty against Buffalo. Earlier, we showed you that Hasek drill. How he goes down and stacks the pads. That time Nieuwendyk was in tight. Hasek the save. I think Hasek better be good now. It's 1-0 in favor of Dallas. They have a power play goal. They did get 3 shots before they scored. So here we go. This is a key part of the game, Mike, right here. Double minor against James Patrick. 4-minute power play for Dallas, and they already have the lead.
McKee jostled, puck fed back to the point. Zador worked it on, dealt further. Zador again, looks to Zubov, shovels it back off, though, for Hull. Brett Hull, who has 1 goal already, the only one in the game, gets the pass back and feeds over to Zador. Tries the other side to Zubov. Now Zador. Angled one, and Madonna shanked it wide. Tipped to the front, couldn't be reached by Lettinen, and it's cleared down by Michael Pekka.
Dallas is really moving the puck well. Really well. They are very sharp. They called Bob Gainey in, their general manager, to talk to the players about being ready for the series and not to underestimate. Don't underestimate the Buffalo Sabres.
Brown couldn't get it. Langenbrunner is out there, number 15. He's got 4 of the 11 power play goals registered by Dallas in these 7 weeks. Zubov flings it back in. It angled over for Schmelik, tried to chip it further. That kicked off of Nieuwendyk, sent over for the pinching Zubov, but taken by Holzinger. Brian Holzinger spun one that came back to Zador, fed it in front. Zubov couldn't get it, but now retreats to the corner and dropped it off for Langenbrunner. Nieuwendyk sent it to a vacant point. Zubov had already gone in to make the earlier play. Under 6 minutes to go, first period. The shots are 6-4 Dallas and a 2-line pass with 2:40 to go in the double minor.
We talked about Bob Gainey, the general manager of these Dallas Stars. Guy Carbonneau, Brian Skrudland, Mike Keane, and Craig Ludwig. And if you think of all 4 of those players, they were teammates of his when Bob played in Montreal and won championships there. Every one of those 4 players has a great deal of leadership. Great deal of leadership. And Bob knows that. He wanted leadership for his team, so he reached out and brought in some very valuable people.
At that time, lines stayed together for quite a while. Guy Carbonneau was his line mate on one of the best defensive lines ever, and oftentimes it was Chris Nyland on the opposite wing.
Knuckles Nyland took care of a lot of the other business. Gainey and Carbonneau would kill the penalties when Knuckles was in the penalty box.
Knuckles would come back out and
go back in.
Yes. Bouncing puck, chopped at and sent back down.
Look at Belfort. Almost every chance he's right there to help his teammates out. Very comfortable. He's got confidence when you do it as much as he is.
Pitchforked in by Chambers. Warner drove it back off and back down.
Off the partition on the glass that keeps these panes together. You can't predict where the puck's going to go. You've got to be very careful as a goaltender leaving your net if the puck's up high on the glass.
Zubov ahead. Flew it back on to Madonna. Madonna's shot, and it went wide off of McKee. Tipped on by Lettman, taken by Madonna. Madonna had it kicked away, but it came back to Sador, and the shot went by the shrub form of Hasek. And thrown back out, just away from Michael Pekka. To the last 90 seconds of a double minor power play. Dave Reed brings it ahead. Reed tucked it behind Nieuwendyk there, has a man in front, feeds it to the back. Sador falls down, twisted it to the corner. Reed there, got it on to Langenbrunner. Langenbrunner looking for Reed, blocked out in front. Reed, oh, and a save by Hasek.
You know, Langenbrunner went behind the net. The Stars had 3 men back there to try to recover the puck. They did. And then Langenbrunner went, and they wanted to suck the defenseman in behind the goal line. They did. Got the puck in front on the second try. Look at Langenbrunner. Now watch Smellick leave his man, Reed, go down, and there's the first try, second try, boom. But Hasek was already there waiting. Hasek was there, down, goal stick across the ice surface, waiting. Look at him. He's already down waiting. Here's the shot, and a great save by Dominic Hasek with 1:11 to go on the double minor to James Patrick. Langenbrunner sucked the defenseman back there and then put the puck in front to Reed. Great play. Boy.
Well, you said he had to hold him in, and he did that time. Dave Reed broke into the NHL in 1983 with Boston and scored on only 6 of his first 7 shots. He did spend some time in Hershey in the minors, and then a lot of other places that he's traveled to, but a part of a possible championship for Dallas. He trickled that one back out.
He was riding a bicycle in Toronto, a courier service. He got a call from the Leafs and said, can you come back and play for us? So he got on his bike, rode to Maple Leaf Gardens, skated for them. Next thing you knew, he was back in the NHL.
On his bike?
On his bike. Here they have stationary bikes for conditioning now. The pay's a little better.
Wonder why he never touches it. 40 to go on this double minor power play, and it's still 1-0 Dallas. Rattled back in, and off the skates to Madonna. Madonna gets it back, hands it back on to Zubov. Zubov lifted it for Madonna. Mike Madonna dealt it in. Oh, and Nieuwendyk tried to hit Sador. Good conception on the play. It's Hall around behind. Out in front. Oh, and remarkable play made by Hasek without his stick. Zubov holds in the last 12 of the double minor. Over to Hall. Back to Zubov. Angles it across. Madonna a shot in and blocked off by Hasek. Out front again. And it's spiked away by Barnes. Still without his stick, and now he's retrieving it, but he lets it go. Zubov a shot deflected wide. Madonna circling around behind, got it back to the point. Sador turns to Madonna. It skipped loose. Brett Warner tries to chop it along. Penalty time is up, but the play continues, and the puck thrown back down, and Belfort says, let's keep it going. Zubov gives it across. Richard Matvichuk brings it ahead and just drops it in on Hasek with an easier play this time.
If he made the save on Nieuwendyk, it's a world-class save. He had no stick. Nieuwendyk had an open net.
Here is Sanderson moving in, but he's blocked off by Matvichuk and couldn't keep possession of the puck. 2:35 left in the first.
The speed of Sanderson nearly worked.
It chipped off for Beat. It's lifted along and out of play. 2:27 to go, first period, 1-0 Dallas.
Hey, get a load of the old-timer.
That there is the legendary Radio Robert.
Who?
20 years ago, he was unstoppable. Had a slap shot you could hear but could not see, hence the nickname Radio.
Yeah, well, they can call him Rusty Robert now. Hey, Rusty!
Don't say it, Tony.
Still got that shot, Tin Man? Let's see it. Oh.
Punk. Hey, maybe you should be a goalie, Tony. Tony?
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires take control.
I think 99 cents is a great deal.
It's incredible. It's huge for only 99 cents.
It's a good deal in any language. You think right.
I think in a hot day you should have a Frosty.
For 10 years, people have depended on Wendy's 99-cent super value menu.
I think I'm hungry.
Some of the Buffalo Sabres who are not in the lineup tonight. There are other Buffalo Sabres properties that are still playing in other cities, like Rochester and Providence. The Rochester Americans, the Sabres' very successful farm team, in the best-of-7 finals in the American Hockey League for the Calder Cup. The Providence Bruins, Boston's top farm team, has won the first 2 games, but the scene has shifted to Rochester for Game 3 tomorrow night.
Mike, there's some bangers on the ice right now. Sloan, Sim, 2 young players for Dallas who have a lot of energy. Rasmussen for the Sabres. Primo, big hitter.
Rasmussen ahead, dropped it back. Couple of players wipe out. Jammed along by Skrudlin into James Patrick. Ahead is Sloan. Save Hasek, and the rebound he got.
You know, Rasmussen dropped the puck behind him when he went over the Dallas blue line. You can't do that. You've got to go forward with the puck. And the fourth line for Dallas came back the other way, and the young player, Sims, slashed the puck away from Hasek, or tried to. Now, here's Hasek. Let's watch him roll us ahead and watch him lose the puck. Does he make the save right here? Bang. I don't know if he did or not. Let's watch again. I think it goes off his shoulder. Look at that. That was Newendike in front. Pass from behind the net. No stick. And boom. What a play. Now here's Madonna trying to go in front. Oh, he took a stick and a cross check from Warner. Oh, those are the trenches, folks, in front of the goal. Now here's Hasek on the last shot. Watch Sim come in and slash at his hand. That got Hasek going a little bit. All because Rasmussen dropped the puck back when he went over the blue line, hoping his teammate would be there and they'd move to the net. But you can't do that against Dallas. They're too good on the back check, and they counter. They counter quick the other way. Brian Skrudlin, watch the head. Ooh, oh boy, he's very, very lucky he didn't get caught. That is a major penalty. That is a major penalty. Headbutting is a no-no. He's very, very, very lucky, is Brian Skrudlin, that he's not in the Chateau Bow Wow, the doghouse.
Let alone the penalty box for a long time, or maybe tossed. Well, offensive zone face-off for Dallas. Guy Carbonneau against Curtis Brown.
This Brown line for Buffalo was their best line in the Toronto series. Now he goes against the great checker in Carbonneau.
Overskated by a pair, but flipped back out. Darian Hatcher crossed his arms on the stick to make the play and lofted back in on the backhand. And touch for Isaac. Coming up on the new Dodge Intermission, Susie Colber and Terry Crisp will bring you first period analysis. That's all coming up next at Intermission.
Well, nice to see that Susie and Terry can leave the palm trees in Los Angeles and head out to Dallas, where it's just as warm and a little more humid.
Yes, it cooled off to 95 today.
And they are hockey crazy here in this city, just like they will be when everybody gets into Buffalo. There they are, getting ready to go to work during the intermission. We call it work. Yeah. You got to turn the lights. You can't turn the lights on. Right? The goalies don't like it when you turn the lights on. One of the few face-offs now in the Dallas zone here in the first period.
Same 2 centermen as before. Whacked at by Sanderson. Oh, and Brown with a shot. Yep. And the toughest one faced thus far, aside from that one giveaway to the slot for Ed Belfour. This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, see the game come alive with sounds of the game in a 1986 World Series rematch when the Red Sox take on the Mets. Plus, other regional action. Coverage begins within the zone at 12:30 Eastern and Pacific on Fox.
Lenny Ruff coaches Buffalo. He said, sometimes we're going to try and know what we're going to do when we lose face-off deep in the Dallas zone. Recover the puck and try and get offense. They did it a previous face-off. They almost did it on that one. Dallas is so good on draws that Buffalo is going to try to make sure they do the right thing when they lose the draw, sometimes lose it on purpose.
Some of it is penalty killing, and Buffalo had a lot of that to do, but they've only gotten one shot in the last 7 or 8 minutes, and that was the one you saw from Brown just a moment ago. Shots in the period are 10-5 Dallas. Thrown to the front, but that off the outside of the goal. Tipped loose. Sanderson able to shovel it over to Brown. Brown fed it onto the back. Shot deflected. It went wide. And pulling the trigger was Dixon Ward. That Mitchuk got in the way, but Schmelik working for it. Jousted a bit with Hatcher. It's poked off the glass and came to the back. Penalty coming out.
And Schmelik is a defenseman. He was in deep. Here's Keane. He was wrapped up with Ward. And Lindy Ruff and the Buffalo Sabres have had trouble with penalties in first games of series. In Ottawa, game 1, 9 times shorthanded. In another series with Toronto, shorthanded early. Here they are against Dallas, shorthanded, shorthanded, shorthanded. Now this will be the 4th time in the period, Mike, and we're only in the first period. And this team has taken 3 minors in the neutral zone, and now Ward takes 1 in the offensive zone. This is killing them. This is killing them. Here he moves in with Keane. The puck's headed back to the point, and they get wrapped up. Well, Dixon not happy with the call there. He tried to hold his man up, and Keane did a good job drying it. That time I might agree a little bit with Ward on the play. But this is hurting this hockey club, Mike.
They've been shorthanded a good deal, but Dominik Hasek has been splendid except for the last tick of the clock on a shot that he had no chance on, a ripper from Brett Hull. It's the only goal so far.
How many power plays has Buffalo had? Right?
Nil.
So it's hurt them, yeah.
Yeah, just a fraction of one, really.
Yeah, just a very short one, and Chetan took the penalty when they were on the power play. So this is, you just can't go on the road against a terrific team like Dallas and kill yourself with penalties early in the game like this. You don't develop any flow. You're on your heels. Your defensemen are getting punished. Hasek's getting work. Unless you can surprise everybody and get one shorthanded.
Well, they have Michael Pekka out with Joe Juneau to do that. Hasek set it up behind. Drilled back down the ice, and Pekka will go back after that. Ed Belfour will be forced to make a play and turns it along to Zubov. The last 15 seconds of the first period, and here comes Brett Hull. Fed it across for a shot that is blocked by the defense and cleared out of play.
What a pass by Brett Hull. He moved into the zone. He saw the defenseman who had his stick extended. He put the puck between the stick blade and the skate blades. Watch this. McDonald stays onside, goes wide. Look where the pass is. Right underneath the shaft of the stick. And McDonald really fanned on the shot. Didn't get it through to Hasek as the Stars knew the period was running low. Look where he puts the puck. Past both defenders. Warner does a good job getting across and blocked the shot, which wasn't a good one by Mike Modano, as Brett Hull looks pretty good here in the first period.
The penalty killers will get a rest, and so will the power play 9.7 from now, provided that there's no more damage to Buffalo.
What happened with Nieuwendyk here? Good face-off man. He's got Sador behind him, or did he try to go deep with it? He's got Sador and Zubov on the near side. See? Set play.
Hull put it in on Hasek, jabbed it to the corner. Turned along by Barnes to Holsinger, and the horn sound.
Dallas is good on draws, aren't they? Oh. They set that play up, got the shot, hoping for a rebound, but Hasek put it in the corner. I think Buffalo's got to find a way to stay out of the penalty box to develop offensive flow, and Dallas looked like they were really good and ready early.
The end of the first period. With the score on Brett Hull's goal, the Dallas Stars won, the Buffalo Sabres nothing. Susie Calver and Terry Crisp will be along with the New Dodge Intermission Report after these messages and a word from your local Fox station.
The Stanley Cup Finals on Fox are brought to you by Chrysler, engineered to be great cars. By 10-10-220, dial it and talk up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents. By Wendy's Super Value Menu, you can depend on it. And by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NHL.
Fox Sports News, the electron microscope of sports reporting.
Single? Watch Cooking for One.
We're gonna make brownies. Who cares if you get fat? No one's seen me in my underwear in 5 years.
Mad TV Primetime, Friday at 9/8 Central.
Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week, 1 p.m. Eastern and Pacific.
Hi, I'm Ross Salino.
And I'm Steve Barnes. Vera Capilano came to us with a big case.
I was in a car accident and my leg was crushed.
The insurance company didn't want to pay Vera what she deserved.
I wanted the best attorneys I could find, so I called Salino and Barnes. They settled my case for big money, and now I'm set for life.
If you've got a big injury case, call us.
We'll personally review your case for free. Salino and Barnes, 854-2020.
You gotta love people. All winter long, everyone says it's too cold. And then summer comes, we get a nice stretch of heat, and everyone says it's too hot.
People, let's make up our minds. Well, thank goodness for Tim Hortons iced cappuccino. It's the perfect summer treat. That'll beat the heat. It's creamy, smooth, it's deep down cool, and it's just $1.99. Hey, this iced cap cools you down when it's hot, which is good, because you wouldn't want to be hot when it's hot.
Hello, I'm Paul Eckert, president of AOP Solutions. I'll talk fast, these spots are expensive. Prime time to tell our customers thank you for your business and trust during the last 10 years of our company's growth. The Sabres are winners, and so is AOP. We're adding technology jobs daily. In fact, in acquisition liability 98, business is so good, we bought our company back. AOP Solutions is document management, network services, fax, and digital copiers. AOP team to the Sabres team. Let's go, Buffalo! Let's go, Buffalo!
Our best selection of new Fords ever. Our best selection of used vehicles ever.
What Ford can be Ford great can't be bet.
We're out to sell them all.
Save up to $9,000. Plus,
Push forward or drag it in, we'll give you at least $3,000. Use Ranger or Spire Escort. $49 down, just $149 a month. 97 grand down, just $49 down, only $189 a month. So pick up that phone and call 625-8181, or better yet, come on down. Today through Saturday at Lockport Gambino Ford. Hi, Mom.
It's a symbol of excellence, of effort, of excitement.
Another shot is gone! No, what a check! Leclerc with a shot. Score! Hat trick, John Leclerc. Fire's gone!
Congratulations to Philadelphia's John Leclerc, winner of this year's Bud Light Plus Minus Award.
Guilty score!
The Golden Brand comes up with the first goal of the Stanley Cup Finals as the Dallas Stars lead the Buffalo Sabres 1-0. Back with you from Reunion Arena in downtown Dallas, and welcome to the New Dodge Intermission Report. Susie Calver alongside Terry Crisp. Now, we know in a game this big, it takes the guys time to settle down, but kind of surprising that the first big mistake comes from veteran defenseman Sergei Zubov.
And Susie, I know you're going to have first game jitters. You expect the adrenaline and the emotion to be pumping, but hey, these are not the giveaways you want to see. Zubov has the puck. He just takes it from behind the net. He just blindly throws it from behind his own net right out. Holzinger says, thank you very much. But thank God Eddie Belfer is Johnny on the spot for him. And we're talking about emotion. We said, Chatan will make an impact. Hey, Chatan, not this kind of an impact. Hitting Hatcher from behind. Belfer showed discipline and went and took him out of the play.
Now, the Stars know, especially after their series with Colorado, they can't get carried away with the physical stuff. They have to be patient. And then comes the other guy you talked about in the pregame.
Mr. Brett Hull doing what he does best. On the power play, you don't leave him alone. He just simply takes the puck, perfect position on the blue line. He just pounds that puck through the 5-hole on Belfer. This is what they brought Brett Hull to do. This is what he's going to do, Susie.
And Brett Hull getting what he wants to. He spent 11 seasons in St. Louis, never got this far. So now all his grinding, all his two-way play is paying off.
And you know that he's excited to be here. He wants Lord Stanley, nothing left.
As the New Dodge Intermission Report continues, we'll hear from Brett Hull. Some of you will join your local news. The rest of you will be right back here with us.
Welcome to Camp Flight 101. To master hang time, you got to make the air your friend. All right? Yeah. Let's go, people. What you waiting on? Jump out there and shake hands with the alley-oop. Let's go, let's go. Blood of that basket. He's worried about the landing. Got to worry about the shot. Jump up, let out. Don't tell me I got to bring the shot clock out now. Come on. Ooh, flagrant foul on H2O. Come on, man. I want to see more alley. Let's oops.
If you looked into your local carrier's phone lines, what time period would they place your company in? Why live in the past when local's future is right through here? On net, where local, national, and global all flow over one network owned by one company. Oh, and did I mention it'll save you money? On net from MCI WorldCom.
Possum, rabbit, convertible.
drives like a Hummer. And right now, during Napa's big sale days, you can win a 1999 Hummer, a 52-inch RCA TV, or one of over 6,000 Coleman coolers. Plus, save on hundreds of items. Stop by a participating Napa Auto Parts store today.
Doesn't your body love fruit?
Everybody loves fruit.
Hanging fruit? Chilled fruit? Cool fruit?
Everybody loves fruit.
Bodies in motion, and bodies at rest. The new Cotton Boxer collection from Fruit. 100% cotton, 100% comfort, 100% fruit.
Everybody loves fruit.
Cotton Boxers from Fruit of the Loom. Go out and get it.
Do you, Yahoo?
Day 82. Coldest day yet. Even the dogs won't move. Still no radio contact and supplies are running low.
I brought you some cookies and some nice hot cocoa. Bye-bye, dear.
No matter how bad conditions get, there are a few things you can always count on. The Go Anywhere Jeep Cherokee is just one of them. Now get a Cherokee and get all these features at no extra charge.
Go inside George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic for an exclusive look at the making of the Phantom Menace. From Star Wars to Star Wars, next Tuesday at 9/8 Central.
What will our fans find most intriguing about the European League? It's football, and it's football as they know it. You still see the same things that excite you about football in this country, and so that's why people watch it.
NFL Europe on Fox, Sunday.
And how good do you think this feels? Brett Hull played in St. Louis for 11 seasons, never made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. And welcome to the new Dodge Intermission Report, where the Stars lead the Sabres 1-0 thanks to Brett Hull's first period goal. Now, Hull admits that everything the Stars do is opposite to everything he used to do as a player, but right about now, I think that's okay. Joe Micheletti is standing by with the Golden Brett ice side. Joe?
Brett, your coach this morning was concerned about the emotional level of your team. You played a terrific first period. Were the players worried at all after coming off that Colorado series?
Well, I don't think so with the veteran leadership we have and you know, the experience in this kind of a situation with Guy Carbonneau, Mike Keane, Brian Skrula, and Craig Love. They're not going to let the guys do that, and we know what's at stake, and we just go out and we just said, let's keep playing our game and don't change anything.
You scored the power play goal in the first period to make it 1-0. Your power play had struggled to score goals in the playoffs. Did you change anything?
Nothing. You know, we have a kind of a different philosophy than I've ever had on a power play, and it's not a matter of course, you want to score, but as long as you're doing the right things and showing the guys on the ice that are usually drawing the penalties for us to be out there, and as long as we're showing them we're working and doing the things and keeping the momentum, that's the most important thing.
There's been so much talk about this series and the goaltending matchup. You're a great goal scorer. You're going against one of the top goaltenders in the world. Do you change anything, or what's your philosophy playing against Hasek?
Well, I think, you know, as great as he is, a two-time MVP, he still plays basically the same style as everyone else, and he goes down after the first shot. You have to get it up, and most of the guys in this league now are susceptible 5-hole, so you try to hit that spot from a distance and when there's traffic. So I think you have to bear down on the second shot more with a guy like Dominic because he's so quick and good.
We appreciate your time. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Joe. My pleasure.
Let's go back upstairs to Susie Culver.
Okay, Joe, now we've talked so much about Brett Hull changing his style. Is that the way of the NHL? You want to be on a great team, be a great player, you have to play both ways?
It is now, Susie, for the simple fact that Brett Hull said it. The leadership in the dressing room, even the greatest player in the world, they cannot do it alone. They need a core support. And when a good player like Brett Hull comes in, he has to accept the fact that, hey, his role might change a little bit. He accepted that fact in Dallas. He bought into the game scheme, and you hear him say all the time, we, our system.
Well, Brett Hull knows that he's going to play two ways if it means getting a Stanley Cup. As the new Dodge Intermission Report continues, we'll send you back to Doc and JD. Eddie Belfour trying to prove his critics wrong. He's got a shutout after one.
So what you're saying is you can't change your oil every 3,000 miles because you're too busy. So you push it. Just like your cheap brother-in-law at one of those all-you-can-eats. Hey, it's your car. You want to learn the hard way? Be my guest. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. You ought to change your oil on time, but if you can't, can you say insurance? Quaker State. It's been tested. It works. What more do you need to know?
Nice album. CDs. You sound like Dad. They're from Play, from Columbia House. Music Club? Been there. Forgot to send back those cards? Got stuff I didn't want. It's different with Play. No reply cards or unwanted CDs. And check out the Play website. Easy ordering, email, hassle level 0. CD samplers with new artists and 12 CDs as soon as you join. Come on, let's go play.
Visit play.columbiahouse.com or AOL keyword CH Music or watch your mail.
Stars shining bright above you. Night breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Cab forward space and available CD. Dream a little dream of me. The next Neon, a lot more to love.
Wendy's, home of the official hamburger of the NHL, presents the play that made the difference. Western Conference Finals, Game 7. One team plays for the cup, the other goes home. In a moment, the play that made the difference.
Hey, Dave, I heard you used to be a goalie, too.
Yeah, I was pretty good.
Where should I play? Play for them. Hi, Dave. Hi.
Oh, nice save, Dave. That's how I won the game.
After a day on the ice, nothing tastes better than Wendy's Big Bacon Classic. It's hot and juicy, and with biggie fries and a cold drink, now that's a meal.
Have you won any big games?
Well, we did win that Stanley Cup.
That's nice.
Wendy's Big Bacon Classic, the official hamburger of the NHL.
Chance for 2-on-1. Kane again. Kane scores!
In the second period, Mike Keane secured a finals berth with the play that made the difference.
They will go to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Sabres. Stars. Eyes on the prize. It's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals, Thursday on Fox.
Here in Dallas, the Stars ahead of the Sabres 1-0 at the end of 1. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, the NHL's annual salute to the fans of finalist cities has brought 18 glorious trophies to Dallas. 7,000 people waited as long as 2 hours. The focal point of all of this, the oldest trophy competed for by professional athletes in North America. 106 years old, the Stanley Cup. Over 2,000 names of champions are etched on it. Etched now. At one time, they were scratched on with a nail or with a knife. 30-odd pounds, lifted by NHL champions over the last 72 years. It'll stay in one of these cities in a couple of weeks.
That 70s show is back.
I saw Mom and Dad having sex.
See new episodes starting Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Boring meetings, working through lunch, tons of email. Okay, let's talk the weekend and the car to get you there, Chevy Cavalier. With more power than Honda Civic DX and more room than Ford ZX2, Cavalier can get you as far from Monday as possible. Add standard anti-lock brakes, and Cavalier is 1999's best-selling small car. Chevy Cavalier. The more you know, the better it looks.
Now you can leave your checkbook at home. Lease a Chevy Cavalier for only $199 a month for 36 months with zero due at lease signing.
I'm a cook here at Bob Evans Restaurant. I get to barbecue. Top that. We put this wildfire sauce on chicken. We put it on ribs. I mean, this sauce has attitude. Smoky, sweet, bold sauce. It's sauce that sleeps with its boots on. I don't even know what that means. This is the invention of my lifetime. You know, they say fire, they say the wheel. No, wildfire barbecue sauce. Come on down to Bob Evans. Try the sauce. Man, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it.
The Hamilton Laser Eye Institute is proud to offer U.S. and Canadian residents the advanced
quick and painless LASIK procedure at an affordable price.
I've worn glasses for 35 years.
I do a lot of sports. Contact lenses always bothered my eyes.
Members of the surgical team are the most experienced in the area.
Incredible. I feel it as the best investment I've ever made. I went home and took my glasses and threw them in the garbage. Don't need them at all. It's wonderful. It's the best thing. Go and do it.
Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation.
This is Energy Today with tips on convenient bill payment services. The easiest way to pay your gas bill is with National Fuel's Direct Payment Plan. This service is free, simple to apply for, and allows you to pay your monthly gas bills automatically from your checking account. With direct payment, you'll receive notice well in advance of the date your bill will be deducted from your checking account. To enroll in the Direct Payment Plan, call National Fuel at 1-800-365-3234.
I'm going Cup crazy with Fox 29.
You're watching the Stanley Cup Finals on Fox. The Stanley Cup Finals on Fox are brought to you by Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC. By BF Goodrich Tires, Take Control. By Yahoo, do you Yahoo? And by Quaker State for protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions.
In the heart of Texas, one of the few rails my partner wasn't ridden out of town on. 1-0, Dallas ahead. Second period about to get underway. Let's take a look at the Bud Light stats. Through the first period, the shots 11-5, scoring chances 8-1, face-offs rather close. And the penalty minutes, the big story there too.
Yeah, Buffalo's got to find their game, Mike. They've got to kill off a minute 11 of Dixon Ward's penalty and then find their game, develop some forecheck. One of the more interesting numbers from the first period, if you add up shots on goal, the Stars had 11. They missed the net 11 times, so that's 22 they attempted, and then there was 10 shots blocked by the Buffalo Sabres. That adds up to 32. If you add up what the Sabres did offensively, 5 shots on, 1 missed, and 5 blocked. That's 11. 32-11 shots attempted at the nets. A lot of it has to do with Buffalo taking penalties, some accidental. They've got to get smarter and find their game if they can kill this penalty off first.
Dominik Hasek has been strong, and it's a good thing. He's got a minute yet of his team being short. Sador blasted back in. It kicked over to Joe Juneau. Tipped it along behind. Hull fed back to Sador. He's got Zubov. Angles in the corner for Modano. Flicked it around behind. Mike Pekka to the hash boards to battle. And it's pitchforked back out again by Richard Schmelik. Right back along to Modano. To the Schmelik corner. Chipped into traffic, back for Sador. Hands it on to Brett Hull. Right back across off the tip of the stick of Juneau. And Hull with a shot. And it got the outside of the goal. Boy, nice return pass from Zubov. Hull gets it again. 5 shots in the first period for him. Sador, and that one blocked. Started back out again by Zhitnik in the final 13 of the shorthand.
You talked about Hull with 5 shots. All 5 he attempted went on goal, Mike. 5 for 5. There he had the shot blocked by Schmelik. So Brett Hull's finding open ice, and his teammates are finding him the puck.
Modano, but that one blocked back to neutral ice. Ward is out of the penalty box, and Zubov recovers to hand over to Richard Matvichuk. Matvichuk back on now to Dave Reed, who laid it ahead for Nieuwendyk. He escapes in front. Oh, and a wonderful diving play by McKee, as he was able to cancel that opportunity out. Along now to Chatan. Kept alive by Nieuwendyk. Twisting with it is Dave Reed. Reed fed it back. Hatcher a shot, save, and a paddle away by Hasek. Off a glass support, it kicked back over to Chatan. Hatcher racing back for the icing. Cancels. Wheeling with it is Jeff Sanderson. Sanderson again, flicked it along, but it went off Nieuwendyk. Down to the ice, Nieuwendyk, 2 minutes played, second period. Jamie Langenbrunner for Nieuwendyk. Chopped at by Patrick. Sanderson again. Jeff Sanderson's pass is handed out to Chatan, and up the wing. It's Brown with a drive, and it's deflected away.
A nice pass by Chatan to Brown. Buffalo got the job done in killing the penalty. Now they've got to find their offensive game. as a whistle sounds for a hand pass.
Joe Micheletti downstairs.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. We just saw that opportunity by Brown going down the wing on the boards. That's what Buffalo wants to try and do in this period. Stay wide and use their speed. The other thing the Buffalo coaches talked about was this is a very young team. They were very nervous. They took short shifts, so they spent most of the intermission just calming everyone down and getting them ready to play the second period. Obviously, Dallas was happy with the way they played, and Hasek was what they expected. Back to you, Doc.
Well, let's see Jay McKee with this defensive gem again.
Well, his partner, Warner, was beaten to the outside, and McKee came across to help his partner out and made a great play. Here's Chatan's backhand pass. Just throw it ahead of Brown. Let him skate into the puck. Does Belfour get a piece of this? I think it went off a part of Belfour and maybe part of the goalpost to crossbar. That was a rocket by Brown, who loves to go high with his shots.
John Sim was shaken up in the first period, but back out, 49 in white. Zubov a shot, and it is grabbed and then tended away by Dominic Hasek. Holsinger steps aside. Played it, but too far up the wing for Juneau. A handcuffing pass, but Woolley recovers. Tried for Juneau, but instead grabbed off by the Stars, and Zubov flipped it ahead. Could not angle it through.
Groshek has not returned for the second period. That back acted up after one missing body check, and he ran into the glass and boards. So, boy, he didn't last at all, Mike. First shift, he was hurt.
Played back out now for Rasmussen. Boy, it's been a nagging problem for him and for the Sabres. Rob Ray was the one significant scratch in terms of players who have seen quite a bit of action in these playoffs, and so Ray might be in the next game. Thrown back across by Sador.
Groshek is a big, strong forward who can drive to the net and also drive the opposition crazy. That's a big loss. If he hadn't been healthy, and he hasn't been throughout a lot of the playoffs, he means a lot to his team.
The hitting continues. Primo went down on that hit from Pat Verbeek. And again, it's lobbed back for Hasek to play, and then Verbeek went down.
Yeah, he was hit by Zhitnik.
On back to Hatcher. Shovels one. Save made by Hasek. Not with the stick, but I think with his skate after it had gotten by the stick. 4 hard-fought minutes here in the second have passed. Clock stopped. No change in the board. Brett Hall's goal is the only one.
Hello? What's the deal?
Look, my friends, the girls are checking us out.
Maybe it's broken.
They want us. Our physiques are driving them wild.
They're just standing around doing nothing. Like my ex-boyfriend. Typical guys.
This is why I play this game, boys.
This game is lame. Let's find some real guys.
Hey, they'll be back. They're just playing hard to get, huh?
The galaxy's most legendary heroes, fearsome villains, and coolest vehicles. Now available to take home and play with at Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. Right now at participating Pizza Hut locations, you can get one of these Pizza Play Stuffed Star Wars Episode 1 toys, 99 cents each with every pizza purchase. You can get them at Pizza Hut or even get them delivered.
Select road. Validating tires.
What kind of road can you drive on with B.F. Goodrich tires? Any road you choose. B.F. Goodrich tires. Take control. The new all-terrain TAKO. Go anywhere, anytime. See your B.F. Goodrich tire retailer today.
Here's a Hatcher wrist shot. You can see the goaltender try the stick save, but he backed up his pad behind the stick in case. And Hasek, kind of a surprising save with his leg pad.
Ludwig's shot deflected to the glass by the Buffalo defense. Warrener cleared it along. Kept alive, though, by Lettinen and fed over for Modano. Challenged again by Warrener. Modano dealt it in behind. It's fed over for Lettinen. Skate the stick control. Battles there with Pekka. Emerges and then is sent right down to the ice by Michael Pekka.
Pekka's line did not register a shot during the first period, but he spent the majority of the time killing penalties.
Ian Dixon, Ward, Václav Varada are out for Buffalo. Warner on defense for Buffalo. It's fed on through for Dixon Ward, who backhanded it in. Belfour jammed it along, and it's thrown back further by Sean Chambers. Fed to the slot, and Pekka shot that's blocked high by Chambers, and bounces in, and they say no goal.
And Verada's going to get a penalty. This is going to go from what would have been a Buffalo goal to a penalty against the Sabres. Verada made contact, I think, with Eddie Belfour. Belfour made a great save. The puck climbed up and over top and went down behind him and over the goal line. Chambers was in front. The puck off the shoulder. Belfour doesn't know where it is, and see the contact? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. The NHL referees have called everything regarding contact with goaltenders, especially after the first 2 games of the Leaf-Buffalo series. There's contact. With the right arm on the shoulder of Belfour, he was knocked off balance. The puck went in, and Verada goes from seeing his team tie the game up to the penalty box for goalie interference.
Another power play for Dallas.
Right now, Lindy Ruff is really upset over at the player's box as he's talking to Bill McCreary. It was Terry Gregson who made the call. He's talking to McCreary, and he's saying that we've been told that he's saying that Belfour took a dive. And Belfour, it wasn't much of a bump to knock Belfour off balance. And if Belfour did take the dive, it certainly worked. There's a shot on the shoulder, and there's a skates catch. Do the skates catch too? I don't know. And Belfour went down, didn't know where the puck was, and it just jumped over the line. Terry Gregson was to the left side, in behind Madonna. I believe he's in behind Madonna, watching the play develop. There's the bump, off balance, and down goes the goaltender, Belfour. The referee said penalty. There was contact. The rule says they're not fair game, and Lindy Ruff went from seeing the game tied to the young player Verada taking a penalty. Boy, that's got to be mentally tough on the Sabres.
Jitnik drilled it wide. Laid along by the Dallas Stars, and Joe Nieuwendyk jammed it back for Sador. Flung it back in deep. Sent behind for Jitnik. Jitnik fired it off the glass. Brought back out again. Nice control, and it's worked across for Brown, but he was denied as Holsinger fed a nice pass to him. But Dallas stood up at their own line. Half a minute gone on the penalty kill for Buffalo. Angled around behind. Langenbrunner taken to the wall. Jitnik turning with it there. Schmelik flung it back down.
5th power play for Dallas. Half their shots in this game so far on the power play. Buffalo's had 1. It didn't even last the full 2 minutes.
Dixon Ward wanted to get it through to Stu Barnes. Settles, though, on Rhett Warrener. And then it's dropped back in. 14 shots to 6 Dallas. 6 minutes played as of now in the second period. Brett Hull's goal, the only one. Sador, and a save made by Hasek.
Nice move by Daryl Sador, moving in deep on the power play. Did get the shot. Hasek held on. Face-offs with Dallas. When they're on the power play, they have set plays. A lot of set plays to try and set up their offense. Here's Sador reading. Nobody really opened because his teammates had to stop at the blue line to stay on side. Warner now moves across. McKee was there, and Hasek played it beautifully and held on. Hasek has the key on the shooter right now. Square up. He's square. Here comes the puck. And a nice, cool save. Just watch this Dallas team if they win the drop. There'll be somebody over on the right side as an out. They've got 4 men up.
All to Hatcher. Hasek. All worked over. Michael Pekka did that and lifted it out.
Hasek with a good little play. He's good. He's good, and he's fearless at leaving the net, chipping the puck away. And that helped his teammates move it out of the zone.
Darian Hatcher brings it ahead. 25 left on the power play. Oh, the glass support just wide. Oh, what a bounce. Lettman. Madonna fed one. It came back to Chambers. Save Hasek. And he hangs on.
A big save by Dominic Hasek. Mike, we said earlier in the first period, goaltenders have to be careful. Hasek didn't even play. I don't think he played in the game here in Dallas, did he?
On opening night,
he did. Yes, Biron played the game in Buffalo. He doesn't play here very often, so you don't understand the glass. It's awful. The puck was up. It went off the partition. He was out of the net, almost missed it, and there's Chambers with a big shot, and Hasek making a good save. That, ooh, baby, that almost knocked the helmet off the head of Red Hall with that shot from behind that Pekka got away with. Get tough when you're already down a man. Sometimes the referees will let it go, and that time they did. Watch the glass when you're a goaltender here in this building. You can't wander if the puck's off the glass. Wander to stop the boards.
Matvichuk shot. Hasek goes out. Meanwhile, Zhitnik is taken care of for Verbeek. The Dallas fans don't like it. 2 seconds and 1. Verada standing and is back out on the ice, and the penalty again has been killed. Chopped at by Schmeling. Puck came loose and is flipped onto Verada. Handcuffed, and he couldn't find it. Mike Keane could put it into the glove of Hasek, and it's tended away. And a collision at the front.
Penalty.
Who gets this penalty?
It's going to be Zhitnik. He flattened Verbeek twice. Got called on the second one. It's interference because the goalie had the puck.
When your friends are quite tall, yet there's room for them all, that's amore. When your foot hits the gas and you're off in a flash, that's amore. When a car makes you drool just like pasta fagioli, that's amore. The next Neon, a lot more to love.
When I grow up, I want to file all day.
I want to claw my way up to middle management. Be replaced on a whim. I want to have a brown nose.
I want to be a yes man.
Yes, woman.
Yes, sir. Coming, sir.
Anything for a raise, sir.
When I grow up, I want to be underappreciated.
Be paid less for doing the same job.
I want to be forced into early retirement.
Monster.com. There's a better job out there.
Today, Nortel Networks is changing the way businesses communicate.
Here come old Flat Top. He come grooving up slowly. You got Juju eyeball. He's saying, I know you. You know me. One thing I can tell you is you've got to be free. Come together.
Bringing it all together with the true power of the Internet.
Come together.
Nortel Networks.
Right now.
How the world shares ideas.
Over me.
Zhitnik interference at 7:07. Power play 6 for Dallas.
Sabres are committing hockey suicide here. They're on their heels. They're asking Hasek and the penalty killing unit to do a lot.
Neuendijk, Reed, and Langenbrunner with Sador and Zubov.
Oh, what a nice try by Brown, but they threw him out of the face-off circle. Zhitnik flattened Verbeek twice. The first time was a beauty. Here's the second one. The goalie had the puck. He's playing the puck, and Zhitnik flattened Verbeek. You can't blame the referee on that one. Here's a good hit. Verbeek just had the puck and got nailed. About 3 seconds later, Verbeek got up, went to the net, and Zhitnik flattened him again. And Zhitnik deserved the penalty. Now here's Jay Sheriff talking to Curtis Brown. When the puck was dropped, Brown just turned around and used the skate to kick the puck back. They blew the whistle right away and reset without Brown taking the draw. The other now face-off man is Holzinger. They're both centermen. If you watch Brown here, I mean, he just turned before the puck even got down. They threw him out for it.
Zubov a shot, save Hasek, and the rebound picked up by McKee. Brett Warner drove it back out of play. Still 1:48 remaining on the power play with 12:41 midway in the second period, and still 1-0 Dallas.
So Holzinger had to go in. His team loses the draw. And here's the shot. As you see, Langenbrunner trying to find the puck and did a pretty good job of it. As McKee helped out, moving the puck away from Dominik Hasek. Boy, these defensemen are asked to do a lot here when all you do is kill penalties. The puck's in your zone. You're trying to block shots. You're trying to handle big forwards like Dave Reed in front of the net. It's exhausting. And we haven't even reached the midpoint of the game, and Buffalo's been shorthanded now a 7th time. Remarkable.
Off the face-off test, it's Reed. Reed dealt it along. Sador wanted it. He's got it. Sador back across to Zubov. Back to Sador. Angles it for a shot that's deflected wide by McKee. That came from the stick of Neuendijk. Reed closed off, so it's Neuendijk's puck to play. Hands it to the back to Zubov. Neuendijk again. Into Brown, recovers to Zubov, hands to Sador. Sador with a shot that's deflected into the seats.
Good job by Holzinger. He got out there and deflected the shot. Dallas trying to get traffic in front of Hasek. Early on this power play, they had 2 men in front, and they tried to get the shot through. Langenbrunner and Reed, look at that, 2 guys. the primary thing to do is to screen Hasek and find a rebound. And Langenbrunner and Reed were facing the shooter the whole time to try and set the screen up. Look at them face the puck. The two men in front are facing where the puck is. And Hasek has to do a great job moving around, and that was Holzinger blocking the wrist shot from the point. Did a great job. One thing about Hasek, conditioning level, this type of game won't hurt him.
Zubov. Dealt it along now for the turning Modano to Zubov. Modano shoves it across. Sador there. Fleck back on, and Patrick tries to clear. Sador read that one. Halfway through the penalty kill. Sador, nice move, shoots, and a save made by Hasek. Cam back along Lettinen. Led it back over to Modano. Modano to the back. Zubov is shot, and it went wide. I don't know if Hasek could see that one. Dealt in close quarters to Juneau. On back to Patrick, couldn't clear. Modano hands it back to Sador. Sador for Modano, able to hold it in at the blue line and keep the play alive. Mike Modano checked by Juneau. Puck fed along by Patrick and back out.
A great penalty kill. Dallas with a couple of shots that went wide. 22 seconds to go now in the Zhitnik minor.
Oh, and Belfour tumbles down to the ice. Hustling back ahead now is Zubov. Zubov, step by one, had it chopped off his stick to the last dozen of the power play. Knocked away from Mike Modano, fed on by Zubov. Follow-up comes from Stu Barnes. Lobbed on back in. Brett Warner to play it there. Rammed into by Langenbrunner. Penalty time again is up. Buffalo has killed another one. Zhitnik with a nice feed across to Jay McKee. McKee walking it ahead. Fires. Save made by Belfour. Matvichuk clears it out.
And Buffalo has found a way to stay in this game. Short-handed now 7 times. They're hanging in there.
Zhitnik cut up high. Verbeek drops it back. Nieuwendyk a shot. Save Hasek, and he covers.
Zhitnik got hit up high right on the right side of his face outside the blue line. There could be some penalty being called here. Yes.
Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Out and out refreshment.
It's 1-0 Dallas, and you're not going to believe this one. Ward's going to go. 2 minutes for roughing, and it was back in there. The referee's got the arm up, way in the offensive zone. Ward went in, manhandled the defenseman, and penalty. Here's Zubov, Juneau, and the collision where Belfour went down. No penalty on that one, but it was Ward in the offensive zone, and Ward didn't even argue the call. He just went right to the penalty box. Mike, this is hard to believe. This team has really got to find a way to catch itself, get itself going. The box right now is open at the Buffalo bench, and they're making such a late change right now. They're trying to buy a rest for people like McKee, the defenseman who's on the ice. That was Zhitnik and Woolley trying to keep the box open and delay the dropping of the puck. These guys are exhausted from penalty kill work in their own zone.
In the safety of the broadcast booth or in your living room, you calmly ask, doesn't word get along from player to player? We got to stop doing this.
One or two calls you may argue about. The Ward penalty that he was called in the first period, interfering with Keane, you know, you may argue it. But the majority of them, I think they're well called. You have to find yourself. You have to be responsible yourself. You have to find a way to, as a team, get over this obstacle. And it's a pattern that has developed with Buffalo in the opening games of the playoffs in each series. Lindy Ruff there is trying to really be a comfort coach right now to his team so they can find a way to get through this one and then maybe find their game. But right now they've been outshot 20-7. They've been shorthanded almost the entire game to this point. And you wonder how much longer they're going to be able to survive.
It's back to the point. Hatcher a shot. Chug off by Hasek, but he got a piece of it, and it's cleared, and Hatcher able to keep again, but this time he played it back into Brown, and Brown steps ahead, dips the shoulder, moves in, and a backhander off the outside of the goal. 25 gone on the 7th power play of the game for Dallas. Brown leads it on back. Handed across by Warner to McKee, who drove it well wide, but now comes to the bench for a change. Schmelik out along with Zhitnik on defense for Buffalo. Pass is dug out by Schmelik and just angled back out. Past the halfway point of regulation time. The shots are 21-7 Dallas.
Buffalo's penalty killers up front so tired that people are like Shatan getting a chance now to kill a penalty. They've got to use new bodies to find them ice time and give the penalty killers a break, who are getting all the ice time. So Shatan gets a shift here up front. Does a pretty good job.
Zubov up with it. Starts it on back on this power play for Dallas. Sergei Zubov creeping on in. Wants to go by. Can't. It's flipped back along, and Michael Pekka will go to work on Sador, but then lost it to him. Quickly turned right back by Madonna and in deep.
The penalty killers are getting better through practice.
Lettinen hands it to the back. Zubov angled one wide. A stick is loose. Michael Pekka doesn't have one. It's handed back across to Sador. Flips it over for Madonna, and it ricocheted off his stick and now is lifted out of play by Schmelik, and so play is stopped.
That's the right skate of Shatan. He was injured earlier in the playoffs. He has protective plastic covering both skates. He took a slap shot off the inside of the right heel from his teammate, Zhitnik, during the Ottawa series, and he went down with a real deep bone bruise. And on, you can see there, the Velcro strip came apart, and he lost his protective piece.
Well, Game 2 on Fox Thursday. ESPN will carry Games 3 and 4. Gary Thorne and Bill Clement. I don't know if Bill will have his crutch with him.
Oh, boy.
You know, when he and I used to jog about 10 years ago and we worked together in Philadelphia, he never had that problem, but he was having to move so slow with me that he could find his footing a little easier.
Well, I hope the guys have a great time.
Boy, we sure are. This is a lot of fun. 8:47 to go, second period. Buffalo keeps killing off penalties. Can they continue? Here's Matvechuk handing it on to Keene. Onto the back, Matvechuk with a shot that ricocheted off Carbonneau. Keene up with it again. Angles it onto the back. Hatcher a shot. That one blocked by Brown.
The Carbonneau checking line getting 20 seconds of power play work here.
Works both ways. Matvechuk a shot. Juggled and then worked away by Hasek, who lost his stick. And a little extra from McKee.
It was Carbonneau who skated through the front, and Hasek now skates over and points at Carbonneau after Hasek pointed at the referee saying, hey, interference. He knocked the stick away. Maybe give them a penalty.
Hey, man, she's here.
Check it out. That's something. There they are.
Pick one.
Which one? You like this one? Easy, then. Easy. How about this little guy? Huh?
Yeah. Good choice.
Okay, people, this is a phone, and this is $1. You still with me? Well, that's good. Now, dial this number, and all your long-distance calls from home could cost less than $1. That's right, with 10-10-220. All calls up to 20 minutes are only 99 cents. Talk longer, and it's just 10 cents for each extra minute. No fees, no contracts. Am I right, Poochie? Just dial 10-10-220, then 1, then the number. Bottom line, you get up to 20 minutes on this for less than this. You got that? Good, because if I'm not mistaken, I think nature's calling my dog.
Now, folks, this is goalie interference. Watch Carbonneau go through. Stick misses. Comes back. Watch this hook job. And it rips the stick right away from Dominic Hasek, who had the puck in his catching glove. That should have been called.
Got a question for you about an earlier remark you made about Hasek's conditioning. Get to that in a second, though. Offensive zone face-off involving Skrudland, who wins it on back to Ludwig. Ludwig, a shot deflected. Chipped loose away from James Patrick. Twisting with it, trying to get to the front, was flown, paddled away by Hasek. Skrudland went down. Puck sent along Rasmussen. Good close off on him by Sloan. Nice knife with the puck by John Sim. Couldn't get by. Stepping ahead, Rasmussen able to play it back in deep, and Belfour goes out to jam it along for Blake Sloan, who tipped it back out.
Well, you've seen survival by the Sabres to this point. It's remarkable with the amount of time they've been shorthanded, how they're still in the game and only down by 1 goal. They have survived it. Now they've got to get their forwards in gear, find some offensive flow, and force Dallas to take penalties like that.
Penalty coming and a power play to Buffalo and a chance to even the game with the man advantage.
And it was speed to the outside by Rasmussen, forcing Craig Ludwig to take the hooking penalty, or I believe will be hooking. Yes, it is. Good job. And Joe Micheletti said the Buffalo coaches wanted outside speed. Well, this is a little bit of it right here. Primo chips the puck past Ludwig. Rasmussen gets in there, and here's the hook, knocking him down as Rasmussen tried to turn to the left side. And it'll be a power play, Buffalo. There's been some good bumping in this game. Ooh, boy, Warner. Shatan, that was a penalty. McKee on Brett Hull, open ice for Beak double team. Juno, and Belfort doesn't have much balance in this game, does he? His balance isn't all that good. There's Belfort, hasn't had any work. He was just now doing some drills to stay loose and get ready for this power play.
Teams from opposite conferences play each other only once or twice a year. And so oftentimes these opening games don't have a lot of hitting in it because it's sort of a feel-out stage, not having seen a team that often. But boy, this one is a direct opposite. Kept to the outside now by Barada, hands it on back to the point. Wrist shot in front, went wide. Jammed along into Sanderson. Moving for it, slammed off was Wayne Primo, and it's cleared by Hatcher. You said Hasek's conditioning won't be affected that much, and his stamina isn't going to be affected that much.
There's towels, really cold towels going to the back of the necks of the players, as I think the Sabre people are feeling the heat that you have here in this building and here in Dallas.
It is Woolley giving it back across. Played back on now for the turning Michael Pekka. Sanderson a shot, and getting a piece of it with a pad was Belfort. Now Pekka again looks to the front, shoots one, save Belfort, scramble at the front of the net, and taking it away is Madano, and he lifted it back out.
Hasek, Mike, believes in skill and hard work. He's got skill, but he also has one of the best work habits of any player, I would think, in pro sports, certainly in hockey. And this type of play doesn't affect him at all. He's kept focused, he's played hard, and he's played well.
Keane could not get it all the way out to center ice. Flips off of Shatan and grabbed by Belfort, and play is stopped.
Eddie Belfort, only 8 shots to this point, but good concentration. There's a shot through traffic. You can see Matvichuk and Lettinen not allowing the Sabres to get to the rebound. Both Barada and Primo, 2 big players, were in there. 2 big players in front on the power play, but you can see Belfort save, rebound, and the players can't get to the puck. Can't get there. This Dallas team is big in front. Lindy Ruff said he really wants his forwards to show that they can battle in front of the Dallas net in this series, not take a step backwards. Look at that Warner there with the cold ice towel to the back of his neck. They tell me that they've got the dryers going for the gloves down there. If you're not used to this humidity and heat, it affects the players. You're really perspiring.
Recovered by Zhitnik. Fires, deflected wide. 25 to go on the penalty kill. Shatan back to Woolley. Fires, deflected wide. May have gone off Hatcher. Guy Carbonneau lobs it back down. Time for one more rush. A change made by Dallas. Bringing it ahead is Jason Woolley. Took some lumber. Tried to move it in, but it's cleared by Lettinen, and that'll do it. Ludwig is out. Full strength back. Brushed along by Shatan. Shouldered was Lettinen by Zhitnik. Laid ahead for Miroslav Shatan. 40-goal scorer for these Sabres. Jammed into Shatan. Got it back, but it was not held in by Rhett Warrener, and so play once again is stopped. 1975, there was some warm weather in Buffalo, and it resulted in fog. Game 3 of the finals between Philadelphia and Buffalo. Bernie Perrant and anyone on the ice at the time maintains to this day there was no way you could see René Robert's shot in overtime. It wound up going 6 games. It ended in Buffalo with Philadelphia winning its 2nd straight Stanley Cup and the last one that they got. And those who were there recall a couple of things. A chant in the final minute of the game when Philadelphia had it sewed up, "Thank you, Sabres," over and over. And when Bernie Ferrant was named the Conn Smythe Trophy winner for MVP, even though he was the visiting goaltender, the Buffalo Sabres fans chanted, Bernie, Bernie.
Wasn't he a great goaltender? That was an intriguing series with a fog in the building. I love playing the old odd. That was a nasty place to go into from the goaltending point of view, especially when Buffalo had the French Connection in high gear. Robert, Gilbert Perreault, Richard Martin. That was fantastic to watch those guys play.
McKee turned that one around. Trying to fight to the front was Langenbrunner, and it's cleared to neutral ice. We should not leave that series without mentioning the gallant goaltender for Buffalo. One of the game's nicest guys, the late Roger Crozier. The man they called on in the latter part of that series to try and help them win it. Thrown across the ice by Nieuwendyk. Rasmussen shoulders with Langenbrunner, and it's skipped back out in the last 4 minutes and 35 seconds of the second. Icing touch-up. Play stopped here at Reunion Arena. Just that one first period goal by Brett Hull.
Two pair of snow boots, $110. 2 wool caps, $28. 2 pair of hockey skates, $215. Seeing your favorite place become his favorite place, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, official card of the NHL.
May I take your order, please?
4 biggie fries and 4 biggie drinks.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Wendy's biggie fries and biggie drinks are really big. The biggest you can get for 99 cents.
Here you go.
So be careful.
I was afraid of that.
What a shot. How'd you do it?
With the Elf, there's nothing to it. The Elf 370cc is full of surprises, like a 3-time zoom and 3 picture sizes. Have you seen all the Elves?
What a shot. From Canon.
You didn't have to be so nice. I would have liked you anyway. If we drove together once or twice, and went upon your quiet way. The next neon, a lot more to love.
Play just back in. Shatan beats. Sanderson shoots, and it's deflected up into the seats. Along with John Davidson, Joe Micheletti, Susie Colbert, Terry Crisp, Mike Emmerich from Reunion Arena in Dallas. The 47th consecutive sellout of a Dallas Stars game. The 10th straight sellout in the Stanley Cup playoffs in Hockey Mad, Texas, where they have 14 professional hockey teams. One of them won a championship in the IHL just last weekend, the Houston Aeros. Another new team is coming into Lubbock in the Western Pro League for next season, and an old friend of ours from NHL days, Alan May, is going to be the coach of that team. They are projecting possible new teams in Texarkana, Texas for the year 2000, and also in the Rio Grande Valley near Brownsville. That would be 16 teams in Texas, more than any other state. Hull with a shot that deflected wide. And Patrick sent it back down.
The Stars came here to Dallas. There was one arena. They have built 8 or 9 more. There's a couple more being built right now. The youth hockey program growing like crazy. It's fun around here.
Jason Woolley goes further. Good close off on him. Reaching it at Patrick, though. Put it back to the point for a shot by Matvichuk, and it sticks high by Hasek. Patrick on his man, so Madonna can beat it to the back. Hatcher there. Shoves one. Hull a shot! Oh! And a stop made by Hasek with no reaction time whatsoever. Sanderson bumped down, and a penalty coming up on Matvichuk for interference.
So what you're seeing here now is Buffalo try to find a way to get their wingers with speed moving. And when they do that, something good may happen. They did it to Ludwig. He took a hooking penalty. Here, Matvichuk met up with his man, and Matvichuk, another defenseman, takes the penalty. You can see Sanderson trying to get by, and there's the interference play as he got knocked down. What a save by Hasek on Brett Hull. A tremendous shot, and Hasek kicked it out with his right skate. I don't know how he did that one through traffic. It was a great quick shot. Brett Hull's sharp, but so is Hasek.
Time to take a look at the Oracle trivia question. Who holds the record for the most points by a rookie in one playoff season? We'll come back to that with the answer a little bit later on. Most points by a rookie in one playoff season. Played away from Jitnik and back down. No clue. He's going to have to take a guess for the rest of us. Here's Woolley on the power play. Very important time. Buffalo's killed off a bunch. Now they get another one of their own to try and even this thing up. Keane knocks it away. Dump back along through Woolley.
Dallas will forecheck one man. See Carbonneau in there? He'll swing back. Everybody else stays back. One man forecheck. If it doesn't work, he backs out. And here's where they challenge the power play.
Barnes to the glass. Ludwig with the puck. Closed off with authority by Verada. Down goes Hatcher.
Got the puck underneath him. Yeah.
Well, let's get that trivia quiz question. Do you have your answers together? Most points by a rookie in one playoff season. It is a Minnesota North Star, Dino Ciccarelli, with 21 points in 1981 when Minnesota went to the finals against the New York Islanders.
Dino with a bad back, wondering and trying to make up his own mind right now whether or not he'll come back and play next season. I think he'll make his mind up midsummer.
Hope he does.
Yeah, I do too. He's been a blast to watch over the years. Kind of a tenacious guy, isn't he?
He owns a hockey team in Sarnia, Ontario with Sean Burr called the Sarnia Sting, and John Sim of Dallas played there earlier this year. Zhitnik a shot deflected wide. Chatan chopped it. It's drilled along further and back down.
Let's see what Dallas does on the forecheck this time as they change 3 of their 4 penalty killers. They back out. They're not an aggressive team until you reach their side of center ice. Then they get very aggressive with their penalty kill. Look at it.
Carbonneau with Keane. Carbonneau, a shot saved by Hasek and a stoppage of play. Great short-handed chance by the Stars.
Buffalo couldn't get past center ice. Carbonneau and Keane penalty kill after Modano and Lettinen. Carbonneau moves in, and you're going to see a big hole here. Look between the legs. Just watch this. Hasek will give it to him, and then watch him close it up. Oh, is that textbook or what? Carbonneau comes off the wing, looks, and sees that 5-hole. Watch it close. Look at how big it is. Bang! It's closed off. And Carbonneau tried to squeeze it through, and Hasek did a wonderful job closing it off. He's the best at that. He'll give you big targets, big areas, and dares you to shoot there, and then he just takes it away with his quickness. The penalty kill, Modano and Lettinen start for Dallas. When they go off, on comes Keane and Carbonneau. And then when they go back off, like they just did, back comes Lettinen and Modano, and they come at you, come at you, come at you. They're great forwards on the penalty kill for Dallas.
Modano and Primo for this faceoff. Still 36 on the kill for the Stars. Eventually, Buffalo. And Schmelik hands it across. Very deliberately now. 1:50 left in the second. Sanderson lost it. Modano nearly started away. Tumbled to the ice, and Hasek comes out to tap it around behind.
Modano was thinking breakaway. See where he challenged Mike? At center ice again. Watch. There goes Lettinen trying a good pass.
Holsinger met by Modano. Took it away and flopped it back out. Along comes Zubov. Stepping with it, Lettinen. Penalty time is up. Back to Zubov. Fed it on a cross to a vacant point as the Stars were in the midst of changing.
Carbonneau had the short-handed shot. Buffalo's power play didn't have one.
Barnes looks for Primo. Hands back for a shot by McKee that is deflected wide. Battle continues and it pinballs behind. Langenbrunner hustling over. Challenged by McKee. Langenbrunner got the pass away. Dropping back on defense now to help out is Primo, but the Stars send it harmlessly indeed. Oh, heavy hit by Hatcher on McKee. And the glass is still moving. Oh. Not a game for the faint of heart. A tangle between a member of the Stripes and a member of the Sabres and a broken play. Coming up on the new Dodge Intermission, Susie Culver will bring you second period analysis plus plays of the playoffs. That's all next at intermission.
Modano short-handed thinking, I got a chance here. Watch try to strip the puck from Sanderson and take off. but he was met by Schmelik, who made a good play stopping Modano. Now watch Hatcher. What's he doing in here? McKee, oh, gosh. McKee just shook it off. Didn't bother him at all. There's Shares, the linesman. He goes down, now figures out it's an offside and does a good job blowing the play down. Boy, did Hatcher throw a body check on McKee, but McKee just shook it off. That's the type of hit McKee throws. That's why he's going to be one of the best defensemen in Buffalo when he gets through his early years. Just right now, his first full year, and boy, does he love to hit number 74. Did a great job in the offseason on his conditioning. Wonderful job. Knew that he better be in better shape and work hard to prepare for a full NHL season, and he did just that. And does he play a tough game, Mike? You gotta love watching him play.
Full season is right. Since the season started in October, this is the 98th game for Buffalo, the 100th game for Dallas. We're down to the last 45 of the second period. Full-strength hockey. Drilled back in. Werner did that. Centering pass, and it is deflected high by Brown. And play stopped.
I think this line has got to find the offense. Brown, Chatan, and Juneau, they nearly did there. Now, earlier in the game, we saw a goal scored by Brett Hall. A slapper through the legs, through traffic on the power play. And then here's one where Verada bumped the goaltender Belfour. The puck went over the line, but it was disallowed, and Verada was given a penalty. As we see the second period wind down here, right now it looks like the Sabres have calmed down. They're starting to stay out of the penalty box. They're penalty killing, and Dominic Hasek deserve Purple Hearts for the job they've done. Dallas must feel that only having the 1-0 lead has got to be frustrating for them. They've had so many power plays. It's 7 or 8. Seven power plays they've had, yet they've only been able to score the 1 goal by Brett Hall.
Puck dropped unfairly.
Well, they put time back on the clock. Terry Gregson skates across now, the referee does, to the timekeeper's box. It says 34.5. They may put 1 or 2 more seconds on. If they don't, they'll probably delay. Yeah, they put, it's up to 36.9 now, 36.9.
My partner's an old goaltender. He watches everything like that. See whether they're going to bleed a couple of seconds. Old. 10 years in the NHL. Some with St. Louis, some with the Rangers.
They're great cities, Mike.
Thrown back ahead for control by Hatcher. Worked back on for Sloan. Offside. And again, a thump. I know, John, you don't like the glass because of the supports and the strange caroms you get, but I like it because it's forgiving on hits. Some of the glass that's seamless now, well, it's like hitting a concrete wall, but there's some give to this.
Yeah, there's give, and that when Hatcher hits McKee, McKee doesn't feel the effects when his head hits the glass or his shoulders go in there. There's some companies now making glass, Mike, where when the glass goes into the boards itself, and when you come into the seamless glass and you hit it, it's got a spring effect inside where it goes into the boards along there. And so at the bottom part of the glass, it'll give a little, and at the top, it'll give 2 or 3 inches. So it's very expensive, it's heavy, but hopefully some of these arenas will find a way to use that type of glass so the players themselves don't end up with all kinds of injuries.
Matt Tkachuk flopped it back. Jay McKee lobbed it back out. Guy Carbonneau tried to flip it further. Lobbed on by Hatcher. McKee back in the last 5. With all of the ones they had to kill, even though they're trailing by 1, you have to think the Sabres have felt like they've survived a lot. The end of the second period with a score. Dallas 1, Buffalo 0. Susie Colber and Terry Crisp will be along with the New Dodge Intermission Report after these messages and a word from your local Fox station.
The Stanley Cup Finals on Fox are brought to you by Oracle, the e-business engine. By MasterCard, official card of the NHL and fan of the toughest players on the planet. By the crisp, clean, less sweet taste of Canada Dry Ginger Ale, out-and-out refreshment. And by the Next Neon. It's a lot more to love.
Go inside George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic for an exclusive look at the making of the Phantom Menace. From Star Wars to Star Wars, next Tuesday at 9/8 Central.
This summer, That 70s Show is back.
How's it going back there?
Feel the love. I saw Mom and Dad having sex. on new episodes of That 70s Show starting Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Hey! Excuse me, quiet?
Yes?
Can I get a bite of that Subway foot-long sandwich?
No?
Okay.
Big appetite? Go to Subway. Our footlongs are meals in themselves with your choice of meats and veggies. They're bigger than any burger.
And in Western New York, the only choice is Subway restaurants with over 60 convenient locations to get a sandwich the way it should be.
Subway, the way a really big sandwich should be.
Come to S&K's Father's Day sale for something perfect. Maybe a great year-round blazer or silk sport coat, just $89.97. And our famous wool blend suits are just 2 for under $200. Designer suits are 2 for $500. S&K's Father's Day sale.
Critics call Instinct extraordinarily powerful, gripping, full of emotional power. Academy Award winners Anthony Hopkins and Cuba Gooding Jr. Instinct, rated R, now playing at a theater near you.
You can do some pretty amazing things with water. And we should know, because we operate and manage the Buffalo water system. And we think one of the best things to do with our water is to skate on it in the Stanley Cup Championship. American Angling. Good water, better service.
Some things can't be explained. Only experienced. Casino Niagara. This is the one.
Stanley Cup final action continues in prime time Thursday night at 8 Eastern right here on Fox. As the series shifts to Buffalo, we turn it over to ESPN for games 3 and 4. Game 5, if necessary, back here in Dallas and back on Fox. The Dominator holding his own despite the poor play in front of him. After 2, the Stars lead it 1-0. And welcome to the New Dodge Intermission Report. Susie Kalber alongside Terry Crisp. Now, the Sabres have wanted to get rid of the theory that they are a one-man team. They're not helping themselves. Dominic Hasek has faced 23 shots. Belfour only 9, just 4 in this period. Have the Sabres lost their composure?
No, you know what? They haven't got their legs. They had 7 days off, don't forget. But they better find their skating in a hurry because Dallas is flying out there right now. And the biggest thing is right now that Buffalo are hurting themselves. Barada comes out of the side of net. He will bump Belfour. Not only does he bump him, they score a goal. And instead of having the game tied, Susie, they dialed it down. Dallas are really causing some penalties by good, solid, aggressive checking, going to the net. They're driving Buffalo nuts.
And it really looks like at this point that the Dallas experience is paying off. As the New Dodge Intermission Report continues, we'll have the plays of the playoffs neatly compiled just for you. Dallas trying to disarm the Dominator, but Hasek keeping the Stars in the game.
It introduced the most powerful overall line of pickups on the planet and stamped the terms V10 and Magnum power indelibly on the face of truckdom. It kicked open the door to the next generation of pickups and made such an impression that today, this is all you have to see to know what's behind it.
The biggest websites, from Amazon.com to Yahoo. And the biggest companies, from British Airways to General Motors, use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
Here at VMI, we were asked to try the Norelco Advantage for 21 days. There was quiet dissension.
I'm not giving up my blade.
And anxious inquiry.
The heck is this? Goo?
But then we started to realize the lotion actually gave us a closer, smoother shave than we expected, without the nicks and cuts like blades. Our fear diminished. Our hopes arose, and life got a little less hairy.
Come on, babyface, move it!
The Norelco Advantage. Put it to the test. If you don't like it, they'll give you your money back, guaranteed.
Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Out and out refreshment.
This is who I am.
I am rich. I am poor.
I am a girl.
I am a boy.
I am
from the city.
I am from the country.
I know exactly what I want to do.
Who I want to be. I have no idea.
What I want to do. Who I want to be.
No matter who you are or where you're from, the United States Air Force may be the place for you to learn, to grow, and to be successful in life.
I have potential.
My future is unlimited. I am somebody.
The internet is revolutionizing business. From egghead.com to eBay. From E-Trade to Excite. The companies that know the internet best use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
Mondays this summer, experience the love.
I saw Mom and Dad having sex.
Get hooked on new episodes.
Are you on dope?
Because we can help get you clean. There's counseling, hospitalization.
My foot kicking your ass.
See new episodes of That 70s Show starting Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
A lot of folks don't understand why a man my age would sacrifice his body for a game. Hearing sounds of the game on Fox stirred something up in me. That feeling when you're tearing up the base paths and knowing the catcher won't even bother with the throw. 'Cause he knows you can't catch lightning.
Safe? You're out! Fox Saturday Baseball this week at 1 Eastern and Pacific.
After 2, the Stars lead the Sabres 1-0. Low scoring is what we expected. Back with you from Reunion Arena in downtown Dallas as we welcome you back to the new Dodge Intermission Report. If you've been with us throughout the season, you know that one of the staples of our NHL diet is a healthy serving of great highlights. We're always looking for any excuse to compile the best shots, saves, and checks. The first 3 rounds of the playoffs certainly fit the bill. This season, there has been plenty to feast on as we serve up the best plays of the postseason. a save there by Belfour. You know, Eddie the Eagle has participated in more playoff games without winning a Stanley Cup, 102, than any other goalie in NHL history. And judging by the way he's playing tonight, this could be his time. As the New Dodge intermission report continues, Doc and JG get you set for the third period. This hit the most action Eddie saw through two.
I'll never forget my first jersey. The day I got it, for 6 months you couldn't pull that thing off me. I slept in it and I ate in it. Yeah, me too. It took me 12 years to earn that first jersey.
I got one overnight. I ordered it online, paid for it with my credit card. It was easy.
Dad, I kind of adopted a kid.
Who would give you a kid?
You two got the same size T-shirts on. That's amazing.
Oh.
Stay in front of it. Just relax.
Good job, buddy.
Do that thing I taught you.
Big Daddy.
That one touched the ground. That one touched the ground.
Rated PG-13. Opens everywhere June 25th.
Call it a bonanza, an extravaganza. It's how you save on tires. Now at Pep Boys, all 35,000-mile tires are 4 for only $99, and all 70,000-mile tires 4 for $169.
Pep Boys. Cars like us.
People love us.
If you're slimy, you'll make people very happy. Just put one cheek like this, and over the other cheek like this, and then you smile.
Hampton Inn. We learned our philosophy in preschool, not business school.
Over the years, a lot of businesses have put their names on one line of trucks, the one that's overall the most powerful line of pickups on the road, the one that was first to offer quad cab versatility, and the first and only full-size pickup to receive J.D. Power & Associates' Most Appealing Award 4 years running. We understand this name thing. We're pretty fussy about what we put ours on, too. Dodge Ram. The rules have changed.
A man's only dream
It's about being your best.
becomes a wife's greatest fear.
We're in this together.
Luke Perry, 8 seconds at 8/7 Central, Fox Wednesday.
Sanderson trying to get by. He does. Score! Chance for 2-on-1. Kane again. Kane. Score! The Buffalo Sabres are heading to the Stanley Cup Final.
We'll drive you wild. You'll get cup crazy.
Cup Finals continue with Game 2, Thursday, June 10th, only on Fox. Games 3 and 4 move to ESPN Saturday, June 12th and Tuesday, June 15th. Check your local listings.
Been a night for goaltenders all the way around. Dallas, 23 shots. Dominik Hasek, 22 saves. All of them duly recorded and played back for you from our truck outside, where it's still very hot and very humid. Inside in the cool of Reunion Arena, the teams are getting ready for period number 3, and we will too right after this. That 70s Show is back.
I saw Mom and Dad having sex.
See new episodes starting Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
When friends get together, the work's all done. There's one place to go when the weekend comes.
Right now, come to Ford Country and get this incredible deal on a sporty new '99 Ranger. And then discover for yourself what it really means to play rough.
Ford Country, where the open road runs. Ford Country.
The road to Ford Country starts at your local Ford dealer. So come on in today.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Everyone, we've got to see the Queen.
We're under attack! Misa Jar Jar Binks come for comic relief.
Emergency landing on Tatooine.
No! Pod racing is wet. Love you, Mom.
Love you, Padme. Oh no, Darth Maul! My brains are spilling out.
Oh, joy. The end.
This is the weirdest date I've ever been on. I'm out of here.
Go you must.
Farewell. Bye-bye.
Star Wars Episode 1 cans. Collect all 24 this summer.
It happens every day at Tops. Tops never stop. More freshness, more flavor, more good things to savor. That's the way I like to shop.
Discover new sensational brand products only at Tops. Fine pastas imported straight from Italy and savory sauces rich in herbs and spices. Sensational. Eat well, shop smart.
It happens every day at Tops. Tops never stops giving you more.
Hi, I'm Ross Solino.
And I'm Steve Barnes. Frank Petrola came to us with a big case.
I was in a truck accident, and my hand was severely crushed.
The driver who hurt Frank would not accept responsibility.
I needed the best lawyers I could find, so I called Solino and Barnes. They settled my case for big money, and now I'm set for life.
If you've got a big injury case, call us.
We'll personally review your case for free. Solino and Barnes, 854-2020.
I'm going Cup crazy with Fox 29.
You're watching the Stanley Cup Finals on Fox. The Stanley Cup Finals on Fox are brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NHL. By IBM, are you ready for e-business? By Merrill Lynch, no matter what you want to achieve, we can help. Ask Merrill Lynch. And by the new Dodge, the official vehicles of the NHL.
17,000, and that one is the one. Watching here tonight in Dallas. Game one, Dallas ahead 1-0. The Stars coming out. Brett Hull is the only guy to have scored a goal in this one that's stuck. What do you think?
Oh, I think that Buffalo is remarkable. They're still in this game. They've given up 12 shots to the Dallas power play. Dallas 7 power plays has clicked to 1 time, the only goal in the game. But Buffalo, through the art of penalty killing and the art of their goaltender, Dominic Hasek, they found a way to survive through 2 periods. Can they find their legs? Can they find and generate some offense is the big question mark for the 3rd period. We talked about Hasek having to be a key on the road. He was terrific, just terrific. Here's the Sador shot. Hasek has been calm, he's been strong, he's played the angles real well. That was a close play as Brett Hull put a puck off the goal post and goal line. So I think going into this 3rd period, Mike, you wonder if Dallas, mind you, Dallas does play in a lot of very, very close games throughout the playoffs. They're used to this type of game. But Buffalo, again, find the offensive flow that hasn't been there.
As you study these statistics, brought to you by Bud Light. The shots pretty decisive, 12-4 in the 2nd period, 23-9 overall, scoring chances 13-4. No carryover penalties nor power plays, though, as we go into the 3rd period. Guy Carbonneau's line will start opposite that of Curtis Brown for Buffalo. It goes back to a game against St. Louis over 4 years ago. 104 games in which the Stars have led after 2. They've never lost. Chatan put it in. Sanderson goes after.
This should be Buffalo's best offensive line, but they've got to go through Carbonneau and then Hatcher and Matvichuk, 2 giant defensemen.
You saw how difficult it was that time. A stick tangle. Sanderson still locked up with Keane. Meanwhile, it's tapped along for Schmeling. Jammed it on back, and so Hasek handled that one. Alexei Zhitny with a pass ahead, brought in by Chatan. Chatan had that one knocked off his stick. The follow-up comes from Brown. Brown trying to dance loose for Chatan. Had his stick held, but got loose in time to get a shot off the outside of the goal, then bounced one in front. Mike Modano up with it there. Brett Hull brings it back on. Hull fires. It's deflected wide. Getting on that was Rhett Warrener with his stick. Modano couldn't get a pass away. Curtis Brown could and lobbed it back.
Buffalo lost Grosek, a power forward, early in the 1st period on his 1st shift, so Buffalo's not been able to go with the flow of 4 lines in this game.
Daryl Sador brings it ahead by 1, and a shot was deflected away by a second. Again, it was Warrener with a saving play, and this time he rammed into Langenbrunner, knocked his helmet off. Still, they test for it. Warrener kicked it ahead. Pekka tried to jam it through, and Zubov said no. The other way, it's brushed by Hasek. McKee testing there, and the follow-up comes from Mike Pekka. Sabres captain with a pass that escaped up the boards to be gathered in by Neuendijk. Fed one on for a backhander by Reed that was saved by Hasek. Verada had that one booted ahead. Tapped to the front, but it came back out to Pekka. He's got a man breaking. Looks for Verada, and then lost it. Has to follow up again. Mike Pekka couldn't come up with it this time. Chab back on, but into Dixon Ward. Flings one that's cut off by Sador and started back out to Reed again. Dave Reed moving in. Oh, and
see that? The art of the hip check is alive. Great play by Zhitnik.
Brought back ahead by Holsinger, gets by one. Rasmussen jammed it across, and Sloan steered it back. Oh, and another huge hit from Zhitnik. John could see the train coming before it landed.
And so did Sim at the last second, even though he lost his helmet. He ducked a lot of it. Zhitnik with a great shift. Great shift. He nailed two guys. He nailed them hard. Reed and Sim.
Juneau. Left on by Ludwig, all the way back down.
Buffalo has up-tempoed their pace here. They've got a lot more skating legs than what they showed through 2 periods. I thought Terry Crisp made a good point. 9 days off for the Sabres. They're trying to find their skating legs.
Chip back into traffic. Stepping ahead was Verbeek. Instead, it's laid back across for control by the defense, and Jason Woolley brings it on. Mike Keane flipped it back out. And down. And an icing on the touch by Warrener. 16:43 to go, third period. Only one goal, but tons of hits.
It's about vision, about that part of imagination which lives outside the lines. It's about focus and the engineering freedom to change everything. It's insight and the flow of original thinking that can revitalize an industry. It's thousands of people visualizing change and one company's way of looking at tomorrow.
As a force player, the only way you get better is to play against defenders that are bigger, stronger, and meaner than you. There you go, come on. You have to take the paint. Nobody owns the paint.
And don't bring your C game to count for. Bring your A game.
Man, you're going to get rejected by someone who don't even have hands. Tractor, come show them how it's done.
Go, Tractor, show them how it's done now.
Uh-oh, Richie, we got a triple scooper here.
The song of the great whales can be heard for hundreds of miles. It's a beautiful way to communicate long distance.
But this one costs 99 cents. Dial 1010-220 and all your long-distance calls up to 20 minutes cost only 99 cents. And only 10 cents for each minute over 20. Any day, anytime, anywhere within the U.S. and to Canada. No fees, no sign-ups. Just dial 1010-220, then 1 and the number, and talk up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents.
There's another one of these in just 2 nights. We'll have it for you on Fox. Game 2, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. The rate they're hitting, it'll be a good thing to have a day off without contact.
Zhitnik just had a great shift, nailed 2 players. In fact, after the whistle sounded, the referee went over to the penalty box and got 2 white helmets, skated back over to the Dallas bench, and returned the helmets to the players who had them knocked off.
A tense 1-goal game. Keane flipped it back out. Again, Rhett Warrener pursues it, and after him is Verbeek. Shuttled back on for control by Chatan, then back for Warrener. Took the hit, but got it out to center ice, so it went off Hatcher. Regathered by his partner, Matvichuk, turned back on to the Stars captain and fed to Verbeek, then back across Carbonneau. Carbonneau, a shot deflected wide, getting a piece of it, and then it's thrown off the outside of the net, off the post by Verbeek, as a good block had been made by Warrener.
And Mike, it's the same unit of 5 for these Dallas Stars against this good line at Buffalo. Oh!
Anderson's shot deflected up into the seats by Belfour. Let's hear from Joe Micheletti.
Okay, Doc, thanks so much. You know, we've seen Dallas come out and play very aggressively here in the start of this third period. That's what Ken Hitchcock told them to do. Be aggressive. Stay after Buffalo. Try and get the next goal and get more traffic in front of Hasek. As far as Buffalo is concerned, they think, hey, they told their players, we've got 1 period to win. They're going to keep skating. They're going to keep after them and trying to get the puck to Belfour.
Lindy Ruff, 22-8. How's that for a playoff record? We saw some hits earlier this period. Look at Zhitnik. Stop up. Hip check. Beautiful. Beautiful hit by Zhitnik.
Chambers drilled it back off. Pekka able to keep play alive, but lost it to Madano. Flipped one on. They try to reach Lettinen. That fails. And now it's brought on by Chambers. Took the hit from Pekka after he turned it loose. Hasek having some trouble. puck nudged to the corner, but Hasek back in goal. Hull flipped it around behind. Trouble for Madonna. On him is Pekka. And then a second hit coming from Shitnik. Fed back for Lettman. Shot that's stifled by McKee. And then fed back on for control by Dixon Ward.
We're seeing more even strength play now. So when Madonna's on the ice, Pekka's against him, as is Shitnik and Schmelik, the defense pairing. Carbonell's line is playing against Curtis Brown, the offensive line for Buffalo. And Curtis Brown, they get past Carbonell, then they have to go into Matvichuk and Hatcher. So here in the third period, where we have a little more even strength play, the matchup develops.
This put into the glove of Dave Reed. Reed nudged down from behind. Woolley flipped it back off. Going to get it Rasmussen and backhands it in. Belfort quickly stops. Fed for a pass, Langenbrunner quickly pushed it across, and it's nudged on for Nieuwendyk, but off his stick. Poked back in deep. James Patrick patrolling on defense for Buffalo, carried back off. Oh, and Langenbrunner tried to put the big hit on and got some of Rasmussen.
That's after Rasmussen leveled Nieuwendyk.
Rasmussen poked it on in deep. Zubov cleared, but it went into Holsinger. Good crunching of the boards and the bodies by players from both teams. Just one goal. Brett Hull's power play goal partway through the first period at the 10-17 mark, about the halfway point.
This is the best Buffalo's looked in the whole game. They've got their game going. They're hitting. They're punishing a little bit. We'll see if Dallas cracks defensively.
Brown on back. Jay McKee handles. McKee flipped it off Joe Juneau. Tapped on by Belfour. Flipped back out by Hatcher.
So here's Brown's line back on the ice, Mike, but this time it's Grudland against him. Another defensive center, along with that defense pairing of Matvichuk and Hatcher. So they're really trying to watch the Brown line. Here's Belfour. Look how quickly he's out. Handles the puck. Gets it away from the boards to his defenseman. That's Zubov. Now the pass, and they're out of the zone. Rasmussen with some hitting. Look at this on Nieuwendyk. Boom! Oh, my! It looked like it almost jarred the mouth guard away from Joe Nieuwendyk. It looked like it was away from the puck, too. Hatcher, the captain, played against Peter Forsberg in the previous series and played him a lot, along with Matvichuk, that pairing. So they're seeing a lot now of the Curtis Brown line, and not a physical line by any means, but certainly a line that Buffalo looks to get some offense. Shatan on one side and Sanderson on the other.
The marvel of all of this is that Buffalo played in a series against, or rather, I beg your pardon, Dallas, in a series against St. Louis in which 4 of the 6 games went into overtime. Earlier had a triple overtime game to finish off a series with Edmonton. A battle that went 7 games against Colorado. And even though they had the weekend free of contact, they're back here and they're going to play 3 games in 6 nights just as physically to start this final series.
The Browns line saw Grudland for a moment. There's a whistle, a little bit of a delay. Carbonell's line is right back out against them. They're really trying to stop Shatan, Sanderson, and Brown. The Dallas Stars are right now.
Bounced away from Brown. Carbonell laid it back out. James Patrick for the icing touch-up that stops the clock. 6:34 into the third.
Right now, Darian Hatcher saying it should have been a penalty right here. Watch the stick come up there. That was a stick of Curtis Brown with one hand on it. In behind, went right across the cheekbone of Hatcher. Hatcher's really kept us calm. Remember, he was suspended at the end of the regular season for 2 plus 5 playoff games for a hit on Jeremy Roenick in Phoenix. But he's come back. He's gotten his legs. He's played a lot. He plays tough, and he plays smart the majority of the time.
6 feet 5 inches tall. His brother Kevin is 6'4". His other brother Mark is 6'7". His dad Eric is 6'4". Backhander stopped by Belfour. Scramble in front, reaching for it with Pekka, but it's cleared back down. Boy, has Buffalo ever reversed the fortunes in the game 180 degrees.
Now they're starting to win battles. They're starting to hit a lot more. They're starting to get there with their skating legs to do it. Lindy Ruff's got them going. From the draw, Pekka draws it back. Shot here doesn't get through, but there will be one in a moment. Belfour up, makes a good save. Dallas got scrambling around in their own zone, and finally Lettman, the fine defensive forward, moved the puck out of the zone. Belfour down. Watch him get up and back to his right. Quick. There, and a good leg save as the Sabres got one through. That was Pekka winning the draw back to that area right in there is where he went the last time. Now, see what he does with Madonna this time. Back same spot.
Ward to Patrick. Blocked by Ludwig, taken by Pekka. Pekka shuttled it back off. Ward carried to the corner by Ludwig. Pekka back in, took the hit, got it along. Worked back further by Barada. Jammed back out again by Letnick. Right now, it's just counter-punching for Dallas. It's Buffalo bringing it on, 5-on-5 strength hockey, full strength as they move it back in, controlling for the drop. It's Dixon Ward. Ward challenged by Nieuwendyk, dropped it in deep. Barada working for it, but instead it's Sean Chambers for the Dallas defense, bringing it back on for Langenbrunner. 3-on-2 and Langenbrunner in. Got it out in front for a shot that was blocked by the defense. Stepping in the way of it was Schmeling.
Well, Pekka had a really quick change. Holzinger filled in. Pekka, I think, is exhausted from penalty killing through the first 2 periods as Nieuwendyk was upended. Pekka, short shifts. I think all that penalty killing has taken a toll.
Good point, offside. 12-12 to go in the third. 25 shots Dallas, 11 Sabres, just 1-0.
Sorry. Not enough. No, still short.
For the great taste that will fill you up and never let you down.
Paper or plastic? Paper.
Make it a Bud Light.
Guys, need a receipt?
Dodge Durango can tow up to 7,400 pounds, nearly half a ton more than its nearest competitor. That's 2 extra dirt bikes, 1 more great big water toy, or 1 more baby grand. Hey, my Durango tows more toys. Gonna lose his wimpy towing blues. Oh,
There's something about a Wendy's classic double with cheese.
I'd have made the same choice.
But it's hamburger bliss.
Well, we were wondering how Nieuwendyk got upended. It was Langenbrunner's stick, his teammate's stick, right across the cheekbone, but Nieuwendyk was all right once he got to the bench. Now here's Rasmussen off the line that he's normally on with Holzinger and Juneau. Stu Barnes is pretty good offensively. He's gotten hot in the playoffs scoring-wise, so he's gone from the 4th line up to this line to try and add offense since his team, the Sabres, trailed by 1. Zhitnik is throwing the best body checks of this game by any player. 3 or 4 great big monster hits here in the 3rd period.
Just 5'11", 204, so he's not a monster size guy, but does he ever use his size? Schmeling. Well, Michael Pekka, same thing, not very large, but plays big. Move off in. Juneau has Barnes, who's upended. There'll be a penalty coming on that delayed call on. Out front, all the puck lost off Belfour, and a try by Barnes. Still on the delayed call. The jam came back over to Juneau. Looks to the front, has no one yet. Juneau fed to Barnes, score! Stu Barnes has tied the game from the hash marks, and it's 1-1.
You know what happened here, Mike? Skrudland was going to take the penalty in front of the net on Barnes. Barnes really got upended. I mean, he got just knocked down right in front, right here. Bang! Penalty upcoming. So Hasek's gone to the bench. They get the extra attacker. There's 6 of them out there. 6 guys. Hasek's on the bench. How about that for a pass and a shot? Stu Barnes on the ice from the 4th line to another line to try and find offense. And does it ever work for Lindy Ruff? Belfour had no chance at all in the quick shot. We're tied up at 1, and Buffalo have had a great 3rd period to this point. Barnes has gotten hot. Lindy Ruff got him out there, and on the delayed penalty, they scored.
He played the last third or so of the season in Buffalo and never scored a goal. But he has gotten 5 of them in the playoffs and 4 on the power play, and none until the 3rd round. Juneau and Schmeling get the assists at 8:33, and we're even.
I wonder if Dallas is wondering what happened to their power play. They could have blown this game apart. Buffalo held in, and all of a sudden we have a 1-1 game with 11:15 to go in the third.
Verbeek battling, able to keep play alive. Hasek saves earlier in the game look enormous now. They were huge at the time, but even bigger because his team has gotten back even in the game.
And his penalty killing forwards and defensemen, Mike, they were awesome. Awesome. The pattern continues here with the Brown line on the ice. Anderson and Chatan. These Dallas Stars go with that checking unit centered by Carbonneau with Hatcher and Matvichuk. Their defense against offense. Now they're trying to find a way to get the Nieuwendyk line or Madonna line to get offense going for them. Stu Barnes, look at that. When he got traded to Buffalo, he had 1 million scoring chances but couldn't score. Then all of a sudden they started to go in the playoffs, and he just scored a giant goal to tie this game up. Madonna and Nieuwendyk's line, they've got to get some offense at even strength now for Dallas.
Ludwig's shot was deflected high. Madonna hopes for Lettinen. Out behind was Hasek, who's got his big body in the way. Played around behind Hasek, and around it comes to Barada.
Goaltenders will do that, Mike, because you can't touch them. So why not go out and make plays? You know you can't get hit. And that's something that I don't think is fair to the rest of the players on the ice. Goaltenders take advantage of it. Why not hit them? If they want to leave the net, hit them.
Off one of those glass supports, it is eventually cleared out by the Sabres and turned on by Ward. Barada took some lumber up high from Chambers. Ludwig fired it back around, and it skipped the neutral ice, but is quickly played back through on an offside that is delayed. Stars bring it out. That'll be White. Chambers not in a hurry to do it. Gives back to Ludwig, and now play will continue.
The Madonna's line couldn't do much. Let's see if Nieuwendyk can.
Look at this. Juno, a shot and a save made by Belfort.
Oh, baby. They caught Dallas changing, moved the puck quickly, and Juno, who I think would love to play in Montreal next season as a free agent, stays wide. Look at Dallas. They're changing over there. The puck will get moved up ice, but not deep. Here's Juno thinking, let's get wide. Let's get wide. Takes the puck, and Belfort makes a real calm save, knocking the puck up into the stands. Dallas, when you change lines, get the puck deep. They didn't. Juno with a big slapper. Look at Belfort. Right off the right arm. He watches the puck right into the stands.
Pretty impressive number for one-goal games. There have been a ton of those in the playoffs this year. Puck forced along by Juno. Hung up along the boards, kicked back to Juno again. Nieuwendyk tried to jab it on further. Out of the scrum, Madonna closed off. Oh, and check that, Sador went down. I don't know that anyone saw what had happened to him. There was no arm going up or a penalty call. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the Canada Dry check of the game. It was earlier involving Richard Schmelik and Alexei Zhitnik on Pat Verbeek in a sandwich.
I think Zhitnik got them both. Zhitnik, about 5 seconds after that, took a penalty. Now watch the stick here. Sador's looking down at the puck. Barnes comes around, and his stick blade went right into the face of Sador. The referee was back behind them to the right side and did not see that play happen. Carbonneau on the ice. Guess who his opposite center is? Curtis Brown. Guess who the defense pairing are? Matvichuk and Hatcher to go against this offensive Buffalo line. I think to remember, too, with Carbonneau's line, Keane scored 2 big goals in Game 7, and Verbeek has always been a pretty good goal scorer. So not only are they defensive, but they can come up with big goals.
Turnaround shot and a save is made by Belfort, and he stands quickly back up as he didn't like what Chatan was doing at the front of the net.
Buffalo team, we sensed it early in the third, has found the game. Finally, they've found their legs. They must have called the cops because somebody stole them for 2 periods, but they've gotten them back. And they're really winning a lot of loose puck battles right now. And when you can beat Dallas in their own zone, finding loose puck, things start to happen. Belfort had the puck. Chatan with one hand tried to jar it loose. Who can blame him for that? Well, we continue here. Now it's Madonna head-to-head with Curtis Brown. First time we've seen this in the third period, Mike. It's always been either Carbonneau or Skrulin. Now it's head-to-head, offense on offense. And this also gets Madonna away from Pekka. Let's see if Buffalo changes on the fly to get Pekka on the ice for Madonna.
Kick to the back. Crowd is chanting. Puck turned in on Belfour, and it's stopped on the shot by Sanderson. Sanderson hits pretty hard across the way by Hatcher, and the puck scaled out of play at the Dallas bench.
And the other thing the Buffalo wants with Mike Modano, the great Mike Modano with Hull and Lettinen out there, is they want a defensive pairing of Schmelik and Zhitnik. So right away you see a change. Now there's this whistle, there's a change. Schmelik and Zhitnik are out there. The Brown line goes off, and on comes Pekka. Now, Ken Hitchcock's sitting there. I'm the home team coach. I see what Buffalo just did. Well, I'm taking Mike Modano off. And I'm going to put a different line out there to go against Pekka. And it's the Carbonneau line. So it's defense on defense. And what this is doing right now is keeping Modano's line off the ice. Buffalo, I don't think minds that in a 1-1 game.
So in essence, for now, that is controlling the opposite bench.
Right now, yeah.
Move. Yeah, right now he is. Verbeek. Couldn't get it through, but then Carbonneau took it on the bounce, and it's stripped from him by Dixon Ward. Puck sent out of play, 8:50 to go, third period, and it stays at 1-1.
Not too late.
All right, Pop.
Look here, look at shorty got back. Should I ask her for a dance? Hold on, there's too many in a wolf pack. You ain't even close with the rhymes that you wrote. Don't be mad cause you broke. Let me clear my throat. But it's alright, cause it's Saturday night. So Mr. Funk Master, pump the BGs. And all you college students playing Ouija's. Check the spelling R-E.
So, what'd you do tonight?
Nothing.
Search, slice the screen.
Because the internet is interactive, it totally changes the relationship between people and institutions. In hockey, for example, the fans have instant access to information, and the teams can reach beyond their traditional broadcast markets. In banking, the banks establish two-way relationships with their customers, and the banks can reach beyond their traditional branches. See the parallel?
Hello, welcome to Dodge Durango 101. Today, I'll be covering the 5.2 and 5.9-liter Magnum V8 vis-a-vis Durango's superiority in the class structure of domestic compact sport utility vehicles. You're not listening. You're just staring at the Durango, aren't you? Aren't you? Why do I even bother? I don't know. I'm just standing up here like a big doofus.
Well, this time it'll be Modano against Pekka.
And I think what you're seeing here now, Mike, is Ken Hitchcock knows because of the TV timeout, he's got to get Modano's line out there. Last 8:50 of the period, it's a 1-1 game. There's the defensive line for Buffalo and the pairing they want. Zhitnik and Schmelik to go against Mike Modano's line. You'll notice, too, that with Modano, they've got Sador and Zubov, the defense pairing. That's offense with offense.
Hull's rocket eaten up and held by Hasek. Play stopped. One goal on the power play in the first, another in the third. First Hull. Then came Stu Barnes.
A great pass from Joey Juneau. Just a great pass.
In this period, 6 shots for the Sabres and just 3 for Dallas.
And Dallas tried to sit on that lead after their power play couldn't find a way to give them more than the 1-0 lead, and Buffalo all of a sudden just came alive. Reed did a lot of hitting, and now we have one important game.
Lettinen threw it on Zhitnik. Modano's shot blocked aside by Hasek. Flipped back off the glass and hacked along nicely by Modano to keep it alive. Lettinen back for a shot by Hull that's blocked off by Hasek. Another one put off the outside of the goal. Fed back along, Dixon Ward up with it, dropped it back on, and Zubov had his pass careened back off of Hull, spiked away, and a try by Verada. Lettinen comes in, it's hacked along by Sador. Waiting for it is Richard Schmelik. Schmelik dealt it back over for a centering pass by Ward, came on back to Zhitnik and a shot, and that came over to Pekka, and he put it off someone in front.
Oh my, in front. Oh, Verada went down. And he may have cranked his head on the ice. He got knocked down big time, and as a penalty called by Terry Gregson, who was the high official outside the blue line. Boy, did Verada hit the ice.
If you end up using anything but AC Delco parts in your car, who knows where you'll end up?
AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
You know, I always recommend AC Delco automotive parts to all my customers. They're some of the most dependable you can buy. AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
Well, the Sabres should have an argument here. Watch number 5, Daryl Sador's stick go right up into the face of Verada. Bang. And then I saw him drop, and he dropped hard. But the stick went up and caused a cut, much like James Patrick did earlier. Patrick got a double minor for it. And I think watching that replay, and with the help of the replay, Sador should have had a double minor also. But he ends up with just a single minor, and I think he's really, really lucky that's all he got. The stick went up, caught him in the face, created an injury. It should be a double minor.
Boy, it's close to the eye.
Oh, boy. Verada going back to the bench. So a Buffalo power play with 7:50 to go in a 1-1 game in the third period. Carbonneau and Keane will start the penalty kill primarily because Madonna and Lettinen had just finished a shift. So they need to rest.
Holsinger is going to be the center for the power play. He'll have Shatan and Sanderson with him. Woolley to work one point and Zhitnik the other. It comes to Zhitnik. Fires. It's deflected wide. Woolley chopped at it. It bounced back as far as center ice, and Zhitnik is able to fight it ahead. Loaded on and trying to reach it is Shatan. Darian Hatcher threw it back down. 7.5 left, third period. Game tied at 1:35 to go on the power play, and Jason Woolley brings it ahead.
You know why it was only a single penalty, Mike? They called it tripping. They saw Verada go down, called it a trip, but it was actually the stick that caused the damage that was not seen by the referees.
Good clarification. Thrown back along by Shatan, booted on by Woolley, and then sent to neutral ice. So it's Zhitnik. Flipping back ahead for Joe Juneau. Tied up by Lettinen. Lettinen moving further. Juneau able to start back. Control of it now. Dealt it across Zhitnik. Then Shatan. Flipped one that went wide. Dug out, though, by Stu Barnes. Beats one in front. Shatan had trouble as it went off his skate.
That Shatan dump-in was on purpose. A pass off the backboards, and it almost worked for them.
Barnes chopped it back to the point. Zhitnik has it there. Zhitnik hands it back on to Shatan. 40 to go on the power play. Shatan hands it across. Schmeling got it back to Zhitnik, who fired. Save, rebound, score! Wayne Primo has broken the tie.
They wanted big people in front, and they got it. The Zhitnik shot was on goal. There was a rebound, and because of the size of Primo and that long reach, he was able to find a way to get the shot. He's coming back from a knee injury. Well rested, but ready to play. You're going to see look at the battle in front. Ludwig and Primo. Look at the battle. Here comes the shot. Save. Oh, maybe it didn't even get through. And Primo wins the battle by finding a way to backhand the puck in behind. Ludwig may have made the save here, not Belfort. Rebound, and a quick stick slams the puck up top. Sador was in the box. He realizes his team's down a goal with 6:23 to go. And right now, Dallas better think offense. They trail for the first time. And what a remarkable turnaround set up by the penalty-killing unit and goaltending for Buffalo.
Some of the fans standing and cheering, trying to rally the team. 6.25 minutes to go, third period. Zubov gave it across, and the pass is broken up from Sador. Touch back in, Mike Pekka with it there. Pekka slithered a pass, and down to the ice went one of the Stars, and emerging with it is Zubov. Then on to Langenbrunner. Tipped it ahead, hung up in the skates of Reed. Pekka jammed it across, followed through by Reed. In deep, going to play this is Rhett Warrener, checked by Langenbrunner. Warrener recovered, turned it along for McKee. Oh, and McKee came up high, and a penalty coming out. And stunned, and just now getting up across the way is Sador, and a power play coming up for Dallas.
McKee will go. Dallas has been extremely aggressive in this third period. I thought Zhitnik really turned the game around with some of his hitting. And McKee, well, he's about 1.5 feet off the ice. That's why it's a penalty. Sador was in the box when Buffalo scored to take the lead. Sador now is the recipient of the high, hard hit by McKee. Can't leave your feet. It's in the rule book. And he was well off his feet. Looked like he came off a diving board. He was up so high. The referee had to make the call. Charging is the penalty.
Power play number 8 for Dallas. 12 of the 27 shots they've taken tonight have been with the man advantage. The charge to McKee at 14-17.
Dallas team could do some different things. They could put Big Darian Hatcher in front on the power play if they need to. They haven't yet in this game, but that's a possibility. Well, one of those Eddie Belfour masks in the stands. Here we go. McKee's a valuable penalty killer. He's in the box. Zitnik and Smelik are back there for Buffalo, along with Brown and Holzinger. I think Zitnik has helped turn this game around with some of his hitting here in the third period.
Zubov forced back to center ice. Sidor rockets it back in off the glass. Sabres can march back out with it. Holzinger from 80. The block made by Belfour. Under 100 seconds of power play time. Bounced on back for Zubov. If the Sabres kill this off, 3:45 will remain for Dallas to get back one. Drilled back in by Zubov. Patrick there, locked up with Hull. The puck came to Patrick again, battling with Lettinen. It came along to Schmelik. Drilled back down.
Lindy Ruff, the Buffalo Sabres, their general manager, Darcy Regier, signed James Patrick during the season. One reason is he could kill penalties well. He just did.
Angled in by Chambers. Brett Warrener controlling. Trickled it behind. It's fought off by Zitnik. Out in front it came, and it's sent to the wall, and after it is Ward, and it's cleared back down. Hasek had lost his stick, but of course now has lots of time to regain it. 45 to go.
Buffalo winning the loose puck battles here in the third period, Mike. Even on the penalty kill they are.
Darian Hatcher is out on the power play now. Sent that one in that Hasek directed back over near Curtis Brown, but instead Neuendijk around behind. Wiped out, tried to center it, hit the back of the goal. Scramble for it there. Chambers up with it, beats it to the back. Hatcher with a wrist shot, and it went wide. Around behind Neuendijk, fed one in front, and it was shanked off the defense. It was Brown who got a piece of that one. Puck flipped back along and all the way near Ed Belfour. 12 seconds to go on the power play. 3 minutes, 52 seconds in regulation. Chambers took a hard hit from Pekka, and Hasek goes down to the ice and fed it back through. Controlling now. It is worked along the near boards, and trouble came there. Penalty time is up. Pekka starts ahead. Got the pass back over. Whirling with it, encircling is Dixon Ward. Dropped it back off, and it's Pekka there. 3.5 to go. Dallas needs to tie it up with one more. It's moved back on to Guy Carbonneau. Carbonneau flopped one behind. There to get it is Keane. Tried for Reed, but instead it's sent out of play at the Sabres bench. 3:19 to go. Third period. Buffalo by 1.
Draft beer is an extension of the brewery brought to you, and what I mean by that is beer in its most perfect condition. It's actually beer from a finishing tank at the brewery that is put into a keg. It's then kept refrigerated all the way to your local bar or restaurant. The result is a taste and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer. Draft beer is beer at its best, and there's nothing better than an ice-cold Budweiser Draft.
The biggest websites, from Amazon.com to Yahoo. And the biggest companies, from British Airways to General Motors, use Oracle for e-business. Do you? The Internet is revolutionizing business, from Egghead.com to eBay, from E-Trade to Excite. The companies that know the Internet best use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
So what you're saying is you can't change your oil every 3,000 miles because you're too busy. So you push it. Just like your cheap brother-in-law at one of those all-you-can-eats. Hey, it's your car. You want to learn the hard way? Be my guest. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. You ought to change your oil on time, but if you can't, can you say insurance? Quaker State. It's been tested. It works. What more do you need to know?
Above the face-off, the fans are standing, waving towels, saluting their team, hoping they can get a tying goal with 3:19 to go in the third. Madonna gets it to the back. It is Zubov up with it there. Little pass broken up. Curtis Brown, he's got him in. Sanderson, breakaway. Sanderson in. Save! more! 3:05 to go, and it is still a one-goal game. McKee flies it back in. Belfour out of his goal to play it.
You know, Dallas actually won the faceoff, Mike. The Buffalo got the breakaway, and Belfour's best save of the game.
Sergei Zubov slid it across. Brett Hull drove it back in off the stick of Hasek over to Zubov again, but challenged by McKee. Zubov swept it. Hasek stopped it. Sent back along, but no problem there for the Stars to keep it in. Brett Warner took care of his man, and Shatan flopped it out to center ice. Zubov's got Matt Tkachuk and leads it ahead to him, but it went off his stick. And then he spikes it on a cross, bouncing puck in front, and the net is dislodged.
And Hasek wants the face-off outside. Now, earlier, you're going to see a great defensive play on the penalty kill by Curtis Brown. He's around the net. He'll continue to play here. Just watch him move across. Read the play, then drop low and get Verbeek's stick. Right here. Probably saved a goal. That will show the exact look of the thing. Hasek's going to turn his head, look that way. Look at the open side there. Now, Verbeek's going to get the puck, but watch this stick come across. That's Brown. There. Look at Hasek. He was looking the other way. Great play by Brown. Face-off. Watch Brett Hull's interference. But watch right in here. Brown gets away, passes the puck right through the middle, and there goes Sanderson. Belfour's best save of the game.
2:20 left. Jitney out. Hatcher back in. Schmeling closed off. The jostling continues. The Sabres have possession. Can't clear just yet. Now Holzinger is able to flip it back down. So Chambers. Long toss on to John Sim. Sim got it to Hatcher. They threw it back in, fixed their bayonets, and went after it. Neuendijk closed off, but mostly getting air, and glass was McKee. Meanwhile, it's thrown on by Warner. Off the short glass, still battled for by Chambers, and then sent back off the linesman.
Offside. Loose puck battles. Buffalo couldn't win one through first two periods of this game, and then here in the third, they have been the aggressive hitting team. They have found the loose pucks. And, woo, baby, look at that one. And regarding first games of a series, if you think about Hasek, he's starting his 9th career game 1. He's 6-2. Belfour starting his 20th. He's 10-9 going into this one. And right now, Hasek is 1 minute, 43 seconds in the third period away from another win.
We will keep an eye on Belfour. As the clock gets down to the real small numbers, especially when that minute mark goes from 1 to a 0, they pull the goaltender off for the extra attacker. Sometimes earlier, it is McKee able to punch one back up the boards and thrown in front. A directed shot was on goal and saved by Hasek. Oh, another important save made by Dominik Hasek, and a good combination offensively by Dallas.
Well, remember we said the Carbonell line could provide offense. They were out there. Carbonell got the deflection. He was with Keane and Verbeek, and Carbonell just skated right through the slot, got the good deflection, and Dominik Hasek down on the knees made another wonderful save. Dallas has 1:20 to go. Here's the puck in front. Carbonell with a deflection, and so calm is Hasek. And throwing the puck away.
Zubov just had a conversation a moment ago with Ed Belfour, undoubtedly about the time to come off, and a timeout is being called now by Ken Hitchcock and the Dallas Stars. Today's game being produced by Richard Zients and directed by Sandy Grossman. The associate directors are Greg Scopatone, Mike Roig, and Rich Dewey. Broadcast associate Derek Manning, our technical producer Dean Walker. The coordinating producer of the studio show is Scott Ackerson. Produced by Nancy Burdenstein and directed by Bob Levy. The studio associate director is Jennifer Love. Senior producer of Fox Sports is Bill Brown. The executive producers of Fox Sports are Ed Gorin and David Hill.
Mike, before this game, we had long talks with both coaches. I thought Ken Hitchcock made the best comment. He talked about Lindy Ruff and the Buffalo Sabres and their resolve, and he used the word resolve how many times? Once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And he talked about how Buffalo has found a way, no matter what the situation was, to come back and come back and come back. Well, here, Buffalo was on the mat. They were down and almost out. Down 1-0, taking penalties, the penalty killing unit exhausted, Hasek did the job. Their penalty-killing unit did the job. And then here, in the third period, they started to hit. They started to skate. And they found a way to get 2 goals. And right now have the lead. Belfour's on the bench. Extra attacker. Here we go.
Neuendijk with Madano and Verbeek up front. In the shooting hole is Brett Hall. Pekka to take the draw for Buffalo. Wins it on back, and it's flipped back out by Zhitnik. Zubov goes back to take it. Pekka is out there, and Verada and Ward. Schmelik and Zhitnik. Hasek stopped it behind. Drilled back off, but into some traffic. Madano battles, and it's pitched back through to center ice. Sergei Zubov with 55 to go. Got it back up the wing. Lettinen dropped it back in deep. Stepping to it is Michael Pekka. Pekka lost it center. He passes it. They score! Lettinen and Hall were out front. It was smashed home with 48.3 to go.
Watch Madano get around Hasek here. Hasek tries to interfere with him. But Madano got in on Pekka, who lost his stick and glove. Pass in front, there was Lettinen. And you wonder if Hasek could recover because he tried to pick off Madano. Look at Hasek, he's not turned. Now he's got to turn, he loses his angle. And Dallas finds a way to score. Hasek, see him pick off Madano. Bang. Boy, I tell you, did Madano make a play. Look at the reaction here. We're tied up. They're going nuts in Dallas. Madano made a play on Pekka, who somehow lost his stick and glove.
Verbeek trickles it back in. Madano the only assist on Lettinen's goal. Verbeek trying to challenge to the front and Brown up with it. What a battle. Angled back out. Sanderson couldn't come up with it. Still worked along across now in the last 22. Matt Pachuca's shot snagged by Hasek. Puts it right back into play. Turning with it is Sanderson. McKee with a dozen to go. Drilled by Carbonneau and stopped by Hasek. McKee around behind, and Dallas, which has had so much overtime already, will have another.
It doesn't get any better than this. Can you believe it?
Minutes have been played. No decision reached in game 1 yet. 2-2. Period 4 soon.
Go inside George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic for an exclusive look at the making of the Phantom Menace. From Star Wars to Star Wars, next Tuesday at 9/8 Central.
When it comes to investing, experts say look for security. The confidence of safe returns. We couldn't agree more. Chevy Blazer, steel ladder frame, side door beams, and this GMAC Smart Lease. A little security in an insecure world. Chevy Blazer, like a rock.
Clinch the series with a playoff hat trick on Fox 29.
You want a piece of me?
For the face-off, it's Judge Judy at 6 and 6:30.
This lady wouldn't know the truth if they came up and slapped her in the face.
A pass to home improvement along the boards at 7.
If I were a sexy woman, my life would be a lot easier.
Then at 7:30 with the slap shot, it's The Simpsons. Heads up, little girl. It's a playoff power play of fun. Weeknights, only on Fox 29.
On the next Seinfeld...
Can I sleep with you?
Kramer needs a place to crash.
Kramer, there's no way you're sleeping with me.
Why?
Why? Do I really have to explain why?
And Elaine's trying to save some cash.
Perhaps he thinks that you're working him for the discount. Shaking that little butt of yours into big, big savings. If you would excuse us, we need to get to bed.
Tonight, following hockey on Fox 29.
I was dancing, I wasn't stripping.
Okay, but you were a dancer at the party.
Dancing.
No, stripper. That's what I mean by dancer.
With somebody else?
Yes, ma'am.
With another woman?
Yes.
She danced at his farewell, but didn't tell her parents.
And you know, they were hugged up or whatever.
She may be able to stand there and bald-faced lie to you, but you can't bald-faced lie to me.
Justice with an Attitude. Judge Judy. Wednesday at 6 and 6:30 on Fox 29.
With game 2. But this one isn't over yet. Eddie Belfour finally surrendered a goal. Make that 2, but the Stars rebounded thanks to Jerry Lettinen to send this one to overtime, tied up at 2. And welcome back to the New Dodge Intermission Report, Susie Culver and Terry Crisp. I mean, all you can say to this one now is, wow, it's so hard to get either one of these teams off their game. Dallas basically ruled the first 2 periods, then it was all Buffalo, and then Dallas came back again.
Suze, I got to tell you, this crowd has been up into this game all night. But for 2.5 periods, let's be honest, Dominic Hasek stood on his head and kept the Buffalo Sabres in there, giving them a chance. Then for the last 10 minutes, Susie, in the 3rd period, Buffalo said, hey, we can skate, we can make things happen. They went to the net, they started to do something and came alive, but the last laugh came to Dallas when they pulled their goaltender. Just as this crowd was getting ready to leave, they said, not so fast, we're going.
Well, I don't think anybody expected 4 goals in this one. We expected a 1-0, maybe a 1-1, 2-1 kind of a game. Brett Hull scored the first one, and then from there it was anybody's ball game.
And he started that blast right through the 5-hole, big Brett Hull. But then answering is Stu Barnes. He enjoyed Juno give a great give and go, and Stu Barnes just wrists it and makes up. Finally, Buffalo, Susie, smart enough, get traffic in front. Big Primo parks himself and looks for a rebound. He spanks it home. But the one that made this crowd so very, very happy in Dallas is Lettinen. Modano just simply out-hustles Becca behind the net, makes a great pass out to Lettinen, and he caught Hasek looking behind the net, and the towels were waving here, Susie.
A big difference with this Buffalo team this year from last, they don't let adversity affect them. But then you have the experience of Dallas. Pat Verbeek has said they have guys on this team that won't allow them to lose.
But you know what, and I love that, Susie, you say Dallas has the experience. They've had a lot of guys that have been through the wars, but you know what Buffalo have? They have naivety. If you're going to be naive or innocent or whatever word I'm looking for, they don't know enough to be uptight. They don't know enough to be anxious, say, hey, we're out of this. They just kept coming and coming. But I got to reinforce the fact, Susie, that Dominic Hasek saved their bacon for 2.5 periods.
Well, this is a good one, and we've got bonus time. Some of you will be going to local news. The rest of you will coming right back here. Joe Micheletti standing by with Stu Barnes. You're watching the NHL on Fox.
How long does it take to turn Dodge Durango from the sport utility with the most passenger room in its class into the one with the most cargo room? Not long enough. Durango, new ground for the new Dodge.
Excuse me, if you can name everything on Wendy's 99-cent super value menu, you win a car. You win Dave's car.
Hey, I never agreed to that.
Big E fries. Nuggets.
I say potato with no hints.
Chili.
Queen Pie Deluxe.
We don't have
The only thing you have to remember is you can depend on Wendy's 99-cent super value menu every day.
Did we win? Did we win?
We got bigger drinks and we got bigger fries.
You won?
Wendy's 99-cent super value menu. You can count on us.
Can I give you a lift something?
Out here, we all want to play like the pros. Stop pucks like the superhuman Dominic Hasek. Fly like Theo Fleury. And roof it like Mike Modano. What's weird is sometimes they wish they could play like us. Like when they're tied and the rules make them stop. We just keep playing.
As a force player, the only way you get better is to play against defenders that are bigger, stronger, and meaner than you. There you go. Come on. You have to take the paint. Nobody owns the paint.
You don't bring your C game to count for. Bring your A game.
Man, you're going to get rejected by someone who didn't have hands. Tractor, come show them how it's done.
So, Tractor, show them how it's done now.
Uh-oh. Richie, we got a triple scooper here.
The Stanley Cup Finals continue in prime time here on Fox Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time with Game 2. Then the series shifts to Buffalo for Games 3 and 4, and the Fox crew right back here in Dallas for Game 5 if necessary. Welcome back to the New Dodge Intermission Report. We've got overtime here at Reunion Arena in thanks part to Stu Barnes, a late season addition, and he got hot in the playoffs, as evident tonight by his scoring in the third period. Joe Micheletti standing by with Barnes ice side.
Okay, Stu Barnes, your team got off to a slow start and you came on strong. Was it a case of having some time off, or was it just a matter of maybe too much youth on this team?
Well, I think, a little time off probably hurt, but we tried to start playing better, and we had a good third there.
Why did your power play struggle in the regular season, yet in the playoffs it's been so much more effective?
I don't know. I think it's just been hard work. We've had a lot of different guys out there at times, and everybody that's gone out has just tried to work really hard.
Great. Thanks for the time. Good luck in the overtime.
Thank you.
Susie, back to you.
All right, Joe, so the key question now, Terry, is who's got the momentum, who's got the edge in overtime?
You know what? I'm not going to give it to either one, Susie, because first Dallas had it, then Buffalo took it away, then Dallas brought it back. But again, I can guarantee you that Coach Lindy Ruff is saying to his team, we've taken enough dumb penalties, boys. Let's go back to playing discipline. But I like what Buffalo did. They took Dallas's forechecking game in the last 10 minutes and turned it around against them, Susie, and started to push Dallas. Hitchcock has to tell his hockey club in overtime, boys, let's go back to how we played the first part of this game. Let's get our forechecking game back again.
You know, if you can't pick this one, we could be here all night.
Well, look at these fans here, Susie. They wouldn't mind it.
As the New Dodge Intermission Report continues, we'll send you back to Doc and JB for overtime. The Dallas Stars tie this one up. We've got bonus. Stick around.
Yeah, folks, there are some turbulence reported ahead. We're going to climb to 30,000 feet.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
Uh-oh.
Make it a Bud Light.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to return to your seat.
Making friends for life, $0. Speaking your mind, $0. Believing in yourself, $0. Trying something new, $0. Being young, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Out and out refreshment.
Yeah, nothing but the cup will do. Ed Belfour with a big prevention on the breakaway by Sanderson. Then he left the ice. 6 attackers, Lettinen scored. Belfour came back. He and Hasek will duel into an extra period, tied at 2.
Join Tom Hanks, Jennifer Love Hewitt, John Travolta, Ricky Martin, and many more.
Yeah!
At the Blockbuster Entertainment Awards, Wednesday, June 16th on Fox.
amazing things with water. And we should know, because we operate and manage the Buffalo water system. And we think one of the best things to do with our water is to skate on it in the Stanley Cup Championship. American Angling. Good water, better service.
If this one doesn't get your toes tapping, check your pulse. You may be dead. Here it is, coming to you in living cola, Pepsi Cola, from the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
I like this job.
Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the bills.
This is Energy Today with tips on convenient bill payment services. The easiest way to pay your gas bill is with National Fuel's Direct Payment Plan. This service is free, simple to apply for, and allows you to pay your monthly gas bills automatically from your checking account. With direct payment, you'll receive notice well in advance of the date your bill will be deducted from your checking account. To enroll in the Direct Payment Plan, call National Fuel at 1-800-365-3234.
The Hamilton Laser Eye Institute is proud to offer U.S. and Canadian residents the advanced, quick, and painless LASIK procedure at an affordable price.
I've worn glasses for 35 years.
I do a lot of sports. Contact lenses always bothered my eyes.
Members of the surgical team are the most experienced in the area.
Incredible. I feel it as the best investment I've ever made. I went home and took my glasses and threw them in the garbage. Don't need them at all. It's wonderful. It's the best thing. Go and do it.
Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation.
I'm going Cup crazy with Fox 29.
Tied at 2. You can play all night in this sport when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs, and Ed Belfour knows that. He's 14-13 in his lifetime of playing playoff games that wind up going into overtime. Dominik Hasek is 6-5. They're both one above 500.
You know, we've talked a lot about Hasek's game, and he has been sharp, but Belfour maybe made the biggest save of them all. And that was when Buffalo was enjoying a 2-1 lead. Dallas won a faceoff, but you're going to see a breakaway here by Sanderson from center ice all the way. He'll grab the puck, and he's in. But Belfour, this is the save. It would have been game over. Belfour makes the save, and all of a sudden, with this save, the Stars are still in it. They found a way to get the puck away from Pekka. Pekka here reaches for the puck and loses. He must have jammed his stick up along the boards. He loses it, along with the glove, and that was the turnover. So right in front, Modano set up Lettinen. Did a little bit of a bump there, never stopped Modano. Modano still got in there, then fed Lettinen, and bang, tied up just like that. So we're 2-2 going into overtime.
Through 60, the Bud Light statistics. 30 shots, Dallas, 19 Buffalo. 10-7 Buffalo in that third period, scoring chances 17-11. Face-offs almost even. No carryover penalties nor power plays as we begin sudden death. Chatan with the only Buffalo overtime goal in Game 2 against Ottawa. That was the only overtime game that Buffalo has played. Nieuwendyk has a pair of overtime winners. Mike Modano has one. Dallas has also lost 3 games in overtime in these playoffs. Well, the spotlight never ceases to shine on goaltenders. Good or bad, it is always a pressure position, and these two guys we expected to play tremendously because they had the whole playoff, and they have.
I don't know why, but Sanderson, they're waiting to drop the puck here. Sanderson just now came out of the Buffalo room. In fact, here comes Barnes now. He's still fine. Maybe there was some skate problems or whatever. Both Sanderson and Barnes skated okay, and they're ready to start this overtime. Modano head-to-head with Brown. A little bit of offense on offense here.
On Lettinen's goal, there was an assist to Modano, and they added one to Sergei Zubov as well. That was at 19:11 of the third period with Belfour off on an extra attacker. Angled back in. Lettinen there, jostles with Schmelik, and Schmelik is hurt. Played back on through, and it went off of Matvichuk.
Schmelik staying out there, but he jarred his left side, his left arm, left elbow. Something bothered him.
Sanderson couldn't get through. Laid back, and Zhitnik takes it. Then Modano. And back in.
Smelik, whatever it is, it jarred him, but he's okay, Mike. He stayed out there for the whole shift.
Michael Pekka is out there as well and turned that one back in. It's not out yet. But now it's brought out in a 3-on-2 for the Stars. Carbonneau's shot is saved by Hasek. Down to the ice went McKay. Got up and played it ahead to Curtis Brown. Brought back on by Václav Varada. Varada pushed it back in deep. Waiting there is Belfour. Tapped it lamely. Varada stood into Carbonneau. But it's controlled again by the Stars and laid to neutral ice. McKee run in two. And a stalemate at neutral ice. Let's hear from Joe Micheletti.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I talked to both coaches, and differing philosophies for overtime. The Stars want to continue to play the same way, except they felt that they stopped skating after the first 5 minutes of the third period, and they want more traffic in front of Hasek. The Buffalo coaches told their players, let's go for it early. Go after it, skate, try and score, try to end this thing. They feel good about what they did in the third period. Doc, JD?
Thanks, Joe. They should. They had 10 shots in the third. That's more than the Buffalo Sabres had in the first two periods combined.
22 wins. In the first 30 games, only two coaches have had a record equal or better than that. Jean Perron with Montreal equal to what Lindy Ruff has, and the legendary Toe Blake a couple of wins better. Reed moves in. Closes up with Holsinger. Battle continues, and it's turned back out for control to neutral ice. Joe Juneau brings it ahead. And it knocked off his stick. Craig Ludwig back deep. Couldn't turn it along. Holsinger battling too. Pinching in as Barnes even deeper. Brought back along by Dave Reed.
Smelik back for another shift, so whatever happened to him on his left side, he's okay.
Okay enough, anyhow. To a side, continue the battle in the corner. Fed back out for a shot by Nieuwendyk. That was deflected by Zhitnik. Zhitnik turns back with Smelik, his defense partner. Barnes still out along with Holsinger. Sabres want to make a change now in their forward unit. Tapped on back, and Smelik has it once more. 2:20 into sudden death overtime. Pass ricocheted ahead, came on to Pekka. Laid it across for Dixon Ward, and Ward jostled to the boards and glass. Lettinen dropped it around behind. Hatcher rushed there and then stepped into by Pekka. Lob back out. Smelik handcuffed. It went off Lettinen. But it's played across by Hasek. Right over to Hall, and it's snagged by Hasek. And he'll wait.
Yeah, Hall rushed the shot knowing that he may catch Hasek. But Hasek was back in plenty of time. Hasek reversed the puck. Hall stayed wide in case, and sure enough, the puck came over to him. You see the puck here go right to Hasek. He doesn't go to his right. He reverses and goes back to his left. Oh, Brett Hull's there. Shot probably would have gone wide, but Hasek was there anyway. Hasek, he's fearless. We've mentioned it a number of times. He continues to shuffle the puck, just chip it away to one side or the other to try and keep it away from the opposition players. Some shots in this game against him have been results of Dominic turning the puck over. But he won't stop. That's his style of game.
Game 2 Thursday on Fox. Tomorrow is rest and recouping. And tonight may go into tomorrow. Mike Keane threw it around behind. It ricocheted loose off of Verbeek and jammed around behind the net. Still they battle for it. Trying to shake loose was Keane. Stepping away with it as Brown. Down he goes. Kept alive by Carbonneau. Wanted to get it to Verbeek. It careened past Verbeek. Back toward the point. Matvichuk kept play alive. It's on to Carbonneau. It's scrambly right now. Brett Warner taking over for the Buffalo defense, hoping for Shatan. It reached Matvichuk for Dallas at center ice.
There's Carbonneau's line, keeping Curtis Brown pinned in their zone. Matvichuk and Hatcher there again as the defense pairing against them. You know, Dominic Hasek lost a stick again during the scramble, Mike, and I honestly think that his defensemen constantly try to help him when he loses the stick. You're going to see him look around here. You'll see the stick come back in front, and then a defenseman slide it across to him, and all of a sudden it's back in front of him. There it is. So he looks, picks it up. And you wonder with the amount of times he loses a stick, if his teammates, look at McKee here, shuffle it back, then you're going to see Warner slide it across too. These guys, they must get used to him losing the stick and try to find a way during the action to get it back. to Dominic. Well, Dominic practices a lot without the stick in case of.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, traditionally it's a hang on to it, but we're seeing more and more goaltenders now starting to drop it like he does and work without it.
Yeah, he's a trendsetter. That's so he can pick the puck up with his gloved right hand. It's like a golf glove underneath the blocker.
Dallas recoils. It's away from Nieuwendyk. Fed into Reed. Reed drives. Save made by Hasek, and he covers. Oh, Nieuwendyk was quite a leaping screen in front of him.
Reed and Nieuwendyk tried to double team James Patrick. Kind of a 2-on-1 on the near boards, and they got the shot through to Dominic, and he was screened and made the save. Look at Nieuwendyk here and Reed on Patrick after the turnover, and here's the shot by Reed. Get it through with traffic. A lot of traffic, but that didn't bother Hasek on the play. Joe Micheletti said, the coaches said, we need more traffic in front of Hasek. Well, again, we showed the angle earlier in the game, how he closes everything up, doesn't he? On those angle shots, it's open, and then all of a sudden, within just a blink of an eye, it just closes. And Hasek there again.
Is there a time, John, when it starts to sink into the players that maybe this won't be won early, and then they start to become more conservative?
I think 5, 6, 7 minutes in, when everybody's gotten rid of that adrenaline rush, then it settles in, and then they start to play without taking chances.
Langenbrunner is loose with a shot that was just tipped as he let it go by Schmeling.
Hitchcock putting Langenbrunner on the fourth line here, double shifting him a little bit to find offense and experience.
Langenbrunner trying to fight to the front, puck to Zubov, and a shot deflected to the glass. Malik with a heavy hit took care of Langenbrunner. Meanwhile, the puck around behind, spirited away by Hasek. Kicked by Zubov, but fed back out. Stu Barnes chugs ahead with it. He's got Holzinger and just puts one into the waffle board of Ed Belfour, and Belfour decides to cover. With 4:25 having been played in the first sudden death overtime period.
Ken Hitchcock sat down Sim on this shift. He wanted experience out there. Sloan and Sim are two rookies on the fourth line with Skrudland, so he sat down Sim and put Langenbrunner out there just to find a little more experience and maybe getting a break off the face-off to try and score a goal. Modano has taken a lot of the draws for Dallas, so a defensive zone draw in overtime. He comes out to go head-to-head with Michael Pekka.
Little delay as Modano comes over and has a word with Letton.
Now, Buffalo has two top pairs of defensemen. They don't mind which pair get out there against Modano.
High to the air off the boards. Modano flipped one ahead that went out of play at the Buffalo bench. It was 1-0 in favor of Dallas going into the third. Down to the ice went Verada on the power play. A goal scored by Primo. Then Lettinen with the goaltender pulled and 49 left. Tied the game and forced overtime. An unfair question, but Dallas hasn't had much of a layoff from the last round, and Buffalo has. I can't imagine who it might favor, because Buffalo, of course, just getting the sea legs tonight after a long layoff, came on strong in the third period. Dallas having played on a regular basis, though having played a lot. Ward's shot is stopped by Belfour. Onto the back front shot, another one is turned aside as Chambers got in the way of the shot from Warrener. Kept alive by Woolley. Put back in deep. Pekka bumps there with Ludwig. Ludwig forced it back off. It's Dixon Ward in the way, keeping play alive for Buffalo and centering. Chambers up with it there. Steered it along. James Patrick has it. Patrick put it around behind. Carbonneau slugged it the other way, but into traffic. Ward there. It's shanked off of Verada. Brought back out and turned to center ice by the Stars. It is Woolley instead.
Yeah, good shift by the Pekka line. They had their first good scoring chance in overtime. Ward was stopped.
Dixon Ward nearly hip checked down by Carbonneau. The two of them cancel on that, and Ward played it back in deep. Brown couldn't get a centering pass away, and it's Chambers.
Dallas needs to change their defense. Now there's an icing call against them. They needed to change. Curtis Brown got out there. He was fresh. Dallas had not changed Chambers and Ludwig. Now they get to the bench because of the icing, and they don't mind the icing. That found a way for them to be able to change.
And in overtime, the first overtime, as in the second period, the change is longer than it is in the first and third.
Another thing we should mention, Mike, the referees. It's a two-referee system, and a lot of people say after a game, oh, that one referee who was the trailer was making all the calls. every television timeout, the referees flip-flop. The guy that was down in one end flip-flops with the other guy. So there's always a change, and you can never pin down, blame the referees for certain calls or certain type of call or whatever it is.
Well, the trailing referee is the reason the second referee is there, because so much happened. Oh, boy, that was quick off the faceoff and off of Ed Belfour. Now Madonna pivots, looks over the traffic. Madonna tried to deal it along, still fighting, skipped one across, but it is outletted on as far as Matvichuk. Follow-up comes from Curtis Brown, dropped it back to Shatan. Belfour does not go out for this one as it slowed down and played on to the front of the net and wide by Sanderson. All put it to center ice. Jeff Sanderson up with it there. And that one knocked away by Madonna and chopped back just away from him. Another stray helmet on the ice. It's been that kind of contest. Wonderful game. 32 shots to 20 Dallas. In overtime, it's flipped over to Shatan. Spiked it on the backhand of the corner. Langenbrunner moves in there. Couldn't clear it out. It's fed to the back, but that one broken up by Reed. Dave Reed chased off, got a pass that skipped away from Nieuwendyk. Nieuwendyk goes in to cancel. Zhitnik comes out with the puck, but then defended by Zhitnik and a penalty coming up.
And he could get 2 penalties here if the referee wants to. He fired the puck into the stands. Zhitnik was beaten to the puck by Nieuwendyk. Nieuwendyk came off the backboards with the puck to set up a play, and Zhitnik pulled him down. Power play Dallas with 13:19 to go. Look at Nieuwendyk. Knocks Zhitnik off the puck. He's going to the front of the net now. Not anymore, he's not. He's hooked down to the ice. The referee's right there. Then he grabbed the puck. Zhitnik knew he was going to get the penalty and threw it into the stands. That's a delay of game. And if the referees want to be miserable, they could give him a penalty for that.
The hook. And it comes at 6:41 of the overtime.
Now you see here the Dallas bench, they want the additional minor. Now look at Skrudland. It's in the book, but it's not called. And again, Hasek and the penalty killers for Buffalo are under the gun.
The 9th time this playoff year, there's been an overtime power play. Dallas has had 2 of the prior ones. No one in the NHL has scored this year on it. Sidor shovels one, deflected, it went wide.
Hasek slow getting up on that play. You wonder about that groin and abdominal problem. That was awkward for him.
Indeed. The injury occurred in early February, and he has been recovering and dropping back and recovering ever since. Caused him to miss a couple of games in the Toronto series just 2 weeks ago. Chipped on by Pekka. Reddo and controlled by Jay McKee, and he put it back down.
Hasek's not 100%. But if he can play with the pain and handle the pain, he'll keep playing. That's the key, the pain.
Zubov dealt it over. Madonna moves in. Mike Madonna twists around behind. Still kept possession. Madonna locked up with James Patrick. Wants to get it to the point. They have it there to Sidor. Opposite side. Zubov fakes. Fires. Save Hasek. Rebound. He covers.
Well, he does it again. Great angle play and save. Look at Hasek. He's got his left leg extended behind him. I think he's starting to hurt a little bit. I really do. You can read body language of goaltenders. This shot was deflected. Now watch Hasek spread out. Look at there. See how he went down on his arms and then pushed himself up? That was very, very slow the way he got up compared to what he normally does when he's healthy. And then just now he made a great save on a blast with Lettinen in front, save and covered up the rebound there. And then he extends and pushes his left leg behind him. You'll see it happen here. His left leg there behind him. See? And I think he's trying to straighten out and maybe find a way to feel better. I don't think he wants to show the opposition the body language that he's hurting some, but I get the feeling just in watching him as one of those ex-goalies that he may be having a little bit of pain to do with the injury. He is one tough competitor, folks.
He was just named yesterday a finalist for yet another award. He's already up for a couple this year at the awards later this month in Toronto, but the Dallas fans are standing, waving towels, rousing their team. 1:04 left on the power play here in sudden death overtime. The puck came over to be sent back off the glass by Schmeling. Zubov will go back to retrieve. He and Sean Chambers will be the point men. Up front, it is Madonna, along with Hull and the hero, Lettinen, who forced this overtime. Chambers on back to Zubov, back up to Chambers again, angled it back around. Hasek stopped it. Smellick blasted it back off. Oh, and it careened off the face of Zubov.
Oh. And he now, in a tough way, gets up right there. You can see the training staff trying to help him. He went with his body against the boards. The puck may have come off the glass in the partition and went right into his face. Yeah, they want him to get off the ice. He's got to go get looked at. Oh, gosh. He is, I think he's lucky, Mike. The eyes right, oh, goodness. He tried to get up and stay in the play. Wants to stay on the bench now. They're going to have to try to find a way to close the cut below his right eye.
He cannot go back out on the ice, actively bleeding.
There it is, Mike, right off one of those partitions, I think. No, maybe not. Yeah, off the boards, and boom. Oh, gosh. Well, that's a great look at exactly what happened. Look at him. They're going to close it up, and I don't think he'll miss more than just this one shift. By rule, if you're cut and there's blood, you have to go and get repaired before you can come back on the ice.
The cut man is the often unheralded trainer, Dave Supranet, who has been with this team since they were in Minnesota. There you see him tending to Zubov. Sador put it back in. Half a minute to go on the power play. Pekka cleared it back down. So Belfour sets. Nearing the middle stages of the first overtime. Back ahead comes Joe Nieuwendyk. Nieuwendyk, a shot deflected. It went wide. And cleared back out. Shaking his hand was McKee, as it may have gone off his hand or glove. All right, here comes Madonna. 4 to go. Racing by a couple. Madonna moving on in. Held off enough, and then it's spun behind for Nieuwendyk. There's Rhett Warner doing the defensive work on Madonna, who points it to Hatcher with the drive. It's deflected up into the seats. The penalty box is empty.
Off of Shatan, as now we see Madonna meet up with McKee, who went down. He tried to fake and draw a penalty. Madonna was flying. Look at the jersey in the wind there. He's flying, folks, but he's picked up nicely here and forced wide by Warner. Great job defensively on the play. Stick around Warner, or pardon me, around Madonna to try and stop him. And then there's a shot to the back of Madonna. Boy, Madonna's that puck transporter we talked about. He and Nieuwendyk, they can fly. And there's a good block by Shatan of the point shot, puck in the stands. And where it went off the Buffalo player is where the face-off is. That's about 10 feet inside the blue line.
So you see the impressive numbers of Madonna. Another positive number, he's only 29. Turned that yesterday, so he's got a lot of years ahead. And a pretty long-term deal, too.
One shot by the Sabres in overtime. That was by Dixon Ward, and Belfour made a good save. And 3 shots by Dallas, and that's including a 2-minute power play.
Matvichuk run into, and another penalty coming up.
Is this a hit from behind, Mike?
It looked like it, yeah.
And right there is where
Matvichuk's hurt.
I think Bill McCreary was the referee right near the play, and he's the man making the call. And here comes the trainer across the ice again.
Dave Supranet comes over to tend to another fallen star. This will be the 10th power play for Dallas in the game.
And Matvichuk, you can see, having problems here. Matvichuk is over along the boards. Here comes the hit from behind, and it just drove him into the boards. I mean, it's hard to react in a sense. I mean, that's Sanderson with the penalty, the hit from behind, and they can get upset, but the point is, Matvichuk on this play could not defend himself. He's facing the boards, and when he was hit, he went flying into the boards face first, jaw first, and he was jarred on the play. Sanderson went right into the back of him. I think it was Sanderson. And that's a call you just have to make. I mean, Matvichuk could not protect himself on the play. That's why you have to make the call as a referee. Now, can Zubov play the power play? Good point. See Matvichuk from behind. He's just driven into the boards. How can you not call that? Overtime or not?
The Sabres don't agree. Boarding call at 9:06, and so Dallas will get its second successive power play of sudden death overtime.
Matvichuk's been rocked. His face and jaw went in face first. Sanderson's in the box.
And Zubov is back out. So the cut doctor, even though he's been busy, now he's tending to Matvechuk, has gotten Zubov healed enough to be out there for the Dallas power play. Sador will be the other point man. Modano up front along with Hull and Yeri Lettinen. Zhitnik and Schmelik in back for Buffalo. It's rattled on around behind Hasek. Hull checked from behind by Schmelik. Puck taken by Lettinen. Wanted the point and got it there. Sador to Hull. Knocked down by Juneau and worked right on back, and Hull handed it around behind to Modano. He had Lettinen in front, gave it to the back now to Sador. Deflection on goal by Hull and a save by Hasek. Schmelik flipped it along, but into a body. Lettinen plays it back to Hull. Dumps it back to the point. Collared nicely there by Sador. Dropped back onto Hull again. 50 killed by the Sabres. Hasek allows it to go to Schmelik. Dallas will have to drop back. Halfway through the power play as of now. Long pass from Belfour to Sador. Cranked, but off a Sabre and into the seats and play stopped. For many of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, stay tuned for local news following this game.
And what a game it's been. 9:50 to go in overtime. Shots overall 34-20 in favor of the Dallas Stars, and they are now on their 10th, is it 10th power play?
Correct. Brett Hull scored the first goal of the game with 1 second left on a power play in the first period. That has been the one.
One of the plays you use on your power play is to drive it around the boards behind the goaltender, and then your team on the power play, since you outnumber the penalty killers, line up on the other side and wait for the puck. The last time Zubov fired it in, he kept it on the boards. In other words, down low. So he knew where the puck was going to go, and his team was over there waiting. He didn't fire it up high on the glass. You can't in this building because those partitions stick out, and you don't know where the puck's going to go.
It is Hatcher waiting. Threw one in front that was behind Nieuwendyk and then drilled back off Chambers. So Chambers and Hatcher working the point now in the last 40 of the power play. Holsinger up front along with Brown for Buffalo. Hatcher a pass. Nieuwendyk squirt loose and a shot was deflected down at point-blank range before he could get much on it. Chambers hands across. Hatcher waits. Gives back to Chambers. Chambers shovel shot. Save. Scramble around the front. It's cleared, not out. Hatcher up with it again. Side of the net. Wide was Nieuwendyk, but then shot.
And Hasek slow getting up. No stick. He stayed down. He made one big save without the stick. He did it again.
Chambers, an errant pass that went off a linesman's skate. Verbeek turning along and threw it across the net mouth wide. Penalty time is up. Sanderson's out. Centering pass. Sanderson tipped it up the wing and goes to get it. Sador trying to close. Save Belfour!
Oh, baby. Sanderson could fly. What a great skater. He found the puck, got the shot, and Belfour with a second save of overtime. Hasek here. Watch how the puck will end up for Nieuwendyk there. He loses the stick. Now he doesn't have it. He'll stay down. Grab the right post, get the angle. And he'll go over to the other side. Up, now down to make the save there. Rebound. Oh, did he get plowed into by Langenbrunner? Look how he stays down. Taking away and looking around people. Now he gets down, covers up the hole between the legs. And did you see how the tops of his pads were perfectly meshed when he was down? Sanderson out of the box. Watch him turn up ice and watch his skating stride. It's like a rocket ship. Shot on goal. Beautiful.
Well, an important face-off offensive zone for the Sabres, but it quickly becomes puck possession for Dallas. Ludwig flies it back out off the high stick of Keane. Buffalo takes possession, so no stoppage of play for the high stick. 8.5 left first overtime. It's turned over to Keane. Laid back on for Carbonneau. Taken to the wall, though, by Woolley. Rasmussen lifted it, but not out. Reed kept it in and floated it behind. James Patrick tries the other way. Tipped by Barada. Follow up, and it's hacked away by Patrick and ahead for Primo.
See, they're using Patrick and Woolley for the Carbonneau line. They're saving the top two pair of defense for Nieuwendyk or Modano. That's how the coaching is going regarding the Buffalo defense.
Lettinen ahead. Down to to the ice, Rasmussen. Down to the ice, Lettinen. Play continues with a pass back over. It is Schmeling, very deliberately, then rolls it back in, away from Verada, who glides back over and is wedged to the turnbuckle by Lettinen, and it's flipped on back to neutral ice. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, first overtime. Glad you've joined us on Fox. First of a best of 7. Thrown back off the glass by Belfour. Skipped on back, Schmeling. Angled it wide, Shatan over, but Zubov takes over there. Zubov behind, ran into Brown. Trouble came for the Stars that time. It went into a broken stick and had to be hacked back down, and Sanderson scurries back to get it. The Stars hustle to make a change. 36 shots to 21 Dallas. Low-scoring tilt at 2-2. Reed's pass was away from Nieuwendyk, but offside no matter.
Mike, earlier we saw Hasek without the stick make the save. Now this is Nieuwendyk driving in. Hasek will do that rollover play here, lose his stick. Now when he makes the save, the top of his goal pads are going to mesh together beautifully. There's no seam there. You'll see him go down right here and make the save. I'm going to stop it right there, guys. Not quite. You can't quite see it. Where the pads actually mesh. See how they're together there almost perfectly right there? He cuts his pads at an angle for 2 reasons. One, so see how they've angled down? When they're cut, most goalies' pads go straight across. His are down. See how they're down? A, when he skates and crosses his legs, they don't clip each other so he can skate well. And B, when he goes down like he just did, they angle together well and take away the 5-hole. That's why he develops and has his pads exactly that way.
McKee flew that one back around, and it came up for a drive by Warrener that was wide. McKee couldn't come up with it. Langenbrunner taken right out of the play by Juneau, but here's Reed. He's got Nieuwendyk with the pass. Was floated back by Holzinger. Stepping right back to it, McKee. Drive, and it's blocked away by Belfour. Holzinger rushes in. Jabs it around behind. Blake Sloan is there. Hammered by Patrick. Came back for Barnes, and he threw it in front, tangled up in Hatcher's equipment, and ducked free by the Stars and lobbed on back.
A terrific pinching by James Patrick. Buffalo trying to get offense now. Their defensemen are pinching.
Barnes a drive, and it got the glass. Pekka allows it to go back. Turned on by Woolley. Skipped through Pekka to Barnes again. He's able to stop it, but then is just closed off immediately by Strudlin. Centering pass is broken up by Hatcher. Kept alive by Patrick. Split back in front. Didn't see it, and then it went at the line, but did it go across? Apparently not.
I don't think so, and Bill McCreary, the referee, was right there. See how he's leaning on the net? That was gone. That went off somebody's skate right into the goal line of Eddie Belfour. Watch the back check here. Here's the back checker right there. The puck goes along. Here's another back checker right there. Then here's another one. Buffalo now starting to develop their game. That's classic back check. Belfour will lose the puck here. It'll squirt away. He thinks it's under the glove. It's not. Now off a Strudlin skate to the goal line, but not over. Great look, guys. Nice play. It didn't go over the line. Belfour thought he had it. He plays deep, puts the glove down, but it squirted loose. Strudlin doesn't even see it. It goes off his skate. Oh, baby, was that close. And Billy McCreary goes, no, no, no. Yeah, maybe playing, what, left referee or right referee or what? 6:07 to go in this first overtime period. I think they're just now checking upstairs to make sure that the puck did not go over the line, Mike. And that's why there's a little delay as the 2 referees are at the timekeeper's box. They will review it, give the message that it's no goal, and will proceed. Definitely didn't go over the line. We had a great look.
Brian Lewis, Charlie Banfield, the supervisors up there with Ed Baker and Robert Firth, the replay officials. We'd mentioned earlier there are 9 officials have made the cut to the Stanley Cup Finals. We mentioned some of them that are working or standbys tonight.
Watch the puck, and the entire puck has to go over the line, not just a part of it. The entire puck. Ooh, it's kind of hidden there. No, it didn't. No chance. No chance. I think that's what they're checking right now.
It's getting the good examination, isn't it?
Well, they're trying to check every conceivable angle. You know the goalposts, Mike, when they join the ice? There's a little plastic insert to keep the goalpost in place. The league is thinking about for next year putting cameras inside the goalpost down at the bottom, right in there. And that camera would have an angle right across to the other goalpost, and so you'll see the entire line. That would be fed into a tape machine, and they would be able to, at all times, through that little camera drilled inside the post, watch the goal line to see if the puck ever crosses the goal line completely. It would be a perfect angle to look at it.
Well, we got a perfect look at it there, didn't we? 15 years ago, John Ferguson was a general manager in Winnipeg and felt he lost a playoff game and another home gate possibly because of a disputed one, and he said, you know, we got to get replay here. Well, eventually it did come, and it has been the salvation in that fans who watch either at home or pay the price of admission to come to a game know that they've gotten the accurate call on every goal by the time they walk out.
I'm not sure what the delay here is. I mean, we've had a good look. I think they were wondering if it went underneath Eddie Belfour's hand, whether or not it went over the line. So they looked at it, looked at it, looked at it, looked at it. And we had a pretty good look, and we didn't think it was over. Bill McCurry was right on the line himself. He didn't think it was over, but they checked every angle upstairs, and the green light has been given to continue the game. We're tied up at 2 with 6:07 to go in this first overtime.
The matchup for the face-off is Pekka against Modano.
The key here is Zhitnik and Smelik to go against Modano's line.
Zubov and then Hull. Smelik and then Pekka. Zubov knocked it down, tried to reach Hull, but that failed. Pekka just slugged it back into the corner. Zubov to take it there. Brett Hull moving ahead. Hasek watching as Václav Barada takes over for the Sabres. Cut back off, and it's tipped out.
Pekka could have hit Brett Hull there. We haven't seen Pekka throw those hard shoulder checks in this game. I'm wondering if he's ailing a little bit, if he's not 100% healthy. Playing hard, taking draws, yes, but not throwing the Pekka body checks that he's famous for. Right there, he just sort of leans into Hull. He didn't hit him. He explodes on body checks.
Zhitnik turning. You don't think it's all the penalty killing, John. It's not fatigue. You think it might actually be something.
Just in watching him all game long, and we know Mike Pekka, and we know how he can hit. He's a classic open ice hitter. He'll move across here. And Brett Hull is there. Turns, sees him, and just sort of leads with the stick. Michael Pekka is maybe the best open ice hitter amongst forwards in the game today. So you just kind of wonder, maybe he's hurting a little bit from previous playoff series. He's not a big man, and it's stunning with how hard he can hit people when you look at his lack of size. However, he's competed hard. He's taken face-offs and played well.
Oh, a loose puck in front, shoveled into Hasek, another try, and another one back to the point. Hatcher a shot, and it's blocked down and brought back out again by Curtis Brown. Oh my, and Hasek just now getting up on his feet. Sanderson tipped it along, and Hatcher dumps it back out, and here come the Stars once more. Pat Verbeek trying to get by the defense of McKee, fights his way by, hit by Chatan, bounced off, then hit again by McKee, scaled back off, and chopped back over for Curtis Brown to bring ahead. Brown for the Sabres, floated one off a defenseman's stick. Hatcher fired it back around, it's kept alive by Brown to the slot, score! A flood of players comes off the bench. And there you see the celebration going on north in Buffalo at Marine Midland Arena. The Sabres have won in overtime by a score of 3-2. Hasek has already left the ice.
Well, Hasek robbed Patty Verbeek, didn't he? Somebody overskated the puck, and all of a sudden Verbeek was there. Watch him roll over and watch the leg. Oh, he kicked it away with his right leg, and Verbeek couldn't score. He couldn't score. The puck went up to the other end. Hasek was really, really slow in getting up. The puck went down to the other end, and right down the slot, Eddie Belfour was beaten by a low shot. You'll see the Sabres have just changed. Watch Woolley jump in. Bang! Quick shot through the screen of Matt Tkachuk and right through Eddie Belfour. Great pass, I think, by Brown off the boards. Quick shot by Woolley. And this Buffalo team shows resolve. They gave up a goal late, but they came back to win it. Here's the reaction from the bench. It's kind of one of those, I'm exhausted, but we won it. And for Dallas, who owned the first half of the game, could not find a way to put it away. They couldn't put it away. And Buffalo gets the first one on the road.
Let's check it downstairs now with Joe Micheletti.
All right, Doc, thanks very much. Here's the goal scorer, the winning goal, Jason Woolley. Congratulations on the goal. Tell us about you're an aggressive team as far as defensemen. What happened on the play?
Well, it was all about picking our spots, and I saw Brownie coming up the wall. I just come off the bench, and, you know, there's a big opening there. I just wanted to release it as quick as I could and not give Balfour a chance to see it.
You know, your coach, Lindy Ruff, changed the system of this team. 6 weeks to go in the regular season. You guys got much more involved in the offense. In overtime, though, your coaches say we're going to go after it, and is that what you talked about?
Well, it's the one thing. Obviously, we're going to try and play smart and a little more conservative than regularly, but we still want to keep our defense joining. It's been a big part of our playoff success, and I hope it continues.
Again, congratulations on the goal. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
Jason Woolley, Doc, the game winner. Back to you.
And that game winner came 15:30 into the first sudden death overtime period. The best of 7 is Buffalo 1-zip. We'll be back.
If you looked into your local carrier's phone lines, what time period would they place your company in? Why live in the past when local's future is right through here? On net, where local, national, and global all flow over one network owned by one company. Oh, and did I mention it'll save you money? On net from MCI WorldCom.
Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Out and out refreshment.
Call it a bonanza, an extravaganza. It's how you save on tires. Now at Pep Boys, all 35,000-mile tires are 4 for only $99, and all 70,000-mile tires 4 for $169.
Pep Boys, cars like us. People love us.
What a shot. How'd you do it?
With the Elf, there's nothing to it. The Elf 370Z is full of surprises, like a 3-time zoom and 3 picture sizes. Have you seen all the Elves?
What a shot. From Canon. Pads for legs, $1,500. Glove for hand, $400. Mask for face, $150. Having a slinky for a spine, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Official card of the NHL and fan of those who dominate the game.
This summer, That 70s Show is back.
How's it going back there?
Feel the love.
I saw Mom and Dad having sex.
On new episodes of That 70s Show, starting Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Excuse me, Wyatt?
Yes?
Can I get a bite of that Subway foot-long sandwich?
No.
Okay.
Big appetite? Go to Subway. Our footlongs are meals in themselves with your choice of meats and veggies. They're bigger than any burger.
And in Western New York, the only choice is Subway restaurants with over 60 convenient locations to get a sandwich the way it should be.
Subway, the way a really big sandwich should be.
On the next Seinfeld...
Can I sleep with you?
Kramer needs a place to crash.
Kramer, there's no way you're sleeping with me. Why? Why? Do I really have to explain why?
And Elaine's trying to save some cash.
Perhaps he thinks that you're working him for the discount. Shaking that little butt of yours into big, big savings. If you would excuse us, we need to get to bed.
Tonight, following hockey on Fox 29.
So for John Davidson and Joe Micheletti, I'm Mike Emmerich saying so long from Dallas. The final score, 3-2 Buffalo in overtime. Some of you will be seeing the local news right after this. Be sure to tune in Thursday night, all of you, for Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. What a night. 23rd shot by Buffalo, 60th shot was the last. And when the last hit had been registered, the last bear hug released, the Buffalo Sabres had celebrated last. And they'll celebrate long, but the way this team has been this year, not too long. Very businesslike in their approach, as the Stars will be in trying to rally and even it up 2 nights from now at 1 game apiece. We hope you enjoyed it. We sure did. The final score again, 3-2. Buffalo in OT. See you Thursday.
This is the place where champions are crowned, where legends are made, and dreams come true. This has been a presentation of Fox Sports.
On the next Seinfeld...
Can I sleep with you?
Kramer needs a place to crash.
Kramer, there's no way you're sleeping with me. Why? Why? Do I really have to explain why?
And Elaine's trying to save some cash.
Perhaps he thinks that you're working him for the discount. Shaking that little butt of yours into big, big savings. If you would excuse us, we need to get to bed.
Tonight, following hockey on Fox 29.
I was dancing, I wasn't stripping.
Okay, but you were a dancer at the party.
Dancing.
No, stripper. That's what
See?
I mean by dancer. With somebody else?
Yes, ma'am.
With another woman?
Yes.
She danced at his farewell, but didn't tell her parents.
And, you know, they were hugged up or whatever.
She may be able to stand there and bald-faced lie to you, but you can't bald-faced lie to me.
Justice with an Attitude. Judge Judy. Wednesday at 6 and 6:30 on Fox 29.
This Thanksgiving, the kids are in charge.
Everything is under control. It's going to be fun. I'm looking for a crested blazer.
A crested blazer. I wore one once, and I really think it did something for me. Yes, I think we might have something. The Joseph Abud crested blazer is the finest. That's hand ticking around the crest. And these are the world-famous Chorizo buttons, made from the finest antelope horn.
And they'll match my sneakers.
It looks fabulous on you. Shall I wrap it up?
You know, I'm not sure. I'll tell you what. I'll come back later with someone, see what they think. Uh-huh. Really, I'll be back.
You could send a Father's Day Hallmark to any dad. Introducing hundreds of new Hallmarks for 99 cents. Why not?
Dr. Doolittle.
We're going to spend the next hour trying to figure out why you're sad.
You know, the puck was up in the air, and they came together, and the puck went in. That's probably the play that upset me the most.
Linda, back here.
Hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. I think the 9-day layoff and nerves. So obviously, we got a young team. Haven't been in this position. I expected a storm in the first 5 or 10 minutes, and we were undisciplined at time, but you know, we found a way to win it.
Lindy, back here. How do you account for Jason Woolley's offensive production throughout the playoffs? I mean, he's leading your team, or coming into the game, he's leading the team in scoring. Is this a surprise to you, or is this just something that, you know, he's seizing the opportunities here?
Well, I think the one thing, when your power play is going as good as it is, and he's a big part of that, you know, he gets a lot of points. Himself and Jidnick have been kind of the quarterbacks the whole time, and they've got pucks through. He's joined a lot of times, and I think the majority of his points have been power play points, but you know, it goes along with the special teams. When they're going well, a lot of people reap the benefits, and he's been one of them.
Hey, Lindy, did this remind you at all of the first game at Ottawa, game on the road, and maybe a slow start? Dominic kept you in long enough to get a win out of there?
Yeah, you know, at times a little bit, you know, penalty-wise, it reminded me of Ottawa for sure. But I thought as the game went on, we started to come on, and in the third period, you know, for the longest period of time, I think we only gave him one shot, and that was from outside the blue line. So our legs got underneath us, you know, and I don't think you can simulate, you know, the intensity that came in the first 5 minutes in practice. Although I thought the conditioning later on paid off for us.
Lenny, right here. Going into the third period, did you make any adjustments as far as trying to put more pressure on the net?
No, we realize as a team that they're an extremely tough team to generate chances against. You saw what they did against Colorado the last 2 games. You know, we figured we'd probably get 9 or 10 chances going into the game, and we may have got a few more by the end of the night. But the point we wanted to make was get it deep, make sure we get it below the goal line, make sure the defense got to go all the way back. We were sloppy in the first 2 periods. In the third, we dumped it in every time and got some pursuit going.
Last question for Lindy.
This performance will do a lot for the public perception of your team's chances. Does it do anything for your team's belief in their ability to come in this building and win?
No, we have a team that believes even before the game. I think the good thing is we can't get swept now anyways, you know? So we eliminate that in one night. You know, we hope to maybe sneak another one out of here, but you know, the East has been swept the last 3 years, and we just won one for the East.
Thank you, Lindy.
Thanks.
All right, Lindy Russ, post-game press conference. The Sabres win it in overtime, 3-2 the final score. Jason Woolley, the game winner at 15:30 of overtime. Mike, Hasek obviously spectacular. Zhitnik was an absolute horse tonight. Jump on board, boys. I know you always say that, and I'll tell you, he came to play physical, and that nasty streak continued.
You know, I remember him playing like that when he was just a young boy when he first came over playing for Los Angeles, when they took a run at the Stanley Cup. He was spectacular, and that's when he really started to come into his own.
You know, and we talked about that, too. He's been there. And we said that before this game started. Look for him to be one of the calming influences, and he was.
What an opportunity for him after a miserable season. To have an opportunity to turn his whole season around with a strong playoff series. For Lindy Ruff to play this season, try to win hockey games without his ace defenseman, just not there the way he could be there, and they pick him up and bring him back into the fold the way he's played in the playoffs is just a spectacular piece of the puzzle. You must have him going and going hard along with Pekka, along with the goaltending.
How impressed are you with this club? I mean, they were punched in the gut time and time again. 10 penalties they had to kill. The only one that got by Hasek, he didn't see through a screen. In addition to that, they come back, they get the lead, and then they've got their heart ripped right out of them with the Stars scoring with the goalie pulled. Yet they collect themselves, kill more penalties in overtime, and find a way to win this game.
Brian, the most joy I've had out of watching this organization and this team in particular here in the past while is to watch some fine young hockey players grow up through experience. I'm talking about Brown, McKee, all these kids. How about Primo tonight? You have no idea what a great goal that was going against a warhorse like Ludwig. He's ready to cut you in half. And he stood in there, and he won that battle. How much did he grow up tonight? And how much better hockey player is he for that?
And as the series goes on, one of the key players, obviously, his performance tonight speaks volume. Curtis Brown, obviously, has developed into a big-time player in this league, defensively, offensively. He made a huge play, made a nice play on Verbeek that probably prevented a goal as Hasek had his head turned. We're going back to Dallas. Ken Hitchcock is now at the podium, so let's get the Dallas Stars head coach's comments.
A very, very strong hockey game. I think the one thing that we probably feel like we'd like to have back is we maybe got a little bit in a situation where we tried to protect a little bit in the third period, and they came back on us a little bit, but it's awful hard to be critical of our hockey club the way they played tonight. I think we had a lot of good play from a lot of people tonight.
How much does that worry you then to play that well and then lose the hockey game?
Well, I think as far as first of all, we don't really want to allow 3 goals at home, and we did tonight. So there's a couple things defensively we can do, and as far as their goaltender, if the next game we've got to get 70 to score 3, we'll get 70 to score 3. We have to find a way to get it done.
Did you have a sense of foreboding when you had all those power plays in the first and second period there and didn't score them?
Well, yeah, and I thought if we could have got that second goal, we could have maybe allowed or made them open it up a little bit more, but they were able to hang in there. And, you know, I thought we went a little bit flat when they scored their first goal, and we were in a little bit of shock because I think that we certainly in the first period and the second period That's probably as sound a hockey game as we've played. And then to give up those 2 quick goals, it was a little bit of a shock. That was a heck of a deflection, that second goal by Primo. And then to come back and then to play as well as we did in the overtime. We played great in the overtime. It was, you know, that's what happens when you're pressing that hard and you've got that many chances, that many just abouts. Sometimes those things come back and haunt you like that goal.
Ken, you talked this morning about needing to develop some anger to match Buffalo. They already had it, being a 7 seed. Your team needed to get angry.
Well,
Go ahead.
I think the game, and I've said this before, I just feel like based on the 2 teams and the way they play, this is just going to be a normal game. I mean, this is the way things are going to be between these 2 teams. I feel like both teams play with a lot of passion. Both teams play physical. Both teams put a lot on the line. I think that, you know, they got their game in here and played well in the 3rd period and got a win. But I still think from our standpoint, we're probably going to have to play with more desperation, Tim. Obviously, we're going to have to find some ways to control the tempo of the game for 60 minutes rather than 45 or 50.
You've talked about your team having problems against teams that have an aggressive penalty kill. Is this a team that, in your opinion, has an aggressive penalty kill?
Not really. I think that, you know, the biggest difference on our power play was that we didn't score on the quality chances we had. You know, we had 2 no-brainers to score in the overtime, and there was a double deflection there that he got a pad on that I still don't know how he got it on.
Ken, how big is a Game 2 win before you go to Buffalo?
I think Game 2 is a game that has a lot of pressure on the home team regardless of what you do in Game 1. And I feel the same for Game 3 when the home team goes and plays in that game. I think those 2 games set up the momentum of the series, and they, like I said, there'll be some pressure on us in Game 2, and there'll be the same type of pressure on them in Game 3.
2 more questions for Ken. Excuse me?
Ken, I just wondered, first of all, I know you've been saying all along that you think Buffalo matches up very well against your club. You've been saying that. Do you think your players believe that more now? I mean, I think you always did, but I'm not real sure, and I'm sure a lot of people aren't real sure if they did after hearing how the Western Conference is so much better.
Well, I don't know that, you know, our team's been on the right side of winning all year, but barely on the right side, and that's not going to change if we're going to win. We're not going to blow anybody out. We've shown the ability to find ways to win all year. And I felt pretty strongly, and I think our players did, that these 2 teams, mostly based on the 2-1 game in Buffalo, match up pretty well against each other. They're very strong in the middle. We're strong in the middle. And I just think that, you know, you can throw the 7th seed out the window because 82 nights, if Buffalo was healthy, they would be a lot higher seed. And we were healthy for 90% of the year. So that was the gap. But in head-to-head competition, it's pretty close.
Ken, what are you thinking as the winning goal unfolds in front of you? Do you see Woolley come out?
Well, I know when you get in a situation where there's a soft play down low, and you can see the guy coming through the middle of the ice and there's a lot of room. He scored some goals like that all year, and, you know, it's a seeing eye dog. I mean, it goes through Eddie's legs, and it's funny that the chances missed in the other end, they come back to haunt you sometimes. We've got to, if we score that goal with Nieuwendyk and Verbeek, and especially Verbeeker on the second one there, it's a different story. But when you get in overtime, it's such a crapshoot. You never know what's going to happen.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks.
All right. I don't know if you're under a rock. So the Sabres won this one in overtime, 3-2. The series is underway. Brian Blessing, Mike Robitaille, Scotty Bowman. The Labatt Hockey Hotline is underway. A lot more coming up. We're going to take a quick timeout and come right back. Please jump on board with us.
a great adventure. At 27 Main Street, North Tonawanda. At Frontier, you'll find fantastic deals on Chevy Express and Astro conversion vans with rebates up to $1,000. For business owners, Frontier Chevrolet has a great selection in commercial cargo vans with special packages and rebates to $900. Let the staff at Frontier Chevrolet show you the way.
There's only one place, Frontier Chevrolet in North Tonawanda. Call 693-8600.
Experience live harness racing every Wednesday through Saturday beginning at 7:35 at Buffalo Raceway, where there's never an admission charge. We have over 175 TV monitors simulcasting over 60 different tracks, so you'll see all the action. Our clubhouse has nightly dinner specials, so make an evening of it. Live harness racing at Buffalo Raceway Wednesday through Saturday at 7:35. Take the Interstate Thruway exit 56 Hamburg. Call 649-1280 or check us out on the World Wide Web at www.buffaloraceway.com. Buffalo Raceway.
Are you looking for adventure in the outdoors? Are these the experiences you live for? If you answered yes, then the Outdoor Life Network is your network. It's the only place you can turn to at any time, every day, to get the tips and techniques that will inspire your next outdoor adventure. If you don't currently get OLN, call 1-800-OUTDOOR and ask your cable operator to add it to their lineup. The journey of a lifetime begins with a single call. So call today, right now, and tell them you want the Outdoor Life Network. Adventure TV.
Exercise your right to save at G&G Fitness Equipment. At G&G, you'll find the guaranteed lowest prices on the largest selection of cardiovascular and strength training equipment. Brands like Life Fitness, Precor, Paramount, and check out the new cardiologic treadmill from Precor. We've got a huge selection of free weights, and financing is available. Exercise your right to save at G&G Fitness Equipment. In Buffalo at 4401 Transit Road, 1455 East Henrietta Road in Rochester, and 3218 Erie Boulevard East in Syracuse. G&G Fitness.
The Labatt Hockey Hotline is brought to you by Labatt Blue, Canada's #1 selling beer for over 20 years.
We're back on the Labatt Hockey Hotline. Let's talk about some of the defining moments of this game. The Sabres were killing penalties so much of this contest. We've seen them in the third period able to step up the tempo, and they did that. And it seemed like once they finally started playing at even strength, when Buffalo started dumping and chasing and establishing a forecheck was when they had their best opportunities, and that seemed to build their confidence, too.
Well, Scotty, I think, has it nailed, because Buffalo were in a position, they're back on their heels almost the first two periods of that hockey game. It's really tough to get a flow and to get into a groove type of thing. And you get into a groove sometimes playing against another player all the time, another team. You just follow a pattern. And it's tough to get into that pattern. It's gone. It's blowing apart. Then the third period, things started to pick up. So the two things that I noticed, and I want Scotty to address this if he would. The Primo goal, that battle in front with Ludwig. Pretty tough guy. Ludwig carved you up pretty good. Then the other goal by Barnes, two very young hockey players on the ice kind of looking around at the time. I don't know if they read the play properly, but Sloan and Sims. You remember both goals, and if you could address those goals?
Yes, I do, Mike, and I think the key from Buffalo's standpoint is the fact that they can roll four lines. Rasmussen was a factor in the first two periods. He didn't play a lot, made some good hits. Primo was fresh, and you have to be pretty fresh to be able to take the abuse he took. And Hitchcock's a big matchup coach, so Lindy was able to get Barnes out there with Holzinger because they hadn't been killing many penalties, and the fact that they were out there, and Scrudlin went out with young Sims and Sloan, and they were wondering should they cover the point or not, and like you said, Barnes got in that slot area. He can shoot and he can score, and it's his fifth goal, I think, in the playoffs. He put it right where he wanted, and that is a key play in the game because it showed Buffalo that they do have four lines, and they can play them all, and they play them in different situations, and that's a big factor in this playoff series. I don't know if Dallas are going to be able to play the four lines because they didn't play Sims after that, and they did when they had to double up a Carbonell, I think, with Scrudlin. Did that in the third period.
There you get a look at Stu Barnes' goal. Beautiful setup from Juneau. Scotty, we were talking during the break a little bit about Buffalo's ability as a young team to overcome adversity. First of all, really a poor call on the goal that was disallowed. Just a little nudge. Belfour was flopping. He got away with it, to his credit. Then the tying goal in the closing minute. Pekka gets his stick caught in the dasher. This is a young team, goes in the locker room. How impressed are you with Buffalo's coaching staff where they have got this team buying into their system, and able to keep them calm.
Well, Mike said at the end of the second, this game's right where we want them. This happened not once, not 10 times, maybe 40 times. And I think there's so many things happened in the game tonight that you could have hung your hat on and said, well, you know, we had a tough break or this and that. But there's so many things happened that when it all happens, they overcome it all. And I think what could have happened if they would have lost this game, being a young team, you start thinking about the next game. And I was thinking if they do lose the game, the first thing they have to do is forget about this game, because you have to win 4 games. It's only 1 game. Now, being a young team, they could turn it into a positive. But I think with Lindy and Donnie and Mike, they've been resilient players as players, and now that they're coaches, they've had a lot of adversity. I don't think you can win in this league if you don't have adversity. I think it's been proven, Mike. If you don't have something bad happen to you, you're not going to win. Eventually, good things will happen.
We've seen this team grow, Mike, throughout the course of the season. At the midpoint of this year, with Buffalo getting a goal disallowed, and you could see the disgust on the bench. Warner threw his gloves down, and you could see the disgust, but they kind of bit their lip and just concentrated at the task at hand. 4 months ago, this was a team that would have been going bananas on the bench.
Yeah, I was, that boggled my mind a little bit in the second half of the season with this team, and I think they played so well for so long that, you know, the bar gets raised up so high, sometimes you can't get over it, and then no matter what, the public wants you, they put that bar up, you get over it, and that's it, put it up higher. Well, you're going to fail eventually. You can only go so high. And right near the end of the season, I remember we did our show down at the, right down from Marie Midland.
The Washington game.
And there's things happened in that game, and there's just a couple of games to go, and then they kicked in, and they're moving in the right direction. But this is a hockey club, I'll tell you, that's young. There's like great potential in the minors. They're deep in talent. The lifeline is there, and that's so important. And they have nice control, well managed, well coached. I mean, there's a lot of good things. This is a nice footprint right here.
I'm sure the fans are excited. Let's get our first call of the evening. Matt in Buffalo joins us. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, sir. Go ahead.
Well, what a great win. You can look at it as just, you know, win's a win, Stanley Cup playoffs. We took away the home ice advantage and overcame much adversity, like you guys mentioned, penalties, really, really slow start. But what I was wondering, aside from maybe having fresher legs and Dom just being Dom, what were some coaching changes that, you know, didn't allow Dallas to do the things that they were doing in the early parts of the game?
Okay, Matt.
Well, the fact that Buffalo played 3 pairs of defensemen pretty regularly and ended up getting the winning goal from Jason Woolley, who played with James Patrick, they had to kill a lot of penalties as well. So they had 3 pairs of defensemen working most of the time. I thought Ludwig and Chambers struggled a little bit for Dallas as the game wore on. And when you look at Zuboff and Sador, they were on most of the early power plays. They even went as close to nearly 2 minutes on some of them, and then they come back with Chambers and Hatcher. But their power play, when you look at all the power play chances that Dallas had, and you look at the they have 2 looks on the power play, and they've got some snipers. You give a guy like Hull a shot, it's a goal. And you got Neuendijk, so you got a terrific power play there.
Scotty, real quickly, before we kick you out of here, you almost got stuck here till 4 in the morning. This could have gone 5 overtime. Have the Sabres put a dent in that Western Conference mystique because of the recent sweeps and take it to the other side of the fence? What's the mood now in Dallas's locker room?
Well, Dallas is an experienced team. They're going to say, well, we don't care where we play. That's what you're going to say if you're running that team. The problem they're going to have maybe is the fact that you can't play at home. If you're Buffalo, you got to play the 1 more game in Dallas, and don't think you came for a split. You got to just think about, you got to win 4 games. You got to win 3 now, and there's a potential 6 games left. But Buffalo, with somebody the caller mentioned, the home ice advantage. I mean, I don't put much stock in home ice, but with a young team that hasn't lost at home, it could be one of those years where, you know,
it means something.
Because I think in Western New York, those games are going to be so tough. But what Buffalo has to do, Mike, is keep their feet on the ground, have some fun. They'll unwind a little bit tomorrow, but be ready to face a team that's going to be pretty desperate in Game 2 and not be satisfied with the fact that you're going to split, because this is the last series, and there's no more series after this.
They have to police themselves a little bit inside that dressing room. You know, Dallas have a lot of guys near Carbonneau and so on that'll police that dressing room, but Someone has to step up inside there. It can't be all coaching, too.
And Buffalo, not to take end away, don't worry about the penalty. I mean, don't take some of the stupid penalties. I mean, there's maybe a few, but I think they got to continue to play the man. And I don't think you'd have a 10-penalty game the next game. I really don't. I think that they wanted to set the standard. You know, two teams didn't know each other. But the danger Buffalo could go into is not, they have to play a physical game, because that's going to wear Dallas down, and they've got some players up front that you have to take the man. Modano and these guys, they'll run wild if you don't take the man.
Scotty, thanks a lot for joining us tonight, and we'll see you again for Game 5, right? Dare we say, if necessary? I don't know. But
well, I'm going to enjoy the games. I'm going for a vacation, and I'll enjoy them now.
Well, good. Send us a postcard. We'll see you for Game 5. Thanks a lot, Scotty Bowman, for joining us tonight. Following Game 1, with the Sabres winning in overtime, we're going to step aside and come right back on the Labatt Hockey Outlet.
When my brother needed new tires, I tried to help him out, but he said, "What do you know? You're just a girl." Real mature. So he got stuck with some no-name cheapo tires from a discount tire place. Real smart.
Don't be fooled by discounts. At Dunn Tire, get the name brands you want. Names like Michelin, B.F. Goodrich, and Uniroyal.
So, I know I'm just a girl, but next time, make sure there's a spare in the trunk.
Dunn Tire guarantees lowest prices on highest quality name brand tires.
HIV is the virus that causes AIDS. Anyone can get infected with HIV. It depends on what you do, not who you are. To help prevent HIV infection, everyone should be tested. Everyone. HIV testing is simple, reliable, free, and anonymous. Call 1-800-541-2437. Get the facts. Call 1-800-541-2437.
Exercise your right to save at G&G Fitness Equipment. At G&G, you'll find the guaranteed lowest prices on the largest selection of cardiovascular and strength training equipment. Brands like Life Fitness, Precor, Paramount, and check out the new cardiologic treadmill from Precor. We've got a huge selection of free weights, and financing is available. Exercise your right to save at G&G Fitness Equipment. In Buffalo at 2401 Transit Road, 1455 East Henrietta Road in Rochester, and 3218 Erie Boulevard East in Syracuse. G&G Fitness.
Men, do you want to see your abs and increased muscle definition? Women, how would you like a toned body with cellulite-free hips and thighs? Turn these visions into reality with the best-selling video, Fitness Made Simple, hosted by fitness celebrity John Bastow.
In 8 weeks, I totally transformed my body from this to this. Fitness Made Simple worked for me, and it can work for you, too.
Order Fitness Made Simple by calling toll-free and be on the way to building the body of your dreams.
Brian Blessing and Mike Robitaille's wardrobe provided by M. Weil Men's Factory Outlet, 2020 Elmwood Avenue, for the lowest prices and the best values.
Fun stuff, huh?
Well, it can be. It can be when you win hockey games. It's not much fun when it's going the other direction. But this certainly, I can't help but think, Brian, that, you know, I don't know if Dallas can play that much better. And you know what? They should have played well tonight in the first part of that game, because they had an eternal power play on. It seemed like it was forever. When things evened up, things changed a little bit. I'm going to tell you, Buffalo started to kick in, played very strong in the third, and certainly played strong in overtime. But they never give up on themselves, did they, huh?
Oh, no. And they proved that.
At no time did they just wash their hands and say, that's it.
Well, they certainly proved that in the Colorado series, winning Game 6, then coming home and taking it convincingly. We're going to go back to Dallas now. And let's get some post-game comments from some of the Sabres, and we get things going with Jason Woolley, I'm sure, talking about the game winner.
Questions?
Jason, could you believe your eyes when you saw that lane open up down the middle there? Well, you know, I didn't really get much chance to do anything the whole game. They did a real good job of shutting the middle down, and you know, I just come off the bench, so I think I snuck up on them a little bit, and Curtis made a great pass for me, and I just, in overtime, you just want to shoot. You know, I got lucky, it went in, and you know, it was a great opportunity for our team here to go up 1-0.
Jason, could you talk about the mindset of your team after the Stars had scored late in regulation, and how you guys were kind of able to hold it together after the third period?
Well, I think we faced a lot of that this playoffs. I think we do a good job of not getting too down and just playing the way we played in the third and in the third period. I thought we played real solid. We had I'd say a pretty shaky first 10 minutes, and but we've had a long layoff here, and it's been tough. It's very hot out there, and I don't think guys were too used to that. And let's not forget how nervous everyone was out there. And so I think, to see them, they've scored big goals all year, so I don't think it really caught us off guard. It was kind of an unfortunate goal. I think Peck's got a stick jamming the boards or something and throw it out front, and he's in the right spot, and it was a big goal for them.
Jason, you described how the goal went in. How did you feel? What do you remember that first emotion about scoring that goal?
Well, I didn't really know it went in, to be honest with you, at first. I think I shot through a screen there, and I wasn't sure how to react to it. I was obviously very excited about what happened after I saw it go in, but it's a big goal for our team, and to put us up 1-0, it's a great feeling personally, but we're a long way from done, and we know that.
Wayne, we don't want to forget you. You were complimented on your goal by Ken Hitchcock. Describe your goal.
Well, for me, on the power play, my main job is just to create traffic and kind of try and screen the goaltender. And the guys were playing with the puck really well around the outside, and Alex made a great shot on net. The rebound came to me, and I was able to pop it home.
Jason, how much of a lift did it give you guys in the third period to watch, and the overtime, to watch that performance by Dominic? And he kept you in it there in the overtime.
Well, we're very familiar with that. He's been doing that all season and all playoffs. Obviously, he's a big part of our success, and we feed off that. We need him to play like that for us to be successful. And it gave us a chance to, Sanderson could have put it away on a breakaway. We had a real good chance there, but he came up with some big saves late to hold us in there and give us that chance to even it up.
All right, the Sabres win it 3-2 in overtime. They are up 1-0 and have secured home ice advantage now in this series. Hey, let's show you how this one transpired. From Reunion Arena, we get to it, and of course, the Sabres' success rides very much so on the shoulders of one Dominic Hasek, and he was ready to play tonight. Brett Hull in the first period in particular. First, he has an opportunity here, and Mike Hasek goes down and just denies him, and they've got to get it high on him, right?
Well, the strength of Hull also, and he was really dogged all the way into a bad angle. And you can see right here, here's an initial shot right in the slot area, not much on it, catches Balfour right in the solar plexus. Here's Holzinger, just snaps it, hits him right in the chest.
Bad giveaway by the Stars, one of a few early in this contest. But here you see with the Stars on the power play, and Hasek shaking his head, no, that one didn't go in.
Well, Hull wasn't, because he threw his arms up. He thought this puck was in. Right now his arms are up. See, the man comes right in there and chops it into safety.
But just a little while later, it would be Hull scoring one, and I don't think Hasek got a real good look at this one, Mike.
No, he didn't, and it's a nightmare when he's shooting the puck. I mean, you just want to go hide for cover. He can shoot the puck that hard, and he is partially screened on that. He caught a small piece of it, and it just leaked in between the pads.
One of the few guys in the league who can literally fire it right through you.
And Dallas plays so well with the lead, Brian. That was a very, very important goal. Highly unusual for Dallas to lose a game when they had the lead.
In Hitchcock, I mean, he's got to try to say the right things, but he's saying once they were up 1-0, they were protecting. Did you sense that?
No, actually, I thought they just continued to roll along. How could they not roll along when they had a power play on? Protecting what? They had a man advantage for the first half of the game. So I don't buy into that at all.
All right, let's go to the second period. We talked about all the adversity the Sabres had to deal with in this game. They had a goal taken away, and when we look at this one, Balfour is very good, and we see it on a nightly basis here in Buffalo. Hasek, if you come near him, sneeze on him, he's going to go down and take the flop. This one ends up in the net. I mean, Verrata just grazes by Balfour, and down he goes like he got shot.
Very much a great watch. Just sent in here and just kind of pulled his leg out of the way, as a matter of fact. And, what do you want to do? You want to call this, let it go? Certainly they decided to make the call. Balfour doesn't do it a lot. When he does, they probably watch and they listen to him.
Well, okay, a key moment in Dallas's victory over the Avalanche was Lemieux coming in, and yeah, he kind of gave him a little forearm, Belfour does the big cartwheel back in a key power play late in the Game 6. And that really helped Dallas move on to beat Colorado. But the bottom line is Hasek does it, now Belfour's doing it. At this stage of the season, he did another flop moments after that. And to me, call a penalty and stop the nonsense. No more Hasek, no more Belfour doing the flopsy out there.
I've got a cure for it. The goaltender gets out of the crease.
Cream him.
Cream him. He's a free man out there, and especially if he grabs the puck. If he goes out, Brian, and he stops the puck and goes back to his crease, that's one thing. But they get out there, they start stick handling, controlling the puck, and half these guys nowadays, they handle the puck better than half the defensemen in the National Hockey League. If they want to fool around with it, then he gets rocked like anybody else. If he wants to play it safe and they want to protect this guy, then stop the puck, get back into the crease. That's the end of it.
All right, the third period, you want to see number 44 look like number 3?
Yeah.
We'll throw you a bone there.
I'm going to tell you what.
Nice hip check, huh?
He really set him up perfectly. He drew him into the inside, and that's what you're supposed to do. Force him to the outside, bring him to the inside, make him go in there. He has no choice, and you're waiting for... He knows what's going to happen before he even gets hit.
All right, this is a delayed penalty, and the Sabres just swarming around. And, Mike, this all started because they dumped the puck in. They could not establish any kind of puck control offensively the entire night. This was one of the first shifts they were able to. Juno saucer pass, Barnes buries it.
Well, first of all, it's a terrific pass, and it was a good move to see Buffalo just get the puck in and put some pressure on that defense, and sure enough, they did, and they turned it into a goal.
There's Primo's work.
I love this goal. I just love this goal because of who he went to war with against Ludwig. This guy will cut your head off, and you don't want to stand around in front of the net, and he won that battle, that one-on-one battle.
You know, when Belfour stops Sanderson here, you're going, uh-oh, remember that save. And sure enough, right?
You know what? Sanderson played so well against Toronto because he matches up well against Toronto. Well, guess what? Tonight, he was terrific again.
Here it is. Watch Pekka. His stick gets caught in the dasher. Hasek was kind of trying to interfere with Madonna, never really turned around and got sacked.
Look at
Leighton scores.
Mike, he just messed up on this play. The puck was off the boards. It wasn't tight. And the defenseman, now they're going to say, well, why didn't the defenseman pick that guy up? Well, as soon as you see Michael Pekka go behind the net for the puck, they figure it's a pretty safe play at that point. What you do as a defenseman then, you start fanning off. You're thinking offensive hockey, not defensive hockey. But just like that, suddenly, he didn't make the proper play and went bing, bang, boom, it's in the net, and you're out thinking offensive hockey.
Well, not necessarily offensively. I think you phrased it better when we were just watching the overtime. You said when they fan out like that, they're giving Pekka an out.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. It's exactly what. You want to give that guy an out. You're under pressure. It's late in the game. If Michael's going to go back there and have the puck under some type of duress, then throw me a bone, people, and spread out and go into a position where I can give you the puck. Because if they stand in front and say Michael does pick the puck up at that point, clean off the boards, I mean, he is under duress. He hasn't got much to do with the puck. He hasn't got too many things. They whip it around the boards. They ram it right back down your throat again. So you give him a little reverse play here, and the other guy drops off the far post to get him an out there.
Brian Blessing and Austin Powers about to show you the winning goal in overtime. Throw me a bone, huh? Let's go to it.
Baseball.
The Sabres had to kill off a couple penalties, but here it comes. Get it in. Get it deep.
That's what you're talking about, isn't it?
This is what works. And there it is. Brown intercepts the shot around the dasher. The trailer comes down the lane, Mike, and Woolley buries it.
Well, right here, Hatcher doesn't get good wood on this puck because he has a guy right on his back. And sure enough, they have the man right along the boards. I believe it was Brown. Was that a nice heads-up play? Lays it right into Woolley. So many good things happen on this goal, and Dominic Hasek is just, you know, exhausted at this point because they hammered him pretty good for the first two periods, especially, and they had a couple good shots at him in the overtime, too. So,
all right, the Sabres win it 3-2 in overtime. And, you know, watching the coverage of this game, in overtime, in the intermission, Don Cherry was talking about the longer it goes on, watch, it will be a defenseman because players are you know, throwing so much energy into it that they get tired and forget about the points. And boy, if it didn't play out that way.
Most dangerous man on the ice can be a defenseman. That's simple. Because you forget about them. You concentrate everything around the net, and that guy just leaks in from the blue line.
All right, Sabres are up 1-0. We're coming right back on the Labatt Hockey Hotline. A lot more coming up.
Internet services for the Labatt Hockey Hotline are provided by Online Media. You are connected. Call 716-681-0899 and get connected to the Internet today.
This is the one that started it all, Buffalo Wrestling Legends 4, June 11th, Marine Midland Arena. The finest the WCW has to offer. A three-way no disqualification bout featuring Goldberg, Sting, and Diamond Dallas Page. Randy Savage in a grudge match versus Ric Flair. Plus Malenko, Benoit, Kidman, Rey Mysterio Jr., Conan, Disco Inferno, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and the Barbarian. Plus the beautiful Nitro Girls and DJ Rand. Tickets on sale now, Marine Midland Arena, in all fantastic locations.
And our Craftmatic Model 2 adjustable bed is so relaxing.
It may even temporarily provide relief from my low back pain, Harry. Yet it costs up to 56% less than a quality flatbed.
I adjust my head and feet and fall right to sleep.
Call toll-free to get free information by mail about the Craftmatic Model 2 adjustable bed. This wonderful bed adjusts to hundreds of relaxing positions, offers optional warm, soothing heat, and relaxing built-in massage, yet costs up to 56% less than these quality flatbeds. Up to 56% less. Don't pay more to remain flat. Call toll-free and get complete free facts by mail about the adjustable bed that costs up to 56% less.
Call to get Craftmatic's free catalog right away. There's absolutely no obligation.
Call toll-free 1-800-248-7777. That's 1-800-248-7777 toll-free. 1-800-248-7777.
Welcome back to the Labatt Hockey Hotline. Good to see Mike DeGeorge is with us, and it's time now for an Empire Sports Report update.
And good to see that I'm still awake. Thanks, guys. Sabres Top Farm Club, the Rochester Amherst returning home for the Calder Cup Finals. Rallying 2 games and none to Providence. The Amherst back home for Game 3 on Wednesday night. And we'll have that game right here at Empire at 7:30. Rochester and Providence Wednesday night at Blue Cross Arena. And it's right here on the Empire Sports Network. Hey, running back Thurman Thomas making an appearance at Bill's minicamp number 2 on Tuesday afternoon. Prior commitments had kept Thomas away from the first week of camp. Bruce Smith and Andre Reed, the other no-shows. Bruce off playing golf somewhere, while Reed staying away over a contract dispute. Minicamp will run a few more days. Also tonight at the stadium, fans getting a chance to see the stadium improvements, fans getting a tour of the stadium, and all that will be new come the '99 season. International League Baseball, another loss for the Bisons as they lose at home to Pawtucket 5-2. Rochester and Columbus, another slugfest, and the Clippers winning 10-6. Syracuse at home, losing to Norfolk by a score of 8-7. Eastern League, Erie beating Reading 3-2, and Binghamton big over Trenton 7-3. Interleague play tonight at Shea Stadium between the Mets and Jays. Top of the second, Jose Cruz Jr. putting the Jays in front. Solo shot to deep left center. But the Mets answering right back in the third, a man on, and this one gonna go out of the park. Edgardo Alfonso, 2-run Getty Goner. That's putting the Mets up 3-1, and as we check the board, there's another Mets win, trouncing Toronto by a score of 11-3. Philadelphia rallies to beat the Yankees for a second straight night. 11-5 is the final. Baltimore and Florida playing 2. The Marlins win game 1-2-1, and they take the nightcap by a score of 5-3. Milwaukee, Cleveland. It is the Brewers nipping the Indians 2-1. San Francisco beating Anaheim by a score of 6-2. Other scores, Detroit a winner. So too is Montreal. Atlanta beating Tampa Bay 11-2, and Chicago nipping Houston 4-3. Some other scores, Kansas City winning a wild one over St. Louis, Minnesota downing Cincinnati 5-2, and the scores continue to roll in. Seattle over Colorado 10-5, and San Diego out in front of Oakland by a score of 3-2, and Texas has a 6-4 lead, top of the 8th at Dodger Stadium. Michael and Brian?
Mike, you got 40 minutes. Go take a nap.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see you at 1:30.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mike. Hey, we're going back to Dallas. Danny Gear joins us now. Danny, you know, I guess everybody around the country is going, wow, that was something special. But, you know, this is old hat for the Sabres. I mean, they are so accustomed to playing games like this.
We've seen this off and on throughout the playoffs, guys. They come back. They have such a great resolve, this hockey club. You can throw them more in their face. If you look at the first period, you know, they really didn't have their legs going because of that layoff. But the second period, they had to kill off 6 straight penalties. They did that. but they still did not give up, and they came back in that third period, picked up a couple of big goals to go 2-1, and then the goal by Lehtinen to tie it up. Again, a setback, but then they come back out and kill off 2 more penalties and end up scoring the game winner in overtime. And it just, you could just see this team in their faces down in the Zamboni area where I'm at, that they weren't going to give up. That, you know, the old pesky Sabres, you know, never say die, boys. We're at it again tonight here at Dallas.
Danny, the adjustments were made. I thought it took maybe a little too long to make those adjustments, but once they started dumping the puck in and establishing a forecheck, that's when they were able to get some control offensively. Plus, it helped promote the physical game that we've seen from the Sabres these last 6 weeks.
Well, you know, you look at the stats here tonight, and what they had over 100 hits between both teams, 60 by the Sabres and 44 by the Dallas Stars. And Zhitnik, who I thought was an unsung hero tonight, had 12 hits. McKee had 7 hits. You know, guys like Verrad and Rasmussen also picking it up. But those are the guys that I think a lot of players around the National Hockey League still don't know too much about. They hear about them, but until you're up against them, they start banging, taking the puck down low, making sure it got in the zone, and got some good opportunities late in that second period, I thought, and in the third period it seemed to just blossom a little more, and the old guys didn't like that on Dallas.
Well, Zhitnik certainly got high marks from this end, Brian. We thought he was an unsung hero also, and played with a lot of desire out there, a very strong effort. You know, Danny, I want you to address something, and I think this is a question that's asked right now all over the country. What has happened? What do you think happened to this hockey club from Christmas to the end of the season, maybe about 3 games to go to the end of the season, then into the playoffs? This team kicked into gear. Why is that so? Because the last half of the season was a miserable finish for them.
Well, you know, I think it'd be a number of things. Obviously, I think this team found out a little bit about themselves, a little more, that maybe they weren't a one-dimensional hockey club. When Dominic Hasek went down, this team pulled together in order to still maintain a playoff position, to get into the playoffs. When Dominic came back, they started to play a little better. And I think that, you know, the game against Washington, a lot of people go back to that last game in the season when they had to get a shutout, or not a shutout, but get a win in order to play Ottawa. I don't think they really wanted to play the New Jersey Devils, but they wanted to play a team like Ottawa, who I feel has had such a great ride, and they wanted to go in there and make a precedent against the Senators, in which they did. Then they went against a team like Boston, who, and that gave them so much confidence, I think, Mike. It really brought this team together. And the way Lindy didn't take the guys to the rink in the morning skates, he kept them away. And I know that game against Washington, there was a lot said in the locker room about how this team had to become a better team as far as character, about standing up for each other, and then winning that game, and then going on into the playoffs and continuing that throughout the playoffs. Talked about the Ottawa series, then the Boston series, every series. Toronto, they weren't supposed to win any of them. And then they continually, I think, learned a lot from the year before, but also got a purpose. They got, like I mentioned, a resolve. There's something that just, that you get, you know, the water just keeps flowing off their backs, and they go back into it as much as possible and say to people, you know, I'm like the little motorcycle that couldn't, you know. So they're in there, they're plugging away, battling every game, and continuing to make themselves believe, and people around North America believe, that this team can win a cup.
All right, Danny, thanks a lot. Boy, we're off to a great start.
All right, guys.
All right.
We'll see you on Thursday.
All right, enjoy. Get a rest and come back for more. Boy, I can't wait for Game 2. And we can't wait to come back with you on the Labatt Hockey Hotline. Coming right back in a moment.
Meditated for 3 months.
Yes, Master.
And? What have you learned?
One thing, Master.
Yes?
Nobody in the world sells more real estate than Remax.
Remax Associates average more experience and more sales than other real estate agents. So why in the world would you ever call anyone else?
You have done well, my son.
Thank you, Master.
Remax helped us find this place, you know.
Cool.
I need an affordable, dependable car.
I've been turned down by other dealers.
I went to #1 auto sales and got approved. All I needed to earn was $150 a week, and I'm driving home in this.
At #1 Auto Sales, if you work, you ride. Call 892-1113.
Sabres, OT, win game 1. I imagine the owner's pretty happy about this.
I would certainly hope so, boy. I'll tell you, it's a great turnaround from the last part of the season.
All right, let's hear from John Regas. He's standing by with Kerry Sayers in Dallas.
Thanks very much. I'm joined right now in the Sabres locker room with the owner of this club, Mr. John Regas. And John, Mr. Regas, your thoughts after such a phenomenal comeback after everything they had to overcome early on in the contest?
Well, it's just an extraordinary event to me because, you know, going through that first period and with all those penalties and things going against you, and it was they never gave up, and they just knew that if they played their game and stayed with it, they'd come through. And you know, listening to the coaches and between periods and some of our key people, they kept saying, you know, that we're all right, we're going to be okay, and they were right. And the team was extraordinary. Wonderful, wonderful win. First game away from home. And I'm so happy, not only for the players and the coaches, of course, but I can just imagine what's going on in Buffalo.
Was there ever a doubt in your mind that they could do this, not only do this, but do this in the very first game in this fashion?
Yes, there was, you know, in fact, my one son, about 10 minutes before we scored, he said, I got a feeling we're going to lose. And then we flunked it in and won the game. So next time I want him to tell me the same thing.
So did you straighten him out after the game?
Yes, I brought it to his attention.
Do you expect to be back for game 2?
Oh, sure, I'm going to stay over.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. For Mr. John Regas, I'm Kerry Sayers. Now back to you in the studio.
All right, Kerry, thanks very much. A bunch of phone calls lined up. We're getting to them next when we come back.
In all my years of playing golf, I always wanted to do two things. Play well and have fun. With the new tri-metal irons from Olimar, it's easy to do them both. They're the best irons I've ever played.
The Senior Tour pros are already going beyond titanium with tri-metal technology. Why not put the same technology in your bag? Call now and order your tri-metal irons for 4 payments of $199.95. Use your irons risk-free for 30 days. And when you order now, we'll rush you a free 1-year subscription of Great Golf Magazine and a free video that includes stroke-saving tips with Ken Venturi.
Do you really want to improve your game?
Take your game beyond titanium with tri-metal technology from Olimar.
Rabbit, convertible.
Nothing drives like a Hummer. And right now, during Napa's big sale days, you can win a 1999 Hummer, a 52-inch RCA TV, or one of over 6,000 Coleman coolers. Plus, save on hundreds of items. Stop by a participating Napa Auto Parts store today.
We're back on the Labatt Hockey Hotline, and we're scooting right back to Reunion Arena. It is Josh Mora with Michael Pekka.
All right, thanks very much, guys. With Sabres captain Michael Pekka, and Michael, that has to be a great feeling to see that puck go in.
It was. Guys showed great resilience all throughout the game, killing the penalties. You know, the fortunate goal they got there to tie it up late in the third. You know, we knew we were going to win. That was a freaky play where, you know, my stick gets caught an 1/8 inch gap in the boards, and, you know, my stick broke and my gloves explode off my hands, and, But it's one of those things that happen. We caught some lucky breaks along the way, and that was a lucky one for them. And we just went in after the period and laughed about it. And we knew we were taking the game over 5-on-5 and gave ourselves an opportunity to win via our penalty killing and the way Dom was playing. And we were upbeat and confident, and it feels great to win.
At what point did you know that you were going to win? I find it interesting that you say that.
But we just felt the momentum coming. I mean, it's sometimes tough to describe, but you just feel when you're starting to take over a game, and it's tough because we had a lot of guys that we weren't getting in the hockey game, and we weren't able to get our forecheck going because we were killing so many penalties. And guys are saying we got a lot of guys that are fresh, and we're just looking forward to getting the opportunity. And you can see as the third period and the overtime, our forecheck was great, and it led to the winning goal.
You talked in your first response about survival. Did you feel that you were doing that in the course of the game as it wore on? Because obviously the first period was not the kind of period you wanted to play. In the second period, there were all those penalties.
Right. The first period is what we expected. It was kind of a rope-a-dope by us where they're coming off an emotional Game 7 and had some emotional advantage where we're excited about playing the game. Don't get me wrong, Stanley Cup Finals, but it's tough to just step in after a team has just come off a series, and we're coming off 9 days of practice, so it was tough. But like we said, we rely on our team defense, and we knew that we weren't going to be out of the game by any means, and we just hung in there, and it paid off.
You've been on the other end of some of these kinds of games in the past. What are the emotions like for the winning team? What are the emotions like for the losing team? And how will they move on from this point in the series? I mean, in so many ways, this is a game that is reminiscent of Game 1 against Ottawa.
Well, I think at this point, teams forget about it. I think you'll go back and you'll look at things you can improve on, obviously. But at this point of the game, you just got to forget about what's happened and just prepare yourself for the next game. And, we came into this game just preparing as though it was another game. And, guys were upbeat and confident the whole time. And we felt going to the overtime that we were going to win that hockey game. So, we faced some tough calls throughout the game. It was tough with all the power plays, but we hung in there.
Well, congratulations on the win, and good luck in Game 2 and the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's Sabres captain Michael Pekka. The Sabres win this one 3-2 in overtime on a goal by Jason Woolley and take a 1-0 lead in their series with the Dallas Stars. Guys?
All right, Josh, thank you very much. And over the years, the team that has won Game 1 has won 80% of the Stanley Cup final.
That doesn't mean they get giddy.
Oh, no. Yeah. We'll talk about that when we return as you look at the scoring summary back in a moment on the Labatt Hockey Hour.
Hey, J.C. Seneca here, inviting you to stop in and visit our newly opened walk-in humidor here at Native Pride. Our large selection features more than 100 brands of cigars to choose from. We pride ourselves in offering the friendliest serve on the reserve. At Native Pride, we offer our customers the highest quality gasoline at the lowest prices in Western New York. Your one-stop fun shop place to be is only minutes away.
Put a little pride in your ride, Native Pride.
Congratulations to the Buffalo Sabres, the 1999 Eastern Conference champions. Get your piece of the championship at the Sabres store at the arena, where you'll find the best selection anywhere of official Buffalo Sabres championship merchandise. From championship hats and tees from Pro Player and New Era to a huge selection of apparel, gifts, and more, you'll find it at the Sabres store. Visit us weekdays 10 to 5 to win you're at a Sabres Stanley Cup home game. You can also surf our selection on the web or call us. Join us on the road to the Stanley Cup. Shop with the team shops, the Sabres store at the arena.
Are you looking for adventure in the outdoors? Are these the experiences you live for? If you answered yes, then the Outdoor Life Network is your network. It's the only place you can turn to at any time, every day, to get the tips and techniques that will inspire your next outdoor adventure. If you don't currently get OLN, call 1-800-OUTDOOR and ask your cable operator to add it to their lineup. The journey of a lifetime begins with a single call. So call today, right now, and tell them you want the Outdoor Life Network, Adventure TV.
Game 2, Sabres Stars, comes your way Thursday night, and the pregame show right here on the Empire Sports Network. Game night, it's an hour long, and that's at 7 o'clock, of course. And I'm telling you, as soon as the game is decided, Hockey Hotline gets underway. We're heading to the phones. We'll go to John in Hamburg. Hi, John.
Hi, Mike.
What are you doing up so late?
I'm going to be tired at work tomorrow.
It's okay. Well worth it.
I want to let you guys know you do a great job.
I appreciate that. We enjoy doing it.
Ryan, you made a good point. The first shift of the third period, Jitman hit 2 people, got a marginal penalty on the second hit. But I think that set the tone for the third period.
I mean, he was running everything in sight the whole game. I think the rest of the team caught on in the third period. And I kept saying to my friend I was watching the game with, I mean, the whole game, this was a typical game where Hasek steals it and the Sabres win.
Isn't that the truth? We're watching the game tonight.
I mean, like everyone keeps saying, we're playing so bad, but this is a typical game that all season long where you say this is where they pull out the 2-1 victory.
John, what do you think Dallas is thinking right now?
Well, too bad what they're thinking. The Sabres feel good.
Great.
You know, the Sabres should throw the sink at them the next game.
Hey, John, we're watching the game tonight, like in the studio here, and we're like you. We're all saying the same thing. As Scotty was joining us watching the game, he said, Scotty, they always win these games.
They got them.
They got pummeled in the first period. And they got them exactly where they want them. They never lose these games.
And I think nerves and penalties had a lot to do with the first period and a half. I mean, it was obvious the Sabres were nervous, and the penalties they were taking, you know, might have let them gain confidence. They kept icing the puck, killing off penalties, and Dallas, like, you know how it is when the Sabres are at home, they dominate the first period and they don't score, you're worried.
You're right, Johnny. And how about the Sabres penalty killing? I mean, 1 for 10 for Dallas, and the one that got in there, Hasek didn't see. Magnificent. And penalty killing, you think some of the key moments through the playoffs, Warner, McKee, and Brown have been spectacular. Remember those 5-on-3 instances early in the playoffs?
Remember who they're defending against also. I mean, this is a very, very talented hockey club with all kinds of talented individuals that make up that power play. Then you have Hull standing in the slot just waiting to fire one at about 120 miles an hour at your ears. So they're a tough team to defend against.
All right, let's go to Tom in Rochester real quick. Tom, how you doing?
Oh, okay. Hey, guys, appreciate you taking my call.
Thanks for calling. Go
once
ahead.
again. And right off the bat, let me thank Empire for having Scotty Bowman on. I really enjoyed his analysis.
That's a coup for us, isn't it?
It definitely gave me a different. I always, Roby, you're the tops, but I liked hearing a coach's view, especially that gentleman.
Well, if I'm coming in second best, I don't mind going to him. Going second to him, he is spectacular.
And you notice I called him Mr. Bowman. At any rate, I tell you what, I just want to echo what John said, the previous caller. When it was 1-0, we weren't playing well at all. I said, you know, we got him right where we want him. And I was thinking of you, Roby. I said, I knew you were thinking the same thing. And when they tied it up, when Dallas tied it up going, you know, at the end of regulation, I had a really good feeling about overtime, and my feeling, you know, came true. I'm not superstitious, but you think you can have Scotty back on next game?
Okay, Tom.
Seems like he gave us some good luck tonight.
He'll be back for Game 5, if it's a Game 5, right?
You know, there's a couple of wheeze came out of him, too. You know, he's living in Buffalo here, I think, in his heart. Since his team is out, I think he'd like to see Buffalo.
All right, Sabres win Game 1 in overtime. 3-2, Jason Woolley with the game winner. We're stepping aside and coming right back.